PUBG MOBILE World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. And ladies and gentlemen, we're past the halfway point here at the PUBG MOBILE World Invitational as we make our way into day 3 with $3 million on the line, all for charity, and all the teams fighting to get that lion's share for the charity of their choice. And of course, the pride to represent their own country to be one of the best teams in the world. I'm Jason Kappa, the best host in the world, though some might disagree. The people who might disagree might be my analysts coming in with Blink and Bleh, who will be joining me in just a second. And gentlemen, we've had 2 crazy days of action. Hopefully you're very nice to me today, because I've been nice so far, I think. How you doing, Blake?
I'm good, yeah. To be honest with you, I would much rather that Kason Japlin was here. I think he's the best host in the world, so I'm a little bit disappointed he's not with us here today. But we're in day 3 now, and honestly, it's getting really exciting now because the scoreboard is evening up just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Yes. Sorry, Jason, you want to say something?
Go ahead, man. Yeah.
I just want to continue on that, on a thought train and say, Val is still able to pull off a last hurrah in the final game, right? Still extending that 50-point lead they had at the end of day 1. But that being said, like, we're halfway through, and that's the thing with tournaments like this, where it's just like 4 or 5 days of competition, and you're like, yeah, it's just day 1, it's just been 5 or 6 games, and suddenly you're at the halfway point and you're still struggling. So the pressure is definitely going to be mounting on a few of these teams here today, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, as Statsman John would say, it's very volatile after 1 day, maybe even 2 days. But as we get further on deeper into this tournament, we're going to start to see those best teams in the world really start to shine through ever so consistently. But now we got to take a look at the breakdown of the money they can win. Remember, it's $3 million on the line across 2 different conferences. We're doing East Conference now. Later on today, we'll be doing West. At the end of the entire event, first place will take home $250,000 for the charity of their choice, but there still is even $80,000 for first place at the end of each day of who did the best within that day here. This is a lot of money, Blank, and obviously for such a phenomenal cause.
Absolutely. So if you guys just want to quickly take a quick breakdown who won those daily prizes, obviously on day one we had Valdez taking that away with a massive points lead, Zeus taking that on the second day. So both teams go around home with 80 grand apiece. But it's just crazy the amount of money that we're raising here for all these different charities during this elite competition. So big thank you to the actual creators of the event, Saudi Esports obviously, as well as our beautiful charities who also partnered with us today at Gamers Without Borders.
Yeah, UNICEF, Gavi, Direct Relief, International Medical Corps, and King Solomon Humanitarian Aid and Relief, all really making sure Gamers Without Borders can happen. And of course, hopefully helping the world be vaccinated and leaving no one behind. But you guys at home, you want to see the games happening right now. We're going to show you which battlegrounds they will be played on and, of course, when. So we'll throw it up for you guys at home to take a look at. And if you joined in on any of the previous days, well, guess what? It's exactly the same. We're still having the 3 Aaron Gills, we're having the Sandhawk, and we're having the 1 Miramar as well. And honestly, I wouldn't have it really any other way. Maybe, if anything, I would add on more matches just to have more Miramars played in there as well. But I love seeing El Clasico, Aaron Gill, coming through as the big map being played.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess Bigatron would be very happy with more Miramars coming in as well, Jason. But yeah, I mean, more air angles. I'm very happy about that. Sandhawk obviously being a little bit of an agent of chaos, so to speak, amongst the map pool. But yeah, I'm looking to see more maps being played, more games being played. And of course, Zeus especially would be very happy to play more air angles as well, because that's where they had a lot of success yesterday.
Well, I think Zeus is going to be really happy where they're currently sitting on our overall leaderboard. We'll take a look at this and take a look at how many points to really start to separate these teams from potentially taking home that $250,000 for the charity of their choice. And Valdez, of course, still maintaining that #1 position, coming in from Thailand, 156 points. The funny thing is, they didn't have such a great day yesterday, but Blank, they still extended their lead from day one.
Absolutely. I mean, this is really good from Valdez. I think we'll talk about this a little bit later, but the lead is still there. And although they had an absolutely phenomenal day on day one, which kind of shadows what they did on day two, it's still pretty good. Zeus Esports, though, really happy to see these guys back on form. Second place. Took a little bit of warming up. The engine started now. It's good to go. One particular team I want to talk about very quickly, though, Jason, is Yala Esports with 83 points in 6th place, represented by Saudi Arabia. So really, these guys are really doing well. I've seen these players struggle before, but here in this elite competition, I'm really happy with the numbers they're putting up. And with more kill points to placement points, Jason, that really speaks volumes of confidence in this team at the moment. And finally, we're seeing something amazing out of them.
Yeah, and even a couple of other teams in their blood. I mean, DS Gaming coming in from South Korea. We always know how strong South Korea is when it comes to esports, and it's great to see a team start to shine through.
Oh, absolutely. I guess, DS Gaming obviously being a bit of a surprise. Yala Gaming as well for me personally. But Bigatron still in the 8th place. They're still, it's just there, right? The 6th, 7th, 8th position is where the Indonesians always seem to find themselves in. An interesting trend you can see over here is if you look at the top 5 teams, they have way more placement points than they do have kill points. While if you go down the bottom of the table, a lot of these teams, they have way more kill points, but the placings are just looking abysmal. Speaking of placings looking abysmal, Na'Vi, 26 placement points in 10 days. Now, this is a team that Blank really was keeping an eye out for. I was very curious as well to see how they're going to be facing off against these the more Asian teams compared to the Western teams they usually play against. And so far, Blank, they've been able to take fights, but they're just not able to get to the end stage of most of these maps.
Absolutely. I think they've been taking fights in really open areas, getting a load of chunky kills away. Look at that, 41 points. They are very far ahead of most people on this second page when it comes to kill points. And I think that, with just a little bit more reserve, possibly they get into those circles, can start to strike out, box some people away and make something happen. I feel like Natus Venturi at the moment just not really finding those compounds, though. I think you have a lot of teams within this lobby at the moment, like Valdez, Zeus, who are just zooming towards those priority compounds, and it's making it really difficult for a team like Natus Venturi to actually hit up a nice position.
I want to give credit, though, to IAT Esports coming in from Pakistan. They had, a 6th place finish on match number 6, and then they had a 2nd place finish on match 7. Then they wanted to have a 3rd place finish on match number 9. And then, unfortunately, on match 8 and 10, they didn't perform too well. But this team from Pakistan, again, we talk about teams breaking out in the region, putting their country on the map. And it's great to see, like we've had Zeus from Mongolia, a team like this be able to do so as well as they look to continue that upward trend. But on the other side of upward trends, or maybe on, you know what, we'll continue on the side of upward trends here as we talk about another team coming in from Bangladesh, A1 Esports. This team, again, we saw great hopes, great signs when it came to PMGC back in December. Unfortunately, it didn't really have enough when it came time for it to matter. But now they are starting to warm up. You talked about the engines heating up for Zeus, and well, their engine is starting to rev here, Blink.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the damage. Pretty much all the stats across the board have increased from day one. And I think the majority of their games from yesterday were really good. Coming with second places, a first place too. Kills still lacking, in my opinion. I mean, the points 9.2 is a big lead up. And I think that the kills is probably the biggest thing that I would like to see change from this team. We've seen several times, specifically yesterday, I believe it was game 1, where they faced off versus, I believe it was Zeus, in a case where, you know, they had a 1-1 split and they had a really good position to take fights, but they were so passive in those last moments. Regardless of that matter, though, they have improved. Just, I want to see them be a little bit more proactive in those final circles.
Well, I'm going to ask you this then on that note. You know, obviously, you're talking about how you want to see them be more proactive. They're improving every day, but if they improve on day 3 from what they did on day 2, in your head, would they be in a good position then of like, that's the A1 you want to see? Or do you think there's still room for potentially improvement later on?
I honestly think that if they can do that, they will be a much better team and they will be where I want to see them. Honestly, just looking at that healing, 266 to 344, that's actually very promising. When you only go up by that amount of healing but are able to increase all of the other stats on the board, it just indicates that you are taking smarter fights, you are having better rotations, you're not getting caught as much, yet you're still able to output a lot of these really good moments during the game. So that's very exciting for me. And I do think that we're going to come back to that phrase again. The upwards trend is there for A1.
I think maybe it's a little bit of an old meme now, a dead meme. But I think any Bigatron fans out there are not happy to see A1 performing better day in and day out.
Do not want the stocks.
Yeah, they do not want that at all. But we move on to another team, and you know we kind of alluded to it earlier on here. Valdez Esports, the team who performed so well day 1, over 100 points scored, and then going into day 2, they didn't have quite the same performance if you take a look at their stats, but they are still lengthening their lead up against the second place team.
Yeah, I mean, look, day 1 was just astronomical, the performance coming in from the Thai side, right? They were just unplayable at times, winning multiple chicken dinners, top 4 placing in each and every single one of the maps they had. So obviously it was going to be almost impossible to recreate that on day 2. Now you look at the stats, you compare day 1 to day 2, you're like, oh man, they were really struggling on day 2. 836 as opposed to 1,800 points of damage, 4.2 average kills compared to 9.4, 10.2 points over 21. It's less than half of what they had on day 1. However, I just want to just compare them as well to, let's say, the best team we played yesterday, which was Zeus Esports. Zeus Esports actually had 12.6 average points yesterday. They were the best team yesterday. And Valus had 10.2. So compared to Valus in day 1, Valus in day 2 looked kind of mediocre, but compared to everyone else, they still did a very good job. I still think they were a very solid team. And also, of course, pulling off the chicken dinner win at the end of the day there, ensuring that 50-point lead remains in place.
I think, Blake, maybe our worry or comes into if they can't even come close to replicating their performance from day 2. If we talk about upward trends, what about the other side of the coin, right? Downward trends, because Valdez are looking to maintain that #1 position, looking to represent Thailand here. They didn't look nearly as confident yesterday, but at the same rate, I mean, as long as they just keep playing kind of safe, I mean, their kills, you know, cut in half, as long as they keep playing for those placements, it's still going to make it very difficult for other teams to catch up.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they hit their 1 rep max on the first day, right? and then like today they're
doing drop sets.
Yesterday they felt some of the soreness, but they're doing the drop set. There's still a pretty heavy weightlifter in this team from Thailand, and they're still putting up those numbers. I think that just looking at this though, like 21 points and 9.4. If you look at day 1, that looks to me not like an average, but like from 1 match of a chicken dinner, and you're like, wow, that's really good. But then if you take it in context of that's an average from the entire day, like Blair says, it's astronomical and almost unbelievable in that sense that is an average. And day 2 is a much more believable and average that you could keep up with. So I hope that they can stay on this plane and going forward. And if they do, with just 2 more days left in this competition, they could quite easily outpace everyone else as long as they don't get their breath feeling a little bit more raggedy, as long as they keep it going, keep it flowing.
Yeah, and I think one thing that I love to look at is kind of like these dynasties that happen within esports. We've had our Bigatron dynasty happen over the course of like a year and a half, 2 years, where they were dominating every single tournament. And we saw at PMGC that 4angrymen, well, the China dynasty, I guess I should say, with 4angrymen and Nova Esports coming into play and really putting everyone else on the back foot. Yeah, mainly 4am. But I'm curious now, can a team from Thailand, can Valdus be the team to create their own dynasty here if they can close out the entirety of Gamers Without Borders and come into PMGC later on in the year and maintain that performance? Maybe we're going to have a new team rising through the ranks. And as we were just talking about dynasties, Bigatron, we're going to take a look at their players and look at their stats individually. Now, in the past year, guys, Ryzen was always the person to look at when it came to kills, came to doing damage, being that Terminator he is. And Microboy, he was always maybe harassed a bit because of his stats. However, the role he played was so key of being a support. We now look at the team of Bigatron, and things have kind of changed a little bit. Their new addition of Liquid is actually the one kind of carrying the team forward.
Yeah, he is, which is a great sign for all things considered. But at the same time, you look at the other 2 members, Juxi and Luxi, like it's been very quiet so far. I look at the average survival time as well. Like they're not even hitting 20 minutes, which is a big problem. And as we pointed out, when it comes to the fragging department, they're able to get those kills. Like it's of course coming down to Liquid and Ryzen doing the brunt of the heavy lifting, but they're able to get the kills. It's just when it comes to certain very important fights they need to win, they just seem to kind of fall flat, or maybe they get third-partied, or something seems to go wrong. But then, if you look at the name of this particular org, of these 4 players, you kind of expect them to come out of these sort of sticky situations, like we saw Valdus do time and time again, like we saw Zeus Esports sometimes pull off as well yesterday. So I feel like few question marks here have to be raised, but then you cannot knock it against Liquid and Ryzen. I think both of them have delivered in spades, at least for me personally.
Yeah, I mean, Blank, I think this is something that's been always talked about of like in any esport, right? You can't take the best players in the world, put them on a team and expect them to be the best team in the world. That's not how it works, right? You need the synergy, you need the people to be selfless, you need to have those stars on the team. I wonder like who's kind of picking up that support role for the team that was done so well by Microboy before.
I know it's confusing to look, and I think Luxi a lot of time does fill that role as that long-range specialist, but now he has to focus on a few more things as well. I think that, you know, with the coach coming through from Bigatron this morning saying that possibly there's a change of pace coming through, posting that on Twitter, maybe we'll see something different. And what I really do want to see is maybe less of this edge play, maybe going for that center earlier. And this is something that Valdus and Zeus do very well, is they will identify really strong positions around the map, and then phase 3, they will just send for it, which is absolutely fine, because then you get a great position, kick your feet up, and then play for that end game where you can just watch the ridge sides and possibly even get to watch like a cage match where Na'Vi's involved pretty much every single time. Yes, they go out, but they bruise and bloody practically everyone in the lobby before they do.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Bigatron in the past. Whenever they do get center up in those later zones, they are a formidable force that are very hard to push away or to... Exactly, right? Do it again. Maybe we'll see it happen today, but luckily for us, we had a chance to sit down and talk with Zuxi before the entire event began. I know he's got a fresh haircut today. We're going to take a look at how fresh his haircut was a couple days ago, and we'll be back here with our first match of the day.
The thing that we are the strong team is by the experience, especially, and by our players was like Ryzen and Luxi and Liquid 2 are, can we say that, the best player in the world, and we had a lot of experience, so that's why we are the best team in the world. Our strongest opponent is Zeus, is from Mongolia. Why I can say Zeus? Because Zeus was the top team in the past tournament, like in PA and PMGC, and we had TDM 4v4. We lose by them so many times, and we can say that Zeus was the best team. Our goal in this competition was become a champion. Another team want to become a champion too, but we try our try hard, my team and my teammates, to become a champion too. And I believe that me and my team become a champion in this time.
Well, that change of pace we were talking about before that the coach posted up over on Twitter, I'm really curious to see it today. I really hope we see it today because I'm tired of seeing Bigatron not perform to the likes of the team that we saw just a few years ago. But gentlemen, our first match is about to kick off here, and I don't normally do predictions, but I want to get your predictions for this one. In your opinion, who's going to come out the gate swinging? Actually, no, no, forget that. Who's going to come out on top at the end of the day? Who's the team you're looking for to have one of the strongest performances of the day? Like,
Oh, sorry. Go on, man.
Whoa! You take it, Blair. Take it. I'll go straight after you. Don't worry.
Fine. I'm going to go with Zeus. I believe in Mongolians.
All right, man. I'm going to go with Xavier because I genuinely think that these guys can do it from Vietnam. They've been putting up some great performances, and I just think things are getting better. Hopefully, Lamborghini can make it happen, basically.
I love it. Blake gave the short and sweet answer just like him in real life, and Blank gave the long and tall answer like he is in real life as well. But gentlemen, thank you so much for breaking everything down and for talking to us. But I gotta let you go for now because we gotta bring our commentators in as the first match is ready to go. Please don't hate me, Blake. I love you so much, just like I love these two, Maxman and Imperium, to bring you all the action for today.
Thank you so much, Jason. But here we go. No, they played a little game there, Imperium. No, checking out who you think is going to be the team to have the best performance.
Yeah.
Normally, I would ask you to go first. I'm going to go first because I do that sometimes. I would like to see GeekFan potentially be the top performing team of the day. I think that is slow ramp up from day 1 into day 2. I think day 3, they might just be first and actually able to get $80,000 to the charity of their choice. But what would be your pick?
Can I have 2 choices just to be a little bit greedy?
Normally, no, but because it's you, it's fine.
Thank
I'll
you
allow
very
it.
much. One, I'm going to go for DRS because I really think they're down in the dumps and they're very much underperforming, but I believe that they can rise again. And then I8, really love what I saw from them yesterday. That evolution, I was talking to Crypto yesterday as well, and I know that they have what it takes to have an absolutely fantastic day today.
And I swear, every day you come into the cast, you're like, oh, I talked to Crypto. Is he your best friend or something? Did you replace me? I feel replaceable.
Hey, look, I just like flexing, okay? I just like flexing.
I feel like a piece inside of Calaris' new car, you know? I feel like it can just get changed if you have enough money, you know? So I don't know how to feel about that one. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are in our day 3 here for the World Invitational East, and we're going to be on our very first game. As Jason called it earlier, El Clasico of Erangel is going to be on the board this time around. With the playing path is actually not that great, not that bad. We saw worse, we saw better, but really, I think that we had already so many bad playing paths for a lot of these teams that anything that's remotely okay, we're going to be fine with.
We'll take it once it's not like squiggly or, you know, it's a dub. It's a dub. Of course, it's going to allow IA to drop down in military base. Fnatic Zombies going to go to Novo. Reject around that split Ferry Pier area. Myth are going to most likely head to Primorse. This is pretty standard stuff, to be fair. However, is that a DS dropping in Zarki?
They did it already.
Have they done it already?
Yes.
Because I didn't notice that.
They have. They're going for a very safe drop. Typically, they like to go towards the more eastern side of the map, but if given the opportunity, they'll go for Zarki because it's Zarki, right? Who drops in Zarki? I mean, nobody drops. I've never dropped Zarki. I don't even know what it looks like. I don't go there.
That kind of like caught me off guard a little bit, but it's good to see a bit of a safer drop coming on through. And that phase 1 circle, Max, it is not nice to these teams. It's very much opposite the playing path. It's going to be great for I8 and Fnatic Zombies, and they should look to take advantage of that, not only because, especially for I8, because they pretty much would have been the first team looting, but they can now go for an early rotation across the eastern bridge and basically center themselves around a shelter/milled area.
Just to touch on what you said, right, this circle not fun, I agree, but it is full of opportunities. Might be just hidden a little bit, but if you do search, you got hidden treasure available. As you might say, you're going to be looking for treasure and finding it for yourself. I'm mainly thinking rotations up northeast around the likes of Poliana is great for, you know, Blacklist International, DS Gaming, Na'Vi, even Zeus if they want to go for a big wraparound. So it is definitely not impossible to get in there, but it would potentially force a few fights. And talking about fights, there was a little bit of an early altercation between TR and A1. A little bit of shots taken on through. Liquid was put extremely low, but they started looting up, so he should be able to heal up if he finds a first aid just in time. But Imperium, we're talking about drops and a few fights happening. Yala changed their drop spot. Now they're in the Gatka fields. They're also going for a split that's very similar to Geek Fam.
Yeah.
So hopefully two teams are respectful enough to not really get on top of each another.
Whoa, okay, that's a bit of a replay of an early altercation between Myths and Reject Scarlet. Unfortunately, not the best start for Reject. They do lose a player, and I think I don't put that against Reject because it's rare that a Myth player or any of the Myth players actually drop there. So that's just one of those things that can happen right where you think you have an area to yourself and someone catches you out. It's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Good play by Myth, to be fair, to grab an early kill. And Reject will just continue on as a three-man team.
I think our next angle, maybe Reject and Myth will respect each another's personal space just a tad more, just to be a little bit more careful. But here we go. Finally, we got the spread we were talking about yesterday, Imperium. We wanted a big 2-2. You stick to the 2-2. You don't go too far out because if a team is in mid-rotation, especially because they are on the edge of the circle up northwest, that could go against them if a team catches you out while you're just extremely spread. This 2-2 split, I dig it. I love it. It is how you play school/apartment, and I want to see more of it. So thank you. It seems like NASA... They started, what I'm going to say, right, they started relatively weak this World Invitational, but they have started, and at the end, especially of yesterday, they started taking fights and going for it a little bit more. Same for Myth. And I think there's a great change of mindset that not only NASA, but also Myth need if they want to have a chance to rank relatively high at the end of this World Invitational.
Well, to give Nasser credit to them, and I know it's a different map than what we're seeing right now, but they are the third highest point scoring team in Sanhok. It's actually the only map that is realistically giving them any kind of, fight in this tournament. That isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it does show that they can put it together. They can kind of be aggressive. They can get it going. They just need to do it in a wrangle where it matters so much more.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say. That is great if they're doing on good on Sanhok. Like, keep it up, boys. That's awesome. But it's only 2 games so far, and you're gonna have a third today. Yep. It is such a, I'm not gonna say insignificant, but it's such a small amount of overall points that could be coming your way on a map like that. You need to perform well on Erangel. Your rotations need to be strong. You need to know how to rotate properly. You need to know the terrain. That is where you're going to get most of your points. If you are one of the strongest teams on this map, you will be in first place without any doubt in my mind. That is what Valdus were able to do yesterday, not yesterday, actually in day 1 of this World Invitational, being so consistent on that map and actually able to get himself a win yesterday too. They are definitely one of the best teams on Erangel all around, and that puts them in first by a huge margin. So other teams that see Erangel maybe as a weaker spot for themselves, in events like this, you just can't afford to have a weak average. You need to ramp it up and find the issues that are going on your side.
Okay, so ants in the dirt just kind of running around as they all kind of rotate past each other. We also saw I8 doing exactly what I kind of wanted to see, which is rotate early away from a military base and go towards a bridge. They stopped close by to the bridge to try and get some information. And one thing that I also noticed with I8, which I knew coming into this day, because I talked to Crypto, my best friend, just saying, Johnny is playing on the team, and I know he's very well loved in the Pakistan region, and he hopefully will have a massive impact. Now, this is going to be his first showing in the PMWI, so I don't know if the nerves might get to him on the first day, but I know with the strong team around him that I8 are, he should be able to shine.
Let's hope he's not going to be the Ida 2.0 and just die first all the time. I got to bring it up every single day. Just hey, look at that perfect transition. He's not out just yet. That's an improvement. He's still up, ready to go. No, but they have been able to keep him up alive a little bit longer, and I think that's great. We talked about him, especially at the end of day 1, how Ida was really the big fragger from Saudi Arabia for Yala Esports.
Definitely.
So, keeping him alive, relatively important. Is like if you're losing your liquid for BTR, right, in this event, it's just it's not going to make it okay for you.
Yeah.
And talking about liquid, right, they were talking about it on the desk, and I did see the tweet from Jang, the coach of BTR, and a big change of pace to be apparently expected today. Otherwise, he was talking about something different, but he said change of pace. So I'm intrigued to see what that's going to result into today.
Yeah, before I kind of extend on that, obviously to highlight the fact that we're 2/3 of the way through phase 1, teams are now starting to rotate from the west into the east, and encapsulating a centralized area of this Phase 1, Valdus, Nasser, De Xavier, Reject, A1, Geek, they're all making their way through with Zeus followed closely behind, so the Haven has started. And, you know, to touch upon and extend what you mentioned about Big E-Tron and the coach, yeah, I would argue that with all due respect, Big E-Tron have played the same play style for the last year and a half. And it's getting to the point where other teams are pulling out better moves, better strategies, better rotations, and are overcoming and passing over BTR. So yeah, they do need a big change of pace, and I'm glad that the coach put that out, and I hope that shows in these games today, because I'm putting them down as grabbing at least one chicken dinner today.
Yeah, you said that before the show, actually. We'll see if that's going to be resulting in them actually getting themselves a dub. And we'll see if the BTR boys can make something of impact in our third day here of the World Invitational. As you said, the circle is about to close up, and it is indeed about to shift into the next phase. Teams that are still rotating a little bit late, but we're used to it by now, Imperium. It's GS Gaming, Na'Vi, Yala, Myth. Not ready to be surprised by that one, but I have yet to really cross over, and the circle is not going to go on Nufka Island, so both IA and also Fnatic Zombies going to have to cross, but they're getting pretty close to each other, so we might have a little bit of back and forth between these two teams as they attempt to cross.
Yeah, I unfortunately missed out on an opportunity to cross the bridge earlier on, and that could really go against them. Now, the other option, even waiting until phase 3 pops up and actually shift over to the western bridge and play on the western edge of the circle. That's a big risk, but it could work out. For the time being, it does seem like they're heading towards that eastern bridge. They are going to have Fnatic Zombies behind you, although are Fnatic Zombies going for the western bridge rotation?
It's just gentleman's agreement. Like, you go first, you know what, we don't want to take a fight. You cross, but the main issue here for Fnatic Zombies is because they see IA cross, they know that there's a potential gatekeep later down the line. So what is your game plan? Do you commit to it and go YOLO? Do you swim, or do you go to the western bridge, which is what you mentioned?
They are.
And from what I'm seeing on the map, they're indeed going to go for the play you said, and they're going to go straight for the western bridge. But there's still a lot of teams. There's Zeus, GeekFam, Myth, Yala. So even that cross, or at least after the bridge itself, is not going to be too easy for them.
Credit to IA, they made it across, but they're also in a position now where if you have the likes of Blacklist or DS, or possibly even DRS, I'm not saying they are going to, but if they sweep around and go on towards the south side of Milta, that could really punish IA. Now, Uzum is doing a great job of kind of pushing a little bit more forward to the edge of the Milta city to try and create a bit of an anchor point, but I do worry about I8's position as Zeus, they suffered a casualty. Geek fam, they're going to battle.
Going to give it a fair shot here. Of course, it was Icy who was knocked on down. They could potentially go for the rest, but it's going to require a little bit of time, especially this is very easy to nade, and as I say that, that's a nade connected for QB, and Sanis will also go for the UMP shot to Icy to confirm that kill. Zeus having a real hard time, unfortunately, going a little bit one by one and making it very easy for Geek Fam to pick up the pieces, pick up the kills, and get those extra points up their sleeve. Zabali in the distance in the car does take some severe shots. One more bullet is all you need, and that's going to be Zeus down to 1, and indeed he does get put down on his knees, and that's a third kill going away off Geek Fam. Wait, actually second. Wait, someone steal it? Oh no, Goddess is there. There you go.
Bye-bye. Geek Fam didn't give a chance for Zeus to breathe, and that's exactly how you defend your marker, right? You get an instant knock, you follow it up with another, you follow it up with another, and Zeus were running with their tail between their legs, and it's rare you see Zeus do that as well. So really good play from Geek, and we've complimented Geek Fam on their macro ability, on their rotational ability, on the way they're able to position themselves so strongly in these circles. Well, to defend that position is even better in my eyes, and that is exactly what they just did.
Yeah, they're making a stand. Like, our macro is good, but our micro can also be really good. We can be one of the best teams out there in the world, like Zeus, without too much of a sweat. Though western side, Fnatic Zombies have finally pulled off their cross, but it's teams like you can see on your screen. Yala next to Pachinki. Same for also the remaining play of Zeus. Geek Fam also holding on to the coastline. And Myth that has started going for Pachinki heals. I would recommend to go Potato Heal itself. I think that'll be a good idea, but they have no information, so that's always a risk that is normally a very contested position. So they're just going to be taking that one relatively slow. As we wait for phase 3, it should be shifting back up north. Otherwise, it will be a tricky one. That will indeed be the case. Relatively central, actually, but farm in the play, it is not an easy kind of terrain to play with, Imperium.
Like, that couldn't have been a better circle shift in my eyes, because you have the majority of the teams in the circle. There is still a space on the west for the likes of Geek Fam, Yala, Fnatic Zombies, Myths, and the last player, Zeus. But you're also going to have a bit of contention being played out, as they're seeing right now. Geek Fam continuing to be on the front line of the battle, the heat of the stroke, as they did get a knock onto It's a Boot. Luckily, the revives being played out, and Fnatic Zombies are going to be able to stick together as a full squad. But it has slowed down their ability to push into the circle, which Geek Fam have taken full advantage of.
Yeah, so quickly, so snappy kind of a rotation, and instantly going to be moving in forward. Same for Yala. No, their phase 1 rotation is always typically slow. They put a lot of time on scouting, also putting that loot under their belt, and being fully prepared for the first skirmish they're going to be taking and encountering later on down the line. So that's some great engages coming out from them. But the quicker they move is depending on which circle they're going into. Here's going to be phase 3, and they're already looking for position, but Geek Fam not willing to take that fight, and understandably so. This is not really worth it. You want to find a good position from which can take a fight, as they do have a quick encounter with A1, and that is going to be one of the players of Geek Fam instantly taken down. But Xavier, they're going to be pinned down like absolutely nothing, as Na'Vi are holding onto the entry points down into shelter. And Xavier here having a real hard time to just even survive this fight.
Yeah, it's great play by Na'Vi. Encroaching onto the space inside shelter, which Xavier held onto. Frankie's coming in late, but he's looking for the shots. But DS Gaming third-partying from an angle. Matic comes in, he's going to get the revive onto Meku. Na'Vi, it's so important that you stick together as a full squad.
Oh man, he just saw his feet for a second too late, and that would have been a kill going the way of Kitsune. But we'll go for the res on his fallen teammate of Rabbis. The rest of the team taking it relatively slow. Myth does get eliminated then in 16th position. Seemed like the lack of information from their rotation on the west did hinder their chances in the long run. But Na'Vi again knocked away. And unfortunately, when you're outside of shelter, you are prone to taking damage from teams around you unless you go inside. But if you're inside, you're pinned down. So Xavier just hoping that Na'Vi get wiped out by another team. But unfortunately for them, Na'Vi are going to be able to heal off on the relatively strong spot.
Yeah, but it's not going to be easier for them, because with Blacklist International joining in on the mix, a team that, for the most part, being generally quite passive in these games. Their balance between kill and placement points does favour placement points, but in the early parts of this game, they do want to get into the thick of the action inside shelter. DS Gaming also doing what they can. 0 kills so far, but again, full squad up. They do have a bit of control, and they're adding into the mix.
I've been really impressed yesterday by DS Gaming's rotations too, and how they took control, especially that Miramar game was the one that really stood out to me the most, and I'm hoping to see a lot more of that. I'm hoping it was just not a big one-hit wonder. I want to see more continuity off the back of that strong Miramar game of yesterday. Though Circle Shift did center up on top of the likes of Valdus, and also got other teams like Reject are going to be inside of it, and Na'Vi, and even I8. Though DS Gaming going to spot it out, and it seemed like Blacklist International had no clue who was inside of the shelter position. He's going to try and find that kill confirm onto Claire. That was doing great stuff for the Pakistani team yesterday. And we'll see how far they can try and push it to the next level.
Na'Vi disengaged, by the way, at least as a 3-man. Based off the circle shift. Tixie is still there, and I think Matic is going to look to help pick him up. They've both gotten into a vehicle now, and they are going to join up. So I really respect Na'Vi right there, team that have a lot of kill points, and maybe they're recognizing that, okay, if we make a bit of a safer decision, avoid the earlier action, we get into the late stage of the game, have a full squad up, boom, we are instantly complementing what is our strength of kills with high late game placement points.
Yeah. I realized I said Pakistan for Blacklist there for a second. No, I mean Philippines. There you go. Fix that one. Frankie going to be jumping on in. Super! As he gets himself the kill done for himself. First kill actually for Xavier. Rabbis and Frankie still ready to go. But Lamborghini, the clutch man of yesterday, already out of the lobby with his teammate too. So a little bit of a hard early stage for them. Hopefully they can try and make the most out of their 2-player comp. But it seemed like the fact that now they have to move away from shelter into the circle itself is heavily contested by a lot of teams currently. It is not looking too good for the side of Blacklist International.
Let's be fair, it's a very tricky circle because you have the edge of farm, which is great, but you then have that kind of open uphill area. Then you have that kind of plateau in play. Xavier comes in, gonna get another knock onto Blacklist International. Frankie and Rabbis as a duo take out Blacklist International. That is it, 3 kills for the Xavier.
Yeah, really good work coming out from Frankie and Rabbis. It really also, when you're looking at Frankie, he was one of the top players, I believe, for some time in the event, and it's just great to see that this player, at least on an individual level, seems to be extremely consistent itself. So I'm hoping to see his professional adventure in PUBG Mobile go even further and beyond. Though DRS Gaming from the POW looking to get a little bit more free real estate, currently contested by the likes of BTR. Esport spotted out by Fnatic Zombies also, and they're going to be picking up the pieces one by one. Yala seem like they are finally going to be encountering some issues to find positions inside the circle itself.
Just a little bit too much separation, to be fair. And Jamis is left in the blue with Loga and Ida, who's still alive. Yes.
Whoa.
In this game in the front line. Also got to credit IA. I don't know exactly when or how they pulled off that rotation, but that rotation, wherever it was, has really put them in a good spot in the circle.
Yeah, it put them in a very, very strong spot. I think they just sent it right away, though. That's going to be a really good shot coming on through. And instantly, Luxy put on his knees on the rooftop. We'll have to
Really
drop him down. Now
DRS.
they lose the information. They do not know exactly how DRS are pushing this kind of location. But I would say, be careful, DRS. Don't put yourself all in that one building. Otherwise, you're prone to taking nade damage. So be careful. Go for a little bit of a wider spread. Things should be okay as you take that fight versus BTR. Luxy will normally get put back on his 2 feet relatively soon. Now they're trying to move away. BTR cannot hold on to the building, and we're going to wait for the next circle as it shifts, and he goes right on top of Valdez Esports. What? Man, their circle luck recently has been... So it's been pretty good, Imperium. Wow, okay.
It's Valdez. It's Valdez. Just
the
doing
point.
Valdez things and position themselves up quite nicely for the circle. It also helps IA a little bit, but they are on the edge of the circle and kind of on the wrong side of the road. But they are going to be able to avoid a lot of the action that's coming down on our screens right now. BTR, DRS, I was talking to Mafia Ninja as well, and he said that the team still had a lot to work out. He didn't give me specifics, but he was very hopeful that today was going to be a better day.
He gets Mafia Ninja and new best friend now. You got too many, man. Feel like you collect them almost. Not Pokemons, I swear. Though Luxy, Liquid going to be going for the push too. Mafia Ninja, of course, with that smoke. One nade is all you need. You could very easily nade up that one smoked area. Ninja, he understands that. I think that he is potentially going to be taking damage, though. That's going to be rising onto the offline very high up north. He's trying to set up the rest of his team for success. Maybe they need Ryzen to actually take that fight in the first place because Ida, oh no, look, actually is going to be onto the other side.
Oh my god.
Taking some huge shots, and that's going to be it. 3 players on BTR instantly put down, and because Ryzen is so far away from the rest of his squad, there is no chance for Rez to really come through.
Third party, fourth party, fifth party more. PTR just feeling the pain once more. Man, it's absolutely crazy. Ryzen's now the last player standing for his side. DRS recognized that as well and only lost Mafia Ninja, but was like, okay, we're getting out of here. I8 suffered a bit of pressure from DS, but they do still have a couple of players up on the edge of the circle, looking over towards the northwest as we are right now. Navi, full squad up, going up against Nasser Esports. Lovely play, lovely spread from the Russian representatives.
That's unfortunate for Nasser. They just get completely bullied by Na'Vi, and they just couldn't move away too much, though. The other 2 players are going to be also taking a wrath of Na'Vi. It's going to be Miracle. He was able to get himself a good game yesterday, actually. Though, wait, how did that nade not take him down? I have no idea how he survived that one. He just bodied that nade like an absolute champ. The Miracle right through the smoke. Kitsune will be the one to get it. Na'Vi trying to roll out as wide as possible, but 1 bullet is all you need for the final player. Boom, he gets the first aid, but that's just clearly not going to be enough. Nasser out in 8th position. Only 7 teams now remain, and Valdez have yet to be really touched. There's still a full squad inside the compound, and it is going to be so hard, Imperium, to really push them out of that prime location.
It's going to have to be a crash and a half, right?
Oh,
That's the only way. Now, Navi could pick them off. Let's be fair, they're on top of the hill, so they have more of an elevation point. A1 are on towards the western side as well, still together as a full squad, but I think they're more focused on Navi than Valdez for the time being, and that's where Kitsune steps up and gets a knock onto Jax.
Come on. You cannot be... You must be kidding me right now. This is not real. This is just not real. I do not believe it. This is the Matrix. This is a simulation. Anyways, well, that's going to be the Valdez simulation, apparently, as they got the circle. But Na'Vi understand, you know what? This circle's got a lot of free space, which the compound is not taken into account. If we can, with our vehicles, potentially create a makeshift compound, there is a world where that actually could work. It's going to be hard, but they need to be the first to strike, but they already sent Blade over for IA, and he's trying to create himself a little bit of a safe spot and safe haven for the rest of the team.
I respect that, but I really just want to see a team crash the compound. Come on! Give it to Valdez. Push it to the limit, boys.
I mean, I understand, but they're on the edge of the circle too. If the circle luck is not coming their way this time, they could be out of circle and having to push themselves. Though, Tixi, great little off angle there, going to be able to actually overtake Blade from I8. And I8, they're going to have to send the cavalry forward, send the 2 last players remaining and push their way over the road. But there is nothing they can make happen in that scenario. 11 kills to Na'Vi, still up as a 4-man. And we see Na'Vi get the win. As we do see ourselves, A1 going for the breach. You wanted it, Imperium, and they shall do what you expected. Going for the full-on push onto Valdez, though. Everyone's going to be starting from down below, right through the staircase. Some utility trading now, back and forth. A1, they're struggling to go really hard on this fight, but the nades from a distance, Concept and Gui still having an insane impact on this fight itself. 6ix9ine going to be overwhelmed completely. Only Dante, Darth Dante, is available in this fight for A1 Esports. And will it be enough to upset the team of Valdez? Has been shredding it the entirety of this event. Dante not spotted out just yet. He's going to be jumping on out. He gets himself almost a knock. Does get it done onto Concept, but Valdez are heavily hurt after this fight as A1 get eliminated in 4th.
And now moving on over to Navi going up against Reject. That was a great rotation for Navi, by the way, because they did it as a full squad ahead of I8. They were able to put the pressure on them in that regard. And you talked about that makeshift compound. It's worked out. But now, after getting rid of A1 up on top of the roof, Valdez are looking to shine even brighter in the first game of the day.
The fact to have Martin on the rooftop too is huge because you're not going to be attacked by the blue. No one is in there. You cleared already A1. That was the only team that could really stop that kind of scouting coming through. So now they're just going to be having so much information. Martin is the eye of Sauron of the lobby currently, and he's given all the intel to prepare for an almost impossible to avoid rotation that should happen later on Phase 7 itself. But Reject, they're playing a game of survivalist. How long can we stay up? They do lose Sarah. It does get confirmed. Only Duelo remains, and he is hoping to see the fight go through between both Valdez and also Na'Vi, but unfortunately he will not be able to survive long enough. That is Reject, the Japanese team, out in 3rd.
But here's the thing, Phase 7, it's gone against Valdez and Navi. They have a tiny little dip on the roadside. There's a crate in front. They have the control, but it not comes through.
No, you can't do that. Gui was just able to completely upset that push and that spray. They're going to tramp up the car to create a little bit of a safer spot for Concept to really play from, and they can transcend the entire team forward. But Na'Vi, the reason why you had this rotation in the first place is to stop these rotations from happening. Gui also gets knocked down. Matic and Meku are shredding Valdez currently, just ruining every opportunity they currently have. And now it's down to Martin and 6ix, as they're going to struggle big time. That's another knock. Only Martin currently remains. Their nose on the roof. Na'Vi, do you push it or do you stay in the circle and wait for him to come your way? An extra knock now. Martin takes a big beating down to Slith of HP. Hopefully still have some first aids. Still got 2 to go. But now that's it. That's the Na'Vi special, Imperium. They're going for the widespread, so Martin has no chance of fighting back.
Oh, nice shots.
Heads to head, actually, right through the tree. Damn, what an amount of precision coming out from Martin. Soon to get rezzed up too, he has to drop down. He knows the blue zone is coming his way. Can he go for the res on 6ix? Actually, he could have got it earlier, but I think the blue zone is just not going to make that res possible. Oh, maybe? Where's the blue? Okay. Okay, 6ix got to run out. Okay, makes it through, makes it over to the shack. But he's still got to push even further. Can you also pull the first aid? Pushing out, Martin taking a severe beating. That's in, knocked out. 6ix does get the first aid at the very end, but it's still 3 players of Na'Vi, while Tixi is still given information on the side of the exact location of 6ix. There is no avoiding the team from Russia. 6ix gets absolutely destroyed. 1 more bullet is all they need, and that will be the very first win from the team from Russia. That will be Na'Vi taking himself the game, and that is indeed the case here for Game 1 here of the World Invitational East Day 3, coming in favor of Natas Vincere.
Look, intelligent rotations, intelligent decision-making, strong, focused aggression more than anything, right?
Yeah.
You know, we've seen in previous games, they're more than able to take fights, but it would often be that they would take too many fights at once, or they would just spread themselves too thin. There is so much more unity in the way Navi played throughout the whole game that you add in that solid decision to disengage away from shelter upon that circle shifting away, and boom, that was perfect recipe for success, and they pulled it out. I just couldn't have asked for a better game. It was one of the cleanest games from a team we've seen so far in this PMWI. That's including the domination from Valdez. Like, seriously, Good stuff from Navi.
As we're going to have a few replays coming out from this game. There was an absolute banger, great way to kick off day 3 here for the World Invitational East, and I loved it. But especially, and Na'Vi, this is the main issue I had with them from day 1 and day 2, is that they would push center circle, be hyper aggressive, but they would put, off the back of that, put a huge target on their own back.
Yeah.
Now they play edged, and they played a position in the circle, had a really big chance of moving away and out of favor of Valdez Esports, and it just worked out so great. They knew exactly that compound made no sense. A1 had no choice in the matter, so that's why they went down. And this is the rotations we wanted to see coming out from Na'Vi. They pulled it off, and this is what I'm hoping we can now expect from them, not only today, but also hitting day 4 of this event.
Yeah, big stuff. Give them a lot to build on towards the rest of the games today. It was a good game for I8. I really respect their rotations. It was intelligent play. Not really too many team fights that we saw them play out, and I get why they did send one player across the road, Blade, but if you're going to commit to a position at that stage of the game, I feel like you go as a full squad or you don't go at all. It didn't work out for A1, but at least they crashed that compound of Valdez. Navi full sent it into that area as a squad, which meant they were able to take out Blade and then the rest of I8. So just that kind of commit at that stage of the game, I8, or don't go at all.
I still can't believe that shot actually connected, the headshot from Martin onto TC right through the tree. I believe it was right through some branches too. That was very, very out there. But what a good play from Na'Vi. But still, we have to mention, right? That is another top 3 for Valdez Esports. They gave himself another one. Are we going to see a repeat of day 1? We'll see what's going to be happening from the team from Thailand, of course. But of course, I have to say, it was somewhat due also to Circle Luck. Okay, it did go in their favor, but they did play it really well. I have no issue with that one. I think that the execution on how they play that kind of circle was really clean, and I'm hoping to see a lot more of that in the future from them. Strong rotations also from teams like GeekFam, even though they did have a little bit of a hard time into circles. But you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. This is a great way to kick off day 3 of the gig.
Also, Reject. We haven't really mentioned them. It wasn't like the craziest game for them, but at the end of the day, they still got themselves 3rd place. Duello survived until that point in the game, and it's a strong start for the Japanese representatives, so much love to Reject out there, getting themselves in 3rd.
And we've got to say, they also lost a player instantly with Myth. So as a 3-man able to get top 3, that is very impressive from the Japanese team. But with that said, that's going to be it for myself and Imperium. We're going to head on over to a very short break, and after that, we'll be back on the desk to break down this first game of the day.
When the world has safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines, how can we make sure they reach the people that need them most? Today, there are many vaccines in development. Most will fail. For those that could succeed, governments are under pressure to secure supplies for their populations. If governments compete for vaccines, most countries could miss out. This is not only bad for countries that cannot secure their own supplies, it's bad for us all, as no one is safe until everyone is safe. The COVAX pillar aims to ensure that every country gets fair and equitable access to eventual COVID-19 vaccines. It does this by acting as an insurance policy, with the largest portfolio of vaccine candidates in the world. Wealthier countries have a greater chance of gaining access to successful vaccines. And by pooling their buying power, rather than competing against one another, they enable investment in factories. So more doses are available as soon as a vaccine becomes available. The COVAX pillar is founded on the principle of equitable access. This means any country, regardless of their ability to pay, has the same access to vaccines. By supporting the development and manufacturing of these vaccines, wealthy countries increase their chances of getting COVID-19 vaccines and ensure the rest of the world gets access too. Ending the pandemic as quickly as possible will take a global effort. We need as many doses as possible, as fast as possible, as soon as a safe and effective vaccine becomes available. 2 billion doses would be enough to vaccinate healthcare workers and other high-risk groups. If we start now, we can save hundreds of thousands of lives, not to mention trillions of dollars. It's not about one country versus another. It's about one world protected.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
Insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
PUBG MOBILE World Invitational kicks off July 22nd to July 25th. We've prepared a special team cheer event for our players. First, let's take a deeper look at how this event works. Invite your friends to support your favorite team and get awesome rewards. In this event, we will use cheer points to rank the competing teams. Fans of the team with the most cheer points at the end of the event will have a chance to get a permanent item. The event period is split between the cheer period and the reward period. The cheer period is from July 15th to July 27th. During this period, players have 2 ways of obtaining cheer points. The first method is via daily missions. Log in every day and watch matches for 5 minutes at the Esports Center to get cheer points. The second method is by sharing an invitation code with friends. Inviting friends to participate will also earn cheer points. Every player is limited to linking 1 invite code per day. The more friends that link with you, the more cheer points you can get. Now that you understand cheer points, then it's time to pick out a team that you want to support. Lock in the team and support your team with cheer points during the cheer period to help them reach number 1. If you wish to keep up with the progress of your chosen team, then take a look at the real-time cheer leaderboard. The cheer leaderboard will be locked on the final day of the cheer period on 0 hour of July 27th, after which the rewards period will begin. The reward period is from July 27th to July 30th. All fans of the team that reached number 1 on the cheer leaderboard should go back to the event page and draw 5 times for amazing rewards. Bring your friends and cheer for your favorite team. Experience the glory of the highest level of competition.
The PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. Now, ladies and gentlemen, my boy here, Blank, on day 1 when we started off the entire event, said Na'Vi, they're a team who are slow starters. It takes them a little bit of time, and they grow into an event, and they start to carry things away like they just did here in this last match. Jason Cap joined by Blank, the man, the prophet himself, and Blah as well. Blank, you got to be feeling pretty good about yourself, right? And Na'Vi, of course.
I'm feeling pretty good. I think this is probably one of the biggest wins that we've had so far. A full 31 points there. And really, that win has to be as sweet as a vincere, to be honest with you. Honestly, for these guys, Hickson Leones, here be Lions, they do not lose here on Erangel. It's where they thrive. And like Imperium said, intelligent rotations, good stuff. 32 points instead, 17 kills. Goodness me, what a great game from them. And this will shoot them up the leaderboard.
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that they have the kill points are equal to the total points Valdez had just kind of speaks for itself, right? They have been a pretty good high fragging team, but the fact that they're able to keep all 4 alive. And the final circle, Blank, we were in the green room, you said, depending on the circle, it's going to be Valdez or Na'Vi. And yes, it did favor Na'Vi, but then it's not like Valdez didn't put up a fight. They were in very good positions. They were ready for the circle to move away from them. But Na'Vi did a fantastic job picking off all the members of Valdez. And I might say, one of the very few times we've seen where Valdez, where they are in a 4v4 situation, they kind of made a couple of missteps, I might say. I would say they were forced errors. They really didn't have much options available to them. They had to go out into the open, but Na'Vi did a very, very good job punishing them. But also got to give a shout out to A1 and IA. They had a bit of a resurgence yesterday, and looks like they're going to be having a bit of a resurgence today as well.
Oh, Blair, look at me. You're getting it right once again. Bigatron Red Aliens, the Indonesians, is 7th or 8th place every single time.
Right?
And here you got Bigatron in 8th place towards the bottom of our leaderboard. But yeah, it was a really good round from Na'Vi overall. I think that one of my favorite parts was Tixie's push. And I know it might have looked ridiculous at the time, but what it did is it provided additional time for the guys on Na'Vi after they'd already known they'd knocked a player who'd already pushed out, so they were down members. Tixie pushing out just forced Valdez to not be able to push out any further and get any more control over the land that was ahead. So very smart stuff. Here's second page, Zeus Esports down in 16th place. Painful.
I just have a tendency, a knack of jinxing them, it looks like. But I'd look to see them bounce back. But because of that, Jason, I feel like there might have been a massive shakeup in the overall leaderboards. Because bear in mind, like it was a very close battle from I think like the second to the 8th, 9th position, with Na'Vi getting 31 points and Zeus being on 0. I feel like things are going to get even more tighter. Although that being said, Valdez, they had a 50-point lead and it still gets second place here, so they're still going to be very comfortable.
Why you got to tease us like that, Blex? We're not going to look at that until after match 3. Why you got to do us like that? I'm all excited to look at overalls, but we're not going to have it happen.
Jason, you know it.
Yes. Anyways, moving on from that, we're going to take a look. Okay, maybe we are going to show overalls. I am being told by production who are listening, they're like, you know what? We're not going to let Blitz tease you. We're just going to give you exactly what you want. We'll take a look here. We do see Valdez still in for, oh my gosh, that lead. Ooh. It was already 50-odd points before him, and now it's 72. But Na'Vi, the Vincere, 3rd place. 7 placings.
Oh, you must be feeling really happy right now, Blank.
Oh, I really am. I mean, if they can tie the Vincere knot here in this actual game, I reckon they can make it happen. 7 placings upwards. They just need to keep things going here, and potentially they can catch up to Valdez. So Valdez looking slightly worse yesterday. I mean, it still was very good, but you know, that win at the end of yesterday, I mentioned it at the end of the show, which was a case that momentum is going to be really important for them to get some more confidence. And it absolutely was getting their second place on the first game of today.
The one team I'd love to see kind of, I wouldn't say step it up, they've been doing a pretty good job, but I would like to see them a little bit more in the midst of the action would be Blacklist International, right? They're a team who really want this placement points, but, you know, if you're going to keep going for that, like teams like Na'Vi, you have teams like A1, even I8, and of course Valdez and some of the Southeast Asian teams, they're going to leapfrog over you because these teams are looking for kills, and if they get a chicken dinner, they're just going to get a big chunky 25-30 point. So I would love to see Blacklist International actually go for some fights this time around.
Well, you know what? Speaking of fights, with fights comes damage and comes kills. We're going to take a look at Na'Vi in this last match with the most kills we've seen in the event so far, including the West Conference as well. Putting up 17 big ones. We can see the player in particular stats from the last match. And I'll tell you this, Na'Vi, actually, you know, I'm gonna, before we even move on to this graph, before we even talk about it here, Blank and Blah, I want to get your predictions of how much damage you think they did without looking at their numbers here in the last match.
Without looking at the data.
I mean, can't help it looking at it.
So, I think they did around about 3,400. 3,500, I think.
Let me change it up then. What do you think the damage was from the second highest damage team?
I'm going to say 1,400.
1,200.
Okay, it was 1,500 by Valdez.
Yes.
And Na'Vi put up 3,500 damage. That is ridiculous. That's actually one of the biggest numbers I think I've ever seen.
Big number.
PUBG Mobile. Since I've worked with this esport, like over 2 years now, that's one of the highest amounts I've ever seen. It's ridiculous.
I like Blank how Jason, we obviously saw his stats right on our page, right? We can all see this, and he's like, I'm sure they can't do math that fast. I'm sure they can forget about it. I mean, like 1,900, 700, 700. Like it's already in my mind, Jason.
Yeah.
It's not American education. Hello, come on.
I think you've upset
sit with that one. Let you sit there with that one, Blood. Yeah, so one player we did want to focus in on, though, the top performer out of Na'Vi in the last game, Meki. We're going to take a look at his radar and kind of see where his stats kind of lay. I believe overall within, just in the last match.
Wow!
What?
Rectangle!
That's a rectangle.
I'm so happy I picked this.
Me too, yeah. This
That's so
great.
cool.
Yeah, I love that.
I've never seen this. I've never seen the radar look like this. Yeah, like 1,000 damage, 6 kills, 4 assists, obviously, and then of course 1 headshot as well. Not bad at all. Like he was. But here's the thing: like he was the pick of the team, but everyone stepped up for Na'Vi here.
Look, for Meku, just like the rectangle, this man's got some clean edges to him. He was playing some fantastic off angles during those final fights. And yeah, I think I'm going to repeat it again because Imperium, he said a good point for once, and I really liked it, which was that there were some intelligent rotations from these guys. They were less aggressive. They pulled down from the north side. It was pretty beautiful. And then that final fight was orchestrated very, very nicely. But Valdez, though, Black, because we were talking about in the green room where, you know, obviously during that fight where they were versus A1, where A1 stormed the building, also thank you, A1. That was a great play. I know it didn't work out, but that's the kind of aggression I want to see from the team. Unfortunately, Valdez have a really good regroup.
Oh yeah, they're so very good. At the moment, it looked like A1, they did have the upper hand. They had controlled the building. They had a couple of plays knocked down, but Val is very, very good in bouncing back. And even Val is like, the way to approach it, right? They were in the play zone from the beginning itself. They make their own luck, right? And that is something I'd like to see some of these other teams do as well. Like, sure, the circle might screw you over at times, but the majority of the times, it can kind of favor you if you're going to be playing those odds. So they did a very good job at the end there, but yeah, Na'Vi just too good.
Well, hopefully all of you at home who were rooting for Na'Vi were making sure to cheer for them while in the game as well, because there's still a contest going on throughout this entire event, and there'll be rewards given out after the event has finished. You got to go cheer for your favorite country out there. Cheer for your favorite team, show that pride, and hopefully your team can rise through the ranks and continue to show some momentum if you're on Na'Vi's side, and hopefully maybe bounce back if you're a Zeus fan from Mongolia. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get underway with our second match in just a few seconds. But Blank and Bleh, we talked about predictions throughout the entire day. I'm going to ask you a simple yes or no question. Will Na'Vi come into match 2 and win another chicken dinner? Will they do it back-to-back?
Yes.
Are they the 2-time?
No.
Yes. I've learned never to doubt Jason.
All right. Well, thank you for your responses on this one, Bleh. I agree there's only 1 2-time out there, though it happens a lot in the world. Let's actually bring our commentators in, though, for our second match. It's going to be Maxman and Imperium yet again, this time not looking like waiters, looking like fine gentlemen, refined, ready to go to call all the action for today.
I think we're looking good. Thank you very much, Jason. Appreciate it. We're not going to be serving you too much today, unfortunately. We'll be back tomorrow, potentially with a tie and like with a white top, and we'll look like the PUBG main character. Imperium, here we go. Our second game, and it's going to be our very third Sanhok game actually happening this time. And you said it was one team earlier that's actually really good on Sanhok. I'll see if they can try and potentially get himself some extra points on this map.
Yeah, Nasser Esports, as I said in the first game, top 3 turns of points secured in this map. 13.5 per game so far. Valdez are in second, and DRS, the Nepal team that I really want to see step up today across all 5 games, are the highest scoring team in Sanhok. So let's see if they can repeat it. But one also interesting fact about that last game, which I really have to bring up, Navi's 32-point win was the first game that we've had over 30 points and the highest scoring individual game so far in the PMWI.
Big points, big pointers. I mean, that's what Blank said right the other day. Is Na'Vi, or they get 0 or they get 35 points, right? He hit the nail on the head on that one. Yep. Except when you said that you called the rotation when that was me, Blank. I said they were going to do the rotation.
Was it you? You sure?
It was me. Yes, it was me. Don't steal my things away, okay? We're not going to do a Kalaris 2.0 when he steals my predictions when I was right, okay? I'm having too many issues. Talking about issues, though, Yala Esports can have their own issues as BTR are not dropping in Pineland this time. They're going straight in boot camp.
Okay.
Ida, be careful.
Like but I love this because this is maybe BTR reclaiming their throne or doing something to go, no, we're sick of being passive, we're sick of giving things up, we're sick of kind of conforming to other teams. This is our game, this is our tournament, and I love that. I'm not saying it's going to work out, but I really appreciate what they're trying to do by dropping in boot camp.
Well, that is the change of pace. It's that. That is what we were talking about. Circle's going to be popping up in just a few, and it is going to be actually somewhat similar. A lot more water going to be coming into play, though. BTR going to be taking that fight. Jamaz will be overwhelmed. Nice jump shot from Luxy. As Loka in the background with Ida still alive, by the way, but a little bit too far to really be of any kind of assistance for the rest of his team. They hear the footsteps. Loka going to try and make it over, try and confirm those kills on the 2 players of BTR, maybe even get himself a third. He's full HP currently. Just 2 or 3 bullets will be enough to really get rid of Luxy. As Rising goes for a little bit of a wide spread. Waiting for Ida. You got to wait for Ida to really join you up. He goes for the re-engage. He gets himself the 3rd kill for Yala Esports. Now you've got to try and confirm them. Ida needs to join up, and you need to take that 1v2 versus Ryzen. Ryzen knows that he's having a hard time to confirm the kills while they still can. They know this is Ryzen. They could get 1v2. They do not want to take any risk. And with the UMP, he's taking a severe beating. Just one more bullet and he's gone. And they tried to change the pacing of their Sanhok games, Imperium, but that is already BTR out of the game in 16th.
Man, look, I love and appreciate that BTR pulled it off, but credit to Yala as well. You know, it's a significant sign that Yala are here to stay, right? They're not here to step down and let another team take over. They performed so well in this tournament so far. Coming into today's games, they were 6th overall. And that speaks for itself. Respect them. And Yala, they showed in this game so far, wiping out BTR in boot camp. As that went on, phase 1 popped up. It has gone up north, mostly encapsulating the mainland, but there is a good chunk of that northwest island in play, which could threaten a few of the teams if it does shift over to the west on phase 2. And I'm interested to see how Navi and Fnatic Zombies are going to pull out the rotations. Based on what we saw yesterday, both teams should be okay, because remember, Navi pulled out pretty solid rotation in yesterday's Soundhound game, as did Fnatic Zombies. But with more of the Northwest Island in play, I'm curious if they're both going to commit to that side of the map.
There are also some very notable changes that happened throughout our last 2 games of Sanhok, and this one, where I'm looking at it, we got Zoostar not dropping on the southern side of Paradise Resort anymore. They're going for the higher ground position, just right down south over that road, and I think it's way stronger for them to actually play in that position, because you're not going to get overwhelmed by Valdis if they try and rotate early, which I love. But not only that, GeekFam is another team that changed their drop. Typically, they would go more towards the more western side of the map, and they used to have a little bit of point of contestment with the likes of Na'Vi. No, this time they're going for Kampong. They're taking things very slow in a similar fashion to the likes of IA, to the likes of, for example, even DRS, and they just want to avoid the fights early game entirely, which I'm okay with. I think that's a great change of pacing coming out from GeekFam.
It is a good change of pace. Let's see if it works out. Little bit of time now to settle as we get into this game 2. Blacklist are holding down the trifecta compound and slowing down Reject. On their rotation, Reject are opting to go more for that main road on the Northwest Island. The Xavier once again going for that spread across the coastline of the mainland. It didn't work out for them in yesterday's games. I hope they've learned from what was a couple of obvious mistakes that allowed them to get then backstabbed by Navi in yesterday's game. But with more of that kind of north coastline in this third Sanhok game of the PMWI, I think it's important for the Xavier to stick more closely as a 2-2-2 split rather than 2-1-1 split, because there's most obviously going to be a lot more teams hovering around their area.
That split is actually the reason how they lost players to Na'Vi. That's exactly what happened yesterday. So I'm okay if they're staying with the 2-2 split, but as long as you're prepared that there's a chance the team will be able to get behind you and slap you right through the face, then that's fine. They just need to be aware that that is something that could happen, and you must be fully prepared for it.
Have you ever been slapped in the face?
I would say so, yeah. Who hasn't, right?
True.
I get slapped through across the face by bots every day, in PUBG, so that's fine, though. 6ix9ine might just get slapped a little bit here by DS Gaming. And jump on over. They spotted him out. He's going to try and get up. Unfortunately, starts praying a little bit too late. Now A1 going to try and fight back, but 6ix9ine is just impossible to give him back. He is going to be lost to the tides. As that's going to be the first kill going over to the side of DS Gaming. They're going to be able to start it off really well. Satan going to be knocked down too, but on the position they currently are, A1 is clearly not going to push it, so they can go for the res and or go for the push or just leave.
I respect that from DS Gaming because it's a fantastic hill to control, and they recognize that by going up there as a full squad. Whereas A1 split is quite weird and a bit disconnected. By having 2 in the compound down below and then 1 on 1 sniper tower and then 1 up on the hill, you're asking for trouble. You're asking to be picked off, and that's exactly what happened to them. So I'd like to see a bit better, uniform setting up from A1 in these fights throughout the game. Reject are getting punished as they cross the Western Bridge, by the way. And DRS still hold on to the far eastern coastal line. Recognizing once again that a team could still, if they wanted to, take a botation and head on up to the coastal line on the east side of the map. So I respect that they're aware of that.
I'm not going to lie, and I've said it recently, I love some of the rotation coming out from Reject. I think they're very strong on their macro game. But
Yeah.
this is one of their rotations where I have a big question mark in my mind as to why would you commit to the Northwest Island
Oh, yeah.
when that early on, when you were literally in the trifecta and you could have made your rotation in phase 2, phase 3 so much damn easier. And they're like, we'll put the game in easy mode for absolutely no reason. So for that reason alone, I'm like, Reject, that is not a good rotation in my eyes.
Poor decision.
It's way too early to commit, and if you're looking at the odds are especially going to be against you because the Northwestern Island is a big chance that the circle is not going to go there. So it is going to hurt them a lot in the long run.
Never mind the fact that even looking back on yesterday's game would have told you that the Xavier was going to be in a very similar position, right? So it's even a little bit weirder in that regard. You're dead right about that trifecta position for phase 2, phase 3 would have been a much easier rotation for them. But it is what it is. They only lost one. They'll continue on. He has control that mountainside up in the north. Valdez, instead of sticking to the south of Paradise Resort, by the way, a little bit similar to day one Sanhok game, they've opted to go for that kind of northeast area ahead of Paradise Resort, which I think is quite strong.
Wait, Ethan trying to squeeze right through. Snipes was absolutely unaware of where Mafia Ninja was standing. So DRS now very spread though. There's only Mafia Ninja just on the front line. The rest of the team going to take some pressing shots to try and
Lovely
give some
molly.
kind of assistance over to Mafia Ninja's position, but we know that's going to be so hard to really achieve. He's trying to really regulate the tides with that molly. Going to go for the double.
Beautiful.
I'm loving how he's playing this so far. I think he had a Thompson tune his loadout, so that's great. And look at the angle from AJ, having so much time to really wrap around to the side. I mean, GeekFam tried to beat 10,009 Q, but unfortunately they lose their life in the process. There's only one player will remain. That will be Damrude, and he's going to have to try and swim his way through. And DRS know that he's going to be in the water, but the blue zone is not going to make it easy for Damrude to really survive. Yeah, I mean, it was an attempt, but we know that DRS play edge on that position. They should have been a little bit more prepared for a fight.
Yeah, it's also so good for Mafia Ninja because after he got the knock, he instantly chucked out a Molotov. What did that do? It separated the Geek Fan members, it slowed them down while the rest of his team was supporting him. So really well played, and we move over to I8 going up against Yala Esports Crypto, making that work. Blade lost his life. So will Johnny, unfortunately, but still 2 players up. UZM gets it up, and that is Yala taken out by I8.
Crossing those sections of open land in between these compounds is so hard and always tricky. You got to be sure you get the right information beforehand. Gonna have a little bit of information of how that fight actually went down, as you did miss a bit of the action. Ida did start it off with the first knock, but it seemed like at the end, the fact that they were a little bit far away from each other did give the advantage over to the opposing team. So decent attempt, but unfortunately that will be all from the Saudi Arabian team of Yala Esports. Though another fight's going to be happening. 2 teams wrecking the yellow color, as they're going to be Fnatic Zombies versus Na'Vi. Fnatic Zombies very far apart, so better to start regrouping because Na'Vi, they're going in hard.
You really are. I love this play from Navi, but they're going into the warehouse. It doesn't provide a lot of cover. That was a great grenade through the pinhole window of the building, but Salam's separation makes it work. He gets a lovely knock into Tixi.
Yeah, especially Tixi, that's the one you want to take down. He's going to be definitely one aggressive player given the chance. Fnatic Zombies trying to push it out. And yeah, Na'Vi understood that this is not going to be the fight they want to take. I think that what the play was here is that Hamco Fire was serving a little bit as a bait, trying to pull all of Na'Vi in while the rest of Fnatic Zombies had actually positions. I was a little bit skeptical for a moment, but seemed like now the opposed...
Oh, so good, man.
They're giving back a shot their own medicine. Now Na'Vi are waiting. Fnatic Zombies trying to go for the push. They had the man advantage. Mexico knocked them down. Now it's a 3v3.
That's nice.
That's a very good grenade, but Manic just clearly pushing into the open a little bit weirdly so. Able to find himself a little bit of a area to relax from. Nade versus Nade, who will connect it first. I like the attempt. Get some decent damage onto Abood. Matic taking a lot of damage from that one too. The Salam also on the very far angle. There's a big wraparound actually from one of the players of Na'Vi. I believe it's Kitsune right now. Yeah.
So good from Navi. Very well prepared for them, right? Recognizing that they were too much together. They had to separate in this fight.
I love how they're playing it, especially that off angle by Kitsune just set them up so well. Took a lot of pressure off the shoulders of Na'Vi. Reject in the background. Known Reject, I don't think this is a third party they're really going to go for. I think they're going to let that one go and slip out of their grasp. They would not be fully involved in that one, I would say. I wouldn't be too scared about that happening. Fnatic Zombies, more utility. And there's a lot of back and forth here, and they are not in a circle. We did talk about it, right? The circle did move back to the mainland over to the east. So I would say leaving it is fine. So that's exactly what Na'Vi are going to do as they leave the scene completely, almost unscathed, as only one player actually goes down.
I disagree with that. Not gonna lie, I disagree with it just because of how open that area is outside of Hatting. Plus, they've already made a good bit of noise. The Xavier are still there waiting. It's a question of what are Na'Vi actually gonna do upon this disengagement. I credit because it's going away from it technically in a needless fight, but I would say that fight is a little bit more important than they think. But let's see how they do react to it. They could go for that swim across and head into boot camp on phase 2. It could work out for them. That phase 2 shift was quite nice for a lot of these teams that are already in the mainland.
I'm surprised. Every single game on Sanhok has ended somewhat around Paradise. And it might just be the case again if it centers up. It actually does go for relatively hard shift over to the eastern side. But still, Valdis is going to be in there. Same for I8, even though they did take a pretty big L earlier. Only having Uzadem and Crypto still up and ready to go. But this is such a great opportunity for none other than NASA Esports. They have such a very easy entry point, a lot of compounds to pick from. This is the game where I want to see NASA turn this one into a win. I want to see a dub. I want them to be first place because not only because I would like to see it, but because they kind of need it also.
Yeah, they do kind of need it for sure. But they're going to have probably Zeus heading in their direction, Myths coming in from the blue. So we saw yesterday in the Sanhok game, despite them performing relatively well, they were kind of slow to engage on a team sometimes, most notably DRS in yesterday's game. So if there's two teams coming up in their direction, I wonder how quick they're going to be able to react. Time will tell. Either way, they have a fantastic spot. Valdis opting to go from the west of Paradise to now the east of Paradise out by the entrance. They should be able to target towards A1/DS, but I don't know how much information they have on where those two teams are.
I think they understood, especially from yesterday's game where they took third, where if you rotate too late away from Paradise, you're going to have a hard time. So they started moving a little bit quicker. What? What do you see?
Look at the boat skin. Look at the boat skin. Is that like a rubber ducky boat skin?
Lucky rubber ducky, yeah. Oh, another duck. Man, we're on brand. What's happening? Did they have a meeting before this to all be the same color scheme?
That's a bit quackers, that is.
You did not?
Oh? Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Jason, can we find someone else to replace Imperium, please? Oh, man. We'll see.
I found that way too funny.
I'm sure you did. Anyways, Xavier not going to find this game funny whatsoever. They're taking this actually pretty damn seriously as they had a big 4-man spread. Actually, they spread a little bit more after their initial drop. They had a 2-2, then they had a 4 spread. Now they're starting to go back towards a 2-2. They're seeing Fnatic Zombies. Na'Vi also trying to cross, but Meku and Matic, they are very, very far away from each other. They're just trying to find different entry points and taking the safe option out because they know that this is not a fight and this is not a game they're going to win. They're like, okay, this is Sanhok. We're going to crawl in. We're going to play it sneaky. We're aiming for positioning points and clearly not for kills this game. Yeah, and
it was low-key helpful to them that the circle did shift over to the east rather than the west. Even though they're further from the circle on the phase 3 shift, there's a less chance that teams are going to be essentially around them on the entry point. Right now it's only Blacklist International, whereas Paradise Resort, as much as I wouldn't advise a team to go there when, desperate times down to 2 players, desperate measures, go into Paradise. It's a safe haven at this stage of the game if you can get there. I know Meku is very reluctant to move too much further. The Xavier are now starting to move in. They have 2 people in as an anchor point. Myths, very respectfully going around Camp Bravo to give them more information. I really like that.
There you go, no more Paradise Resort. I would personally recommend any team to go in Paradise. It's so hard to move away from it. It's good to defend it when it talks about rotating away because you've got so many strong compounds, especially to the east. That's one of the hardest points to really move away from in Paradise itself. You want to avoid it altogether. Otherwise, A1, Valdis, and even the side of I8 are going to be putting sticks in your wheels. Though, yes, Gaming from South Korea going to be going for the assault to the Bangladesh team of A1. They're down to 3. 6ix9ine did get taken down relatively early. Dante, Jax, going to be able to hold on strong to the front line. Jax, unfortunately, not putting too much of a fight. Dante is going to be pinned down in this building. Sinister a little bit further away. So they're just giving 1v3s over to DS Gaming actually pretty easily. Dante just trying to close that gap a little bit more. He's going to be spotted away. A great nade actually coming through from Sadon. And now Sinister trying to pick up the pieces he's hoping for at least, but we all know that this is not a fight you try and take, but you just can't leave anymore. You got a rope behind you, you're pinned down, there is no escape for Sinister.
Steamrolled, absolutely steamrolled by DS, and look, all 4 players going in.
Energy.
Leave no man behind, no mercy. So good from DS. Yes, it was probably a poor defensive setup from A1, and they should have expected something, right? They were already outside the circle. They knew DS Gaming were there. Realistically, DS were either going to crash or try to wrap around them. A1 were not set up for anything there. They were very passive inside those buildings.
I thought that was the 100-meter Olympics for a second. Like they were like 1, 2, 3, and they all pushed at the exact same time. That is what we call synergy and good communication executed by DS Gaming. And it worked out great to overcome the likes of Sinister. Now, coming into this game, of course, it did shift away to the now southeast position. All teams are trying to pick up a few little positions under control. NASA's looking pretty good. Same for DRS, even though they do have to regroup, but that's reject out of the game. They already were down to 2 players very quickly early on. So there was not really too much of a fight they could really put up.
They did get 2 kills. They took down 2 players of Xavier with them, so they'll take it before they went out. It was DRS that took them out in the end.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's it. Oh, that nade. I think he saw it for a second. He's got to get up after the heal. I saw them 2 falling out, actually. But from behind, that's going to be a sneaky third party from Blacklist International. Indeed, Imperium, though NASA also going to be struggling a bit. Na'Vi were down to 2 players. We know that was going to be a really hard game for them. That's movement inside that building. You can't escape the nade. It's just too good. It's too strong. From Ziol, respectfully, of course, is going to be nading that one up. NASA trying their best to move out of that position in the first place. Bamze and Nabo behind that wall. They saw the third party, and I think they're trying to use that to their advantage by trying to move away out of the fight and maybe trying to stop Zeus from really chasing them down. But this is still a really hard fight for NASA to take in the first place. But they are in circle, which means that Zeus will have to move in eventually, and that is something NASA needs to be fully prepared for.
Yeah, that's true, but, you know, the longer you leave it, the higher chance you're still going to end up getting third party yourself. The Xavier lose another one. It's just Lamborghini left on his own. DS yet to move into the circle. Valdis are somewhat gatekeeping. The Myths are on the edge of the circle. I8 are outside of the circle. There's very few teams because the center is unplayable. It's all edge play.
I'll say right now, though, you're looking at DS Gaming, they need to push onto Valdis. If they try and go through any other means into the circle, Valdis are just going to be able to take some Hail Mary shots and just completely obliterate your position in the first place. So they need to take this fight, and they need to rotate from this compound into the circle. There's no options, DS Gaming. Oh, you can't avoid that nade, because it's so damn clean from 6. As they're down to 3, DS Gaming. If you want to push it, you need to be careful and snappy. If you stay behind those walls, you're prone to taking nade and utility damage. That is something you want to avoid at all costs.
You say it all the time and you're dead right with that. You stick to a wall. You're asking for a nade to hit you in the face. And it's slowing DS Gaming down even more. 2 players are knocked down. Sporta is pushing through while his teammate says that he is getting a revive on the missile that may work out for the time being. Valdis, they're ready to hold on. They get their own revive off.
They get it done. Lucky enough, seemed like Valdis were not trying to absolutely shred it with utility. A flashbang did come on through, but it seemed like it wasn't able to quite connect onto Valdis. They're still going to be keeping that information, but DS Gaming now actually closing that gap more and more. Valdis are getting slowly but surely pinned down in one singular building, meaning that nades and mollies would be even more impactful for DS Gaming if they really want to get some significant damage onto Valdis. Sporta gets the trade-off with Gui.
Nice.
The Deadpi's going to try and also get himself involved in that fight, but where is it going to be? Missile, he needs to join the fight too, but the off-angle actually through the window and through the door. He paid so much dividends. But now it's a one-on-one. Martin is going to be the only player remaining with Missile of DS Gaming, but he's not going to go for the push, and he's leaving his players trying to move away. You had one opportunity to go for the push and take that one-on-one, but now he gave too much time, and that's Concept back on his 2 feet, and Valdis might come back up as a 4-man.
Not gonna lie, bit of a mistake made by Valdis. They shouldn't allow DS to get back into this fight, let's be fair, because they had 2 DS players knocked out. They could easily have pushed in, got the squad wipe and moved out of the blue. But now Martin is left on his own with Concept. There's no way, shape or form you're going to get the revive on the 6 or GUI. They're out of it right now. Well, DS, they've left just 1 player left up.
I was so surprised by DS because we saw that push they had earlier, right, versus A1 and Sinister. The synergy was on point. Where was it there? It seemed like they were just under pressure and they just couldn't deal with the pressure that was put on their shoulders at that time. So hoping to see a little bit more consistency on that synergy point at least. Zeus in a rescue of Broly of Myth, one of the players that has been impressing me significantly for the entirety of Myth's squad. But we want to see a little bit more, but unfortunately the Blue doesn't have any... he had a first aid, but not going to be popping it this time around. And now all the teams, this is it. Papa Blue, as Mustache Dave would like to say, is going to be coming into the play. And NASA are in position. We've got to be careful. If you peek on over, Valdus will try and punish you. And Zeus are also over to the east. NASA's got a lot to live up to.
Nabo tickling down, sliver of health in his hands. Martin being a snake monster that he is. While Zeus is on the other side. Still up as a 3-man team. This could be their win. But at the end of the day, say what you want, as good as Zeus are doing, Valdus are doing just as good, and that lead, that gap between first and second continues to grow.
That's gone. That's done so for NASA to get eliminated in 4. 3 teams now remain. You got a little bit of a heal off from Missile from DS Gaming actually in the blue up north. So he's trying to hope and snatch away a 3rd place. So Martin trying to push out. Not much could really do. So the control of Zeus is so good. They are relentless on this circle control right now. I'm absolutely loving every single second of it. But Gui is already trying to eke his way forward over to the more western side. Missile still alive. There's a battle. See who will survive the longest. Is it Missile or is it Gui? Seemed like Missile doesn't have any more first aid, so he's going to try and rush over. Can he see Gui for a second? I thought he did right there, but apparently he didn't have the time to actually go for the shot. Now it's going to be a second position for Gui. Zeus will be pushing out far and wide. Gui got spotted away, trying to go for the shot, does get Icy down, but Gui just can't do anything. And the faithful shall be rewarded, as Zeus started off very poorly with a 16th place, but now they get it back in their favor with an absolute dominant win coming their way. Only 3 kills though, but the control at the very end of the game is what you love to see from Zeus.
Hey, look, Blair called Zeus to have an absolutely fantastic day today, and game 2, they've kicked it off with a chicken dinner. It was a weird game because that phase 5, phase 6 kind of shift where it just forced so many teams to play edge. You had a lot of teams go down to the blue and a lot of fights that ended up either both teams going out in the blue or just trying to heal off towards the end. And it worked out for DS Gaming, got 2nd place, 3rd place should I say, for their efforts. But in the end, Zeus conquered up on towards the southeast and got the chicken dinner.
Yeah, a few teams that I thought would do pretty well in this game, but had started very poorly. We had that fight between Yala and BTR in boot camp. BTR got completely wiped out the surface of the earth that fight around, and only 2 players did remain at the end for Yala, and also same for GeekFam as they tried to move through, but DRS were in that position. I think that's something that really GeekFam should have been fully prepared for. That is a position that DRS play every single time, and yet they just went for it and said YOLO, but had no intel, so that fight was not going to come their way. But man, how relentless is Valdus? This is a day 1 equivalent. They have been top 3, game 1, top 3, game 2, not finding the win just yet. But they had a 50-point lead at the start of the day. After last game, they had a 70-point lead. Where are they at now? They're going to have a 100-point lead soon.
Well, no, because Zeus did win, they technically got a few more points than Valdus, so, you know, that gap might close down to maybe 65. But either way, it's a monstrous gap. Like, it is 3 mattresses worth of a cushion, right? That is insane from Valdus. I was expecting real quick DRS to have done a little bit better considering how well they did to control GeekFam on the edge, but they didn't seem to really control their position in the circle, and they got drowned out in the end, and that's a bit of a feels bad, man.
Well, there you go. Huge cushion being built up right now for the side of Valdus. They're going to sleep very comfortably tonight, that is for sure. But what I can tell you also for sure is that we're going to head on over to a break, and after that, we'll be back on the desk to break down this Sandhog game.
I've got a difficult mission for you. Who's in? Close to 1 billion people from 92 of the world's poorest countries need to be vaccinated. You'll need to work closely with governments and health authorities, and it will take millions of volunteers. And it has to be cheap. This is a mission only a few organizations can handle. It is the world's biggest and fastest distribution of a vaccine ever. Equipment such as needles, canisters, visors, protective suits, and sanitizer need to be in place first. All of this has to be transported to the most inaccessible corners of the world. The vaccine has to be kept cold constantly. If not, it's all for nothing. And when the vaccine gets close, A population without mobile phones or internet needs to get the message. Thousands of health workers have to be trained to perform vital work. No one is safe until everyone is vaccinated, so we can't stop until that's a reality. But even though we're doing this because lives are on the line, this is real life and not a game. You don't get a new life if you fall, or if you drown trying to save lives. We have no lives to lose, but we're willing to risk a lot to vaccinate the whole world. As long as the virus exists, the whole world is in danger.
Before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
Insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
The PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. And Zeus, they were playing out every other team at the end of this match here in our second match of our third day as they take themselves a chicken dinner off the back of a 0-point finish in our first match of the day. Gentlemen, Jason Kaplan, Blank, Blep, to break things down for you guys at home, but hey, what's up? I didn't know you were in the studio yet. I was just kind of assuming you were there. But this is a great game by Zeus. Again, a team you've been talking about, Bleh, as maybe taking a little bit of time to ramp up into an event, but once they start to take holds of the reign, they do start to run away with this one. And for them, it was much needed considering they were starting to slip away potentially from that second place position.
Yeah, I guess it's a good performance, especially coming out in Sandhawk, a map where generally they're not that very comfortable on, but they were able to play the circle very well, not really having to take too many fights either. I think it was a very low fragging game overall for the side of Zeus Esports, which is very uncharacteristic. You usually see them dropping at least 8 to 9 to maybe 10 plus kills when they get a chicken dinner. But despite getting the chicken dinner, Valus Esports will wrest a crown away from Zeus because of those 7 kill points.
A blank.
Honestly, Valdez are very, very good at this. Go on, Jason, what did you want to say? You just called me and then you were like, get out.
Well, I was going to talk to you because I wanted to bring up something particular.
Yes, do it.
Because Missile from DS Gaming was just homing his way into a third place finish with the heal off.
Yeah, and to be fair, we discussed this in our virtual green room. By the way, guys, we don't just get teleported to a nice place. But yeah, I think for DS, it was a really smart play. I think that the heal-offs are always like a little bit iffy here and there, like depending on how many heals you have. But in Missile's case, there was some great thinking behind it. It was the case of they see Valdus, they know they've cleared out the western side of the map already, so they're not going to have to worry about any other snakes in the grass maybe popping up once they have no meds and trying to take them out as they heal out on the blue. So DS gets like basically a free heal off without worrying about anyone else with full stims. It's very, very smartly played. If they just went up in Valdus, they potentially got an 8th. Instead, they buy the time and get a 3rd placing because of it. Really well done. That's where I can be like, I forgive heal offs. They're good.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the experience out of Missile and his team. Obviously, you know, like you said, backing away from the fight, going for the heal for the extra points. We're going to take a quick look, though, at the second page to see how the other teams did place in this one. Because, again, as we talk about a team doing exceptionally well in one match, they go into the next one and seem to have a rough time. Na'Vi off the back of 30-plus points in our first match of the day, only come out with 3 here. But then again, it is 3 more points than Zeus had in their first match.
Yeah, they were nipping at the heels of Zeus, right? But with Zeus having that game, they're going to be extending that lead they have in second place position. A1, they just got completely obliterated by DS. We was talking about DS. DS was looking really, really good. In that team fight, I think they got like 1 kill or something, and DS were just able to completely annihilate them. I'm going to say this. I'm going to put it out there. Bigatron, with all the legacy, all the hype behind the team so far, now that we are in the the second game of day number 3 of 4 days of action here, gentlemen, Blank, I have to say, like, they have disappointed. I'm just gonna put it out there.
I am. I mean, to be fair, it's so hard for me to ever count Bigatron out purely because I've done it in so many other tournaments where I've said, that's it, Bigatron just haven't really shone for me at all. And then all of a sudden they'll pull something ridiculous out. But I am just worried at this point in time. And I think disappointing is a great way to put it, Blair, because, you know, I am used to so much greatness from this team. And I think that's why I feel slightly bad saying that is because we put so much pressure on this team to do so well because of the stuff we've seen from before. And maybe we just can't do that anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I feel kind of bad because we were so used to seeing them being at #1 placing for events. Their reign of supreme they did have back in 2018, 2019. But it is, unfortunate to see them not be able to continue to do that. But then again, maybe that's just us being too harsh, like you're kind of mentioning. But let's take a look, though, at our total damage in the last match. First time we're going to see this lovely little graphic so far within the event. We're going to start to break down how much damage and, of course, kills teams did do. And DRS actually coming through with the most kills, but it's DS Gaming coming in with the most damage.
Yeah, DRS actually had a very good game here. They've been a team who, I won't lie, they have disappointed me so far in this tournament. They were a team who were looking amazing in the PMPL South Asia Championship, where they were going up against the likes of Zeus Esports and Astro Academy, the 2 Mongolian star teams in the region, and, you know, putting up a fantastic fight. And they're a team who, you know, they like playing the edge of the circle, staying around in the blue, going for this late rotations. But, you know, they are able to take fights, and it's good to see that, yes, it's still not too late. They're able to have a little bit of a resurgence coming in. But for me, it has to be a DS Gaming, and I have to touch upon Yala as well. Like if you look at the difference, it's not too much damage wise, but I feel like Yala have looked fantastic so far. They were, I think they have the 3rd or 4th highest number of kills so far in this tournament as well. Not quite getting the placement points, but they're looking very, very solid.
Okay, well, I think we're going to maybe start to talk about Zeus here, because this team, while they do take some time to ramp up in an event, I still want to call them such a hot and cold team for the results we've seen over this course of this event. I think even the events we've seen in the past as well out of them here, Blink.
True.
100%. It's kind of like your weird uncle when you take him to the bar to play darts, and either he hits a bullseye or he hits the guy at the table itself in the back of the head. Here for Zeus, you can see it right there. You got the bullseye on the right, and you've got the bald man's head on the left there. 211 damage, 0 kills, 0 knockouts to 23 minutes, 857, 413. They are so hit and miss, and this is not just something that's isolated over match 11 and 12. This has happened throughout the entirety of the 3 days that we've currently seen from Zeus. So I think that I would like to see them hit a few more, maybe not bullseyes, maybe go for some 20s, just go for something middling. I want to see some Indonesian play right now. I want a 7 or 8th. Okay, that's what I want. That's what I want, Zeus.
So can I actually then bring some numbers in here that we were talking about in our
bring some numbers in.
So Zeus, over the course of the event, they had 3 16th place finishes with 0 points. They had 2 15th place finishes with 1 kill. And then they've had a 4th, a 3rd, a 1st, a 2nd, a 4th, another 1st, and then they had 1 11 placing game with 8 kills. Like, again, that is the... Yeah, exactly. That's outlier, right? That's like the epitome of kind of how the team has been, where when they're hot, they're really good, and they put up some big numbers. I mean, they had a 4th place with 8 kills, they had a 1st place with 13 kills, they had a 4th placing with 5 kills. Like, they put up some really big numbers when they do show up. But this reminds me of even a team we were talking about on PMPL Western Europe. Like, I can't remember the team off the top of my head, but they were so consistent whenever they got the wins, but they were just so hot and cold. The volatility that's involved with them when it comes to short-form tournaments and long-form tournaments, where the volatility is going to work in your favor in a long-form tournament, whereas short, it can work against you if you have all those bad games in the beginning or throughout the event.
Yeah, for sure, man. I can't remember that off the top of my head. I love that you used me as like kind of a human.
I was hoping.
Unfortunately, I am not all-knowing. Sadly, I wish I was, but you know, I am
Panda.
After all, it's okay.
I want to say
Panda. It wasn't Panda. Panda was basically just good throughout, and then suddenly they fell off. Anyway, we're not talking about that right now. We're in the East Side, right? Okay, East Side is the best, and this tournament has been very, very fun to watch. I think that we have had a lot of hit and misses though throughout, and then consistency has been lacking for a fair few teams. Volatility of the leaderboard has been less so right now, even though we do have that huge points punch at the top. It's not a huge amount of points that is like leading between those bottom points.
It's not going to lock you in to a first place finish.
It's not going to lock you in.
$50,000, which will be the prize, obviously, for the charities and the teams, obviously, when we do finish this off. There's still prizes for you guys to get at home as well. We still have our milestone event going on throughout this entire event. Make sure to tell your friends. Make sure you tell your family. But just go on any website and tell people to start to tune in, because when we hit those milestones, you guys will be getting rewards for yourselves at home. But it's time to get things ready for our third match of the day here. We got to bring our commentators back in for another time. We got Max Spam, we got Imperium to come back in here and join us once again and grace us with their lovely voices and all of their phenomenal words.
Thank you, Jason. It's so weird. Now I'm a caster. I don't get attacked by Jason anymore. He's actually being nice from time to time. This is so weird. Damn, I think I got to go on the caster side a lot more often. When I go back to analyst, man, I'm going to be in trouble. But here we go, Imperium, for our third game of the day, and they stand on the desk, have a lot of expectations for some of the teams. Are there some teams now you're looking at this third game and you're like, okay, now they need to start popping off. Like, you need to get good games here.
You know what? I'm actually going to say no, Max. The reason why I'm going to say no is because there's only 10 points dividing third and ninth. Only 10 points. So you got Navi in third right now, Reject in ninth. 10 points divide those two teams. So, you know, I would argue that nobody necessarily needs to pop off. Will it obviously massively benefit them in the standings? No. But outside of what we've seen, I'd love to see maybe a chicken dinner from DRS. I'd love to see a chicken dinner from Yala, to be fair. But I don't think any of these teams need to pop off. Even A1 and I8, they're 78 and 76 points respectively. They're not even that far away from the likes of Reject and Navi. It's very, very much possible. They just have to get the job done.
I agree. I think they need to start ramping things up a little bit. Though, to answer my own question, I want to see Fnatic Zombies get himself a top 3.
Okay.
So far, in the entirety of this event, I believe they've only got one top 3. And that was actually on... What map was it already? I think it was Rango, actually. So I want to see them try and make another one happen, because currently they're in 14th. Well, before last game, they were in 14th with 50 points and went for that to update. But I want to see Fnatic Zombies keep on going. They started to play a lot more aggressive, and I think that is exactly what they needed, but it still needs to go even further. As I say, they need to go medal to the pedal. Apparently, that is a Maxman 2021 quote it.
They do indeed have to go, man. I dare you to get that tattooed on you, man. Please.
I'm not getting a tattoo.
Why not?
Like, imagine what, man, do you think I would tattoo, I don't know, like something like, imagine I get tattooed a piece of watermelon. Like, come on, cringe, man.
Oh, I see what you did there. Yeah, because honestly, you know, you're not worthy of having a watermelon tattooed on you. You'd have a stupid...
We're not going back, man.
Pineapple piece.
We're not starting this.
Hey, you started it. You started it.
Yeah, we're not starting that. What do you think this is? PMWI? This is PMWI Imperium. This is a completely different event, okay? We have changed for the better. No more bad jokes. Or sometimes, but not too often. We'll try our best. Some drops have changed though. Fnatic Zombie's not going to be going into Novo this time. Only team that's going to be on Sunlufka Island is I8, so should be a relatively easy rotation for them. Otherwise, there are teams that had to change their drop a little bit, and I do believe DS Gaming were not able to reach Zaki, so they are in the exact same position of Na'Vi right now.
But they're barely landed. Like, they're still in the air. They're still like Phil Collins. They're still calling in the air tonight. Like that's how long they're holding out to start looting, which is gonna hurt them when it comes to moving into the circle of phase 1. The phase 1 circle was pretty good. It's a bit to the east, but for the most part, you have a lot of that mainland in play. Potato Hill. You've got kind of the hill that's ahead of farm. You have also outside of Yasnaya, Pollyanna, the Alamo area, which could be very strong to take over. And then you have obviously the kind of hill in the compound where around kind of Navi and Valdez went in the first Erangel game of the day. It's open for the taking across the board. I8 should have an easier job rotating into the circle. I'm wondering if they're going to go West Bridge or East Bridge, because I think both bridges are viable for I8 at this early stage of the game. I would say Eastern Bridge is less occupied because it's only BTR that's there right now, so it would make more sense for them to go in that direction.
It's only BTR. It's just BDRs. But they are not a team that gatekeeps the Eastern Bridge, right? Despite dropping in farm and they play there all the time, they're not a team that, oh, we're going to defend the bridge. They don't really care for bridge camps too much, so that'll be fine. But we touched upon this game 1. Yala, they changed their drop. Normally they would drop very spread around shelter, prison, mansion, and most of the time they would have an interaction with Zeus. Zeus did change back to a Southern Judge. They were a little bit back and forth. I think this is a change for the better for Yala, very clearly, because they knew that it was not working. I think they could have made that change even earlier, personally. I think day 2 they should have started applying that change. They took a little bit slow, but it doesn't matter how, at what point you start doing it, as long as they make it happen now and it works out for them. I'm happy chappy. So really good change from the Saudi Arabian team that has been really stepping up. I believe Blair said on the desk that they're one of the top teams in terms of kills, which is the case right now. And they are definitely living up to the expectations I think a lot of people had for them, because this is one of the first times they're playing at this level, and even though a little bit of a hard start at the kickoff of the event, they're actually looking very comfortable in this lobby, like they've already done this before.
Yeah, honestly, I have so much love to give Yali. Also, even as an organization, they've been a pleasure to talk to in the past. I know Kevin, known him for
new best friends
for quite a while. Okay. That's like such a jealous ex-girlfriend response right there.
I'm a tsundere, okay? I'm a tsundere. I'm like in your favorite anime series.
Oh my god!
Like, past is Imperium. How dare you? No.
I love it. Like, you pull it off beautifully. But yeah, really happy to see them perform in this tournament for sure. As A1, they're out for blood. They find BTR, and the kryptonite of BTR strikes once again, glowing brightly. It's not green, it's purple this time. It's A1, and they're representing Bangladesh. Oh my lord!
I think he's dead. I think it's fine. The kryptonite. What is this, PMGC, man? We're going back to 2020 right now. Going down memory lane, but A1 still get himself the kill. They know, right, the BTR are going for a little bit of a better big spread, right? And if they want to pick themselves one kill, this is a rotation that could work out. Though that rotation, in my eyes, doesn't make a huge amount of sense, because you're putting yourself in between the river and the rest of BTR. I think that they came into this fight with a plan. They said, we want to rim BTR. We do not want them to catch up. That might be something, because when you're looking at the circle, I don't think this makes a huge amount of sense.
I disagree. I think it makes great sense, because unlike other games where they maybe I wouldn't say got caught out, but maybe got put under a little bit of pressure from teams coming in from the west. Yeah, maybe that coastline position is a little bit too committed to the coastline, but at least in terms of avoiding the teams on the west, I agree with the rotation now onto the coastline, because it feels like they're still able to get a lot of information towards reject, so it's only phase 1, don't forget. So by getting a kill onto BTR, they've automatically pushed BTR way far out ahead of them. So they have more space around them, they have more levels of information around them, and it seems like they are playing this game with a lot of purpose, A1.
This is one of the moments where I wish I was inside the movie Inside Out by Pixar, where I could just really know what's going on inside their head and know what the overall play was, because there's many options and we do not know, right? We're just speculating on this one as to what the game plan was for them. But regardless, it got himself a kill, so it worked. That's all we can really say. Teams have now started pulling off their own rotations. DS Gaming taking a little bit slow, though I'm liking it. Blacklist International rotating a little bit faster than what we saw in Game 1. They're already up to the eastern side of Rosshok. They might have a little bit of back and forth with, for example, Valdus.
Good spot.
It's a good spot right now. There's a God Plateau. In terms of scouting and looking inside the circle, coming in from the north, I think that's one of the best spots Blacklist International could have really took for themselves.
It's a beautiful spread. It's a fantastic spread for this phase one, because you have a couple on the open hill up above. You have a 1-in-1 compound, and then you have 2 in another compound. It's a real great stranglehold, and it takes a lot away from another team pushing close, even though it's only phase one. So Valdus have gone further down south into a more central phase one position. NASA are still in apartments, but they've joined back up as a full squad ready to react to this phase two, which I'm totally okay with. Zeus may be rotating a little bit too slowly, where they could come into a little bit of contact with Navi, and DRS disengaging away from Yasnaya pretty nicely as phase two pops up north.
Yep, there you go. Now, you talked about Alamo being really powerful to play around. Now the value of that position, like the free real estate is booming right now. You got to invest in that compound right now. Buy it if you can, put a mortgage down. You should be happy about that investment. Valdus is going to be one of the first teams ready on the move. That is what Valdus does. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. They're going to continuously try and aim at being the most central they possibly can be in any circle that comes their way. Other than that, other teams are going to try and do something relatively similar, and that is going to be exactly what Yellow is doing. Already left Gatka, and already ahead of the, for example, Geek Fam that drops in a very similar position. Yala are starting playing very aggressive, and playing center is there to reward their aggressiveness.
This is a beautiful spot they're holding on to as well, because it's just down the hill of Potato Hill, but you get a lot of information up that hill area, and then you're able to look down on towards the rest of Potato Hill downhill area towards Valdus and Nassar. So really good play from Yala. Very surprised to see I8 have gone across the western bridge, but they should be okay. Maybe it's more comfortable for them, and that's okay, while DRS are looking to punish Fnatic Zombie Salam for encroaching anywhere near the space held onto by DRS.
I'm so surprised to see so many M249 still. I think that's something I'm never going to be used to. Everyone just rocking the M249. Yeah. Going to try and go with the rollover. See you later, Salam. We'll send you back to the lobby. Play a few TDMs while you wait. Next map is going to be on Miramar for you, so you better get prepared. But yeah, I'm liking this. DRS, we said, maybe not the most aggressive team. I think they showed some really good moments of greatness in terms of how they take fights last time versus Geek Fam on Sanhok, and I want to see more of that. I want to see the controlling DRS, where if you try and contest their position, they will come at you and they will try and smite you down. That is what I want to see from DRS. They started doing it more and more. I'm hoping that this is going to be something they're going to lean into even more in the near future.
That's a spot of trouble for DS Gaming as Satan goes down. Tixie finds that one. Lovely spread by Navi. They're still in the blue phase two, but I think they're okay with that. It's kind of how Navi are comfortable playing this game, sticking to the edge, playing with confidence, and even grabbing a couple of early kills will be good for them. Kitsune, the IGL will be able to play.
It's one tree.
I didn't want to talk about it because I was trying to give him a compliment, but yes, indeed, that was one tree that he hit.
Seem like me and Imperium when we're driving in the game, man. Jeez, that's fine. I'll make it out. Just
That's me driving in real life, for God's sake, you know.
I'm scared of going to Ireland now, man. I don't know how to feel about that one.
I don't have a car at the moment. It's fine.
Imperium, I'll come pick you up. No thanks. I'll walk. It's 2 hours now. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
I'd make sure you'd have a level 3 helmet so you'd be fine.
I'll need a level 3 vest too, man. I need everything. I need the med kits. I need to survive. True battle royale in real life.
I know.
With Imperium. DS Gaming though, they're welcome. DS Gaming trying to go for their wide rotation up north. Relatively slow as we expect from DS Gaming by now. But otherwise, everyone's pretty central. I'm not expecting too much to change. If the circle goes towards Yasnaya Field, now that's going to be a hilarious game.
Did you notice that rotation from Reject? big brain rotation. They were on that coastal line position, like outside the farm. They wrapped around the south of A1 all the way around, and they are on the east side of the map. Fantastic rotation as IA getting caught out because they opted to go for that western bridge instead of the eastern bridge.
Ooh, that circle, I'm getting heated up, I'm getting pumped up right now. That's what I'm talking about. And also going to be talking about this fight between IA and Na'Vi, as IA, a little bit of a tricky one. Pretty spread, but that's also a somewhat similar situation for Na'Vi. Not right on top of each another, but do you want to take this fight when it's still 9 to the blue? Know Na'Vi and how they played Sandhawk. If they did the same strat, they're just going to take as many kills as they can and leave, which seems like that is exactly what they're going to do. Cross the bridge, and later on, you can try and gatekeep IA if they try and cross the river later on down the line.
Navi are just now full sending across the bridge in towards the edge of Yasnaya. By the way, did you see the PMWI yesterday? They had 2 games back to back with 2 city finish. Sorry, the PMWI West.
Oh, West.
the back to sorry, I meant the West. Apologies. They had 2 games, 2 back-to-back city finishes, and one of them was a Yasnaya finish in Erangel. It was wild. So I kind of hope we get the same again. I was a little bit jealous watching it, as much as I was loving it. Dave and Inverum did a fantastic job. But man, I want to witness it. I want to be a part of a city finish, and Yasnaya, bring it to us in this game 3.
Yeah, they're pretty rare. I think that PMPL Western Europe, when we were covering it with the entire crew here, we had very little amounts of city finishes. I mean, the odds are definitely not in favor of those actually happening, but some teams are already trying to set themselves up in the eventuality where that will come to become a reality. Na'Vi are going to be there. DRS also going to be in a position right down south, but the thing is, and this is something that you and Kalar say a lot, Imperium, so I'm going to quote you on that, do not go center. Go on the outskirts of Yasnaya, only commit to the center of the city if the circle ends on top of it.
Xavier is in the compound that's in the field. BTR in the divots that's by the field, but it's a pretty big divot, so, you know, you're able to avoid quite a few grenades, so it's a good spot for them to hold on to. Yala are in the Alamo, which I think is great for them controlling this south, but they will need to think about the fact that as they get into the next circle, they're not going to have much info.
Yeah. Seems like you're having a hard time breathing there. You good, man? Okay. I was scared for Imperium there for a second. Hopefully he's fine. Yeah, Yala, got to make sure they get the intel. So they're going to be able to try and push out. NASA also avoiding the fight with I-8, so they're just going to go for the big wide rotate up north. Might have a little bit of a back and forth with Valdis, but then, of course, what's going to happen, it shouldn't really result in too much happening just yet. But yeah, a lot of teams, I-8 committing right to Yasnaya. They're more focused on the northern edge of that compound. Oh, that city, should I even say, not the compound. That's way too big for a compound. As Reject also got widespread. There you go, you're good. I was like, I was about to message you.
Swear to God, I was a little bit worried for a sec, but it's good.
Yeah, I know the rotation of Reject is too good. Oh, there you go. I know you
there you go.
You had a hard time breathing because you knew it was going to be as Napoleana potential finish, and it is. Right on top of it, your wish becomes reality, Imperium. Here we go.
And look, I'm okay now with teams full sending into this here. I think it's such a strong Yasnaya finish that it makes sense. But in the meantime, on the outskirts, you have Zeus taking a fight against Myth. A couple of good, clean shots and knocks have been laid out. Leaves Myth with just a couple of players left.
Yep, BTR also, we saw in the kill feed taking a few casualties, so not going to be starting off too well. Believe versus DRS as they're trying to just quickly but surely push himself inside the compound of Yasnaya. Now some nade, some utility. What a nade onto Faroki. And that's also Rio again picked up. Broly, though, I say, I love the guy, clutch master for Myth, but you are talking about taking a 1v4 versus Zeus, and I think that by default, even though I'm not too good at math, the odds are definitely not in your favor. They're looking for the final player. They think there's still one player in the building currently. Broly trying to remain completely undetected, but I think it's just a question of time where this game of hide and seek truly ends.
Valdis in the kill feed also taking a couple of shots onto Fnatic Zombies, and I-8 went for like a really deep central Yasnaya position and kind of got caught out.
Oh, nice. Pixel 1, can you confirm the kill? Take the kill instantly. That's what we want. Nice, gets it confirmed. Not going to go for the heal off just yet. Does have a first aid, but now the information has been granted over. Zeus gonna try and molly it up. Broly just barely escaping the wrath of those flames. Able to get himself the first aid. Also got himself, I believe, a few extra meds, so he's going to be able to heal up extra above 75%. And he's going to be actually pushing it out. Almost gets it done, but there's one player a little bit further away for Zeus, and he will be able to get himself the kill. That's an extra 4 kills in favor of Zeus, so really good execution on their side. Hopefully, we're going to be seeing a bang of a game, and not like game 1 where it gets a 0. This is looking like a good start for the boys from Zeus.
Navi with a wide 2-2 split in the city. Geek Fam are kind of in between them. BTR go out. Yal are inside the center part of the city. DRS are on towards that kind of southeastern edge. Reject are on the eastern edge. You have Valdes up and towards the northeast. I really love DS Gaming's position that's on the kind of tadpole spot of the river because they overlook a lot of Yasnaya getting information without really getting in the mix of all the action in this phase 4.
This is going to be a hectic game. I just cannot wait to see how teams are going to respond to this one. Zeus has already had Godless actually into the field, so he's going to be moving over there. This could still not be a city finish, by the way. There's a chance where it could go to the west, the north, or the south, and it does not end in the city. And if that's the case, you're going to see one of the most epic unravelings of a city finish I've seen. Teams are going to struggle to move out, and only a few will really be able to remain up and ready to go. So yeah, it was all depending on where Phase 5 goes. If it goes onto the city, teams are going to commit to it. If it doesn't, things are going to start getting very, very dicey for a lot of these squads.
At the end of the day, this is the calm before the storm, Max, right?
Yep.
All of these teams are just hoping and praying that the circle in some way favors them. If you're in the center of the city, you're hoping that it shifts and centralizes towards the city. And at the end of the day, all hell is going to break loose. If it shifts over towards Reject, they're going to be laughing, but they're going to have 5, 6, 7 teams heading in their direction. That's why I love DS Gaming's position, because they're out of the firing line while still getting information on that said firing line as the circle shifts down south. And they've been debated to all high hell. There is still the southern part of Yasnaya, but that is all field outside of it.
And this is taking me down memory lane. This reminds me of the clutch play from Jonathan, if you remember back in PMWI.
Yes, I do.
Exact circle, man. Well, it might see something similar from Zeus. We'll have to wait and see.
Good.
Oh, teams are going to have to commit, and you said it. It was the calm before the storm. Now you need to weather the storm. That is what we're going to be hoping to see from all of these teams. Teams that have to cross over the road is going to be I8. DS Gaming going to have to do similar, but same for Valdes, A1, NASA, and even Blacklist International. But DS Gaming already committed in. They moved inside the compound, but crossing that road is not going to be easy. But it seemed like teams like Yala and Geek Fam are not focused on the road. They're focused more on the teams down south of their location, which is a little bit unusual from what I was expecting in this.
Man, this is crazy inside the city. You have 6, 7 teams just hoping and praying that they don't get caught out, trying to utilize as many of the windows as they can to keep themselves protected and get as much information. You have A1 just full sending on towards the northern edge of the circle, while I8, 2, 3 players up left just use them down, so Crypto Blade and Johnny hopefully going to be able to spot out A1.
They trying to stop down A1 currently. Valdes and NASA and Blacklist International, they're just wrapping around. And even same for Reject. They just want nothing to do. And understandably so. Who would want to get involved in the Yasnaya Poliana fight up north? Nobody, unfortunately, but teams that are committed there already will have to bite the bullet and deal with the repercussions of such a rotation and such a spot in the first place. Nade still change back and forth. The mollies. What a shot from Frankie, by the way. To Sinister. A1 thinking, how are we going to execute this one? Because this is some of the hardest rotations to pull in the entire game in competitive. And if you want to make it work out, not only must you have great synergy and also great gunplay, you must have an insane amount of utility to just even cross that road in the first place.
It's good rotation from Valdes. It's low-key worked out for the most part. Reject as a full team weren't really there to protect that area, and that's allowed them to be taken out. Valdes have the field in their control. Blacklist are getting picked apart one by one, and down they go in the ashes of the field of Yasnaya in 12th spot.
Yep, see you later, Alligator. Blacklist International out in 12th. 11 teams still remain, and which is pretty much expected when you have so many compounds and buildings to play from. But Johnny with the M249 gets GE out of the game. And we'll try and confirm it as Lamborghini from behind that window, waiting to maybe use his team as a bait. Does actually strike at the opportune time, but Johnny will still be able to make it out with just a few HP remaining, and he still has a first aid, so it is not over for you, my friend. But Xavier are slowly but surely wrapping around, but not striking just yet. They're taking it pretty slow. What a nade onto Johnny. He's got to move out, but he doesn't have the time to do so. No time to respond, and that's going to be Rabbiz going in and confirming that kill as Xavier. It was looking pretty tricky, but they back up as a 3-man. They have a chance to go pretty far.
Really good from Xavier. They're really controlling inside the circle as it does shift over and towards the northeast. Exactly the same finish as we had in towards the PMWL, which was sort of solo win come out from Jonathan of TSM back in the day. But this is a different time, and you said could Zeus Zeus pull it off? It could be the case because I think Godless is the last player standing.
Yeah, different time, different generation. Before it was Naruto in PMWL, now it's Naruto Shippuden in PMWI. We just changed the absolute game. Everything changes. A1 made it over to the wall. We say it many times when you're behind those walls. One nade and you're donezo, but seem like the utility has already been shaded effectively and heavily by a lot of these teams. But this is a big spread from Na'Vi, and I would say right now it might be just best for you to regroup back in one singular building because you know that full teams, full four-man squads are going to knock on your door and tear it down instantly.
Knocking on heaven's door, whether it's a nade, whether it's a gun, whether it's just a full squad bodying through these buildings. Valis just in through the fields are trying to drive their Teslas through, but I don't know how many he's going to survive. That's 1 down, 2 down, Gooey left on his own.
Unfortunately for Valdez, they tried to make that rotate work out. They tried to avoid the fight, but unfortunately that came to bite them later on down the line. End of Valdez as they get eliminated in 9th. Now 8 teams remain, and all hell has broken loose in Pyram, as you said earlier. All the teams are now struggling. Zeus was actually able to make it outside of the fields of Yasnaya, inside the compound itself.
Wow.
But everyone's getting on top of each another. There's also such verticality. You have to keep in mind that teams will try and just occupy as a 3 or even a 4-man squad inside of these buildings, inside of these apartments. It's just so hard to play with. Yala got some great control, but Na'Vi did exactly what I said to him. I love that. They regrouped in that compound, in that one building. Same for Geek Fam. I'm loving how those two teams are currently playing, and now they're hoping to have the circle come their way as NASA unfortunately bite the bullet and get taken out in 8th.
Xavier have had such a great game so far.
So good.
4 kills, up as a full squad. They've been on the outside of the circle, but they've made this so confidently inside these buildings. I just cannot fault it at all. A1 are going to be their next challenge to the north on the outside of the wall. Nades are being fired up by Tixie, being aware that DRS is close by on the other side of the wall. They're being covered for the time being.
Yeah, DRS, got to be careful while you're playing this one. Prone to utility damage. Ante gets naded up by Rabbis of Geek Xavier. Love to see that, but we said it right. Those walls are just a double-edged sword. If teams know you're there, you're done. And that's exactly what happened to Dante. Darth Dante might get put back up on his 2 feet by 6ix9ine if he does get a little bit closer. But if 6ix9ine gets up, he could be prone taking some headshots against himself and instantly going down. Xavier is still taking full control of that one building. Now you have 4 teams. Yala, Xavier, Geek Fam, and Na'Vi. They're looking so confident, but the circle over to Na'Vi right on top of their building. Now the waiting game for Na'Vi starts. You just got to make sure no teams make it nowhere near close of your building.
Well, can they deal with all of the pressure that's going to be dealt upon them, or can they just survive because all the other teams are probably going to take each other out on the incoming area of the circle? Yala has 3 players up. Godless from Zeus, just hoping that nobody spots him. The 2 players from A1 snaking across the wall. The Xavier, they know that they're there.
And then, no, they see the smoke coming on the right side. They're trying to pre-fire. Dante is going to be instantly taking a really big beating. But 6ix9ine is still there to keep the hope alive for the Bangladesh team of A1. Another play comes on out, but that's going to be it for A1. A lot of kills over to Deek Xavier. They're absolutely shredding the competition on this game, up to already 6 kills. But they're looking for more. They are hungry for blood, and they want sustenance on this game.
Yeah, that has a player knocked out. Geek Fam also going to be another team that's going to be looking to rack up the kills already on 6 as we are getting a Yasnaya finish inside the buildings, either side of the road.
Na'Vi already up to 2.3k damage, and they are looking to increase that a huge amount. They want the 3k point.
Oh no!
Once again, but no, Rabbits comes from behind, and he ruins everything for Na'Vi. You must be kidding me. How are you all in one position? You're going to get denied that game so quickly. Meku is trying to keep the hope alive for the Russian team, trying to drop on down. The Xavier still have Lamborghini, but he's nowhere to be seen currently. The molly comes on through. Rabbis have to go into another building, but Na'Vi are getting picked up. Matic and Tixie could still be brought back into this game. But it was looking so good, but everything went wrong at the snap of a finger.
Oh no, he's going for the revive. It could work out. Great play by Meku, by the way. He actually jumped out the window of a higher floor and went down in the bottom, but Rabbis is there.
Oh, he's trying to pre-fire it, and he gets put down. What a play from Meku, able to potentially get his 2 teammates back on their feet if they can make it happen. This is still Na'Vi's game to win. 11 kills and looking to get so much more, but Lamborghini is not going to try and go for the kill. He's going for the raise as Zeus do get taken out in 4th. Only 3 teams remain, and Geek Fam saw all of this unfold in front of their very eyes, and they're going to be third party in this fight the moment all hell breaks loose.
Meku's actually gone on the outside of the building, so is Tixie. what they could do is they could wait for Geek Fam, take down the Xavier, and then Navi could pick apart Geek Fam.
A double win for Na'Vi today would be huge. We'll see if they can bring it home. Geek Fam, got to be careful. And you got now a few seconds, 10 seconds left. And you're going to have to jump on over. They got, they got a lot of smokes. I do not feel okay. Snoop Dogg would be really happy about that one. You're going to still have to jump on over. Hopefully not going to be spotted out by Lamborghini. He's going to be playing on the more higher ground position. As Na'Vi actually puts himself out of the building itself. They're actually towards the walls inside. I love that play, actually. It's so good. They're leaving Xavier fight versus Geek Fam. They're just going to be picking up the pieces after.
Exactly. They're just waiting. They're holding out. They're thinking one step ahead of their opponents. That's spread as well, covering all angles. They have it covered. But can they deal with the remaining 5 players around them, looking for the third-person perspective, being aware that QB is close by?
It could all go wrong for any of these teams right now. Whichever team takes the fight first could have all the shots coming their way, all the utility coming their way. QB, I think he knows maybe someone's peeking around the side. That's a great nade if he could just connect, get some big damage onto Meku. Oh, Meku just barely escaped with his life. We'll have another first aid. That's his last first aid. You have no second chance now, Meku. You have to make this count, or you still have the chance of doing so.
Oh my God.
The circle's ending right on top of it. It's going to end. We're going to go right to the last phase, and it's so rare for that to happen.
One nade from Meku.
Yes.
See the whole of Geek Fam go out. But the nades in return are putting Meku under pressure.
I think he still had 2 or 3 bandages, so Meku can heal a little bit more, get himself back to 75% health. And now there's this verticality that you have to take into account. He gets information with that third-person perspective. He heard Damru down below. He's going to jump. Oh, a little bit hard, actually. I think they heard him. Yeah, they hear the footsteps. They're going to try and hide inside. He could get a double. They're so well aligned.
Oh, look at him! Look at him!
Oh, he's going to jump on over. There you go, the off angle. He's just so sneaky. But unfortunately, does not work out. They weren't prepared. And that is going to be Lamborghini down. Rabbi still up and ready to go for Xavier, but he's just remaining undetected. As now Na'Vi see this as an opportunity to strike. There's still one player up top they do not seem aware of. QB's going to bite the bullet. Tigsy instantly gets off the first knock. Meku is there to back it up. And now they're down to one player onto the side of both Xavier and also for Geek Fam. As that's it, Geek Fam eliminated in third. What a stellar performance regardless of what happened in this game. But now there's only one player. Can the man make it happen once again? Can we see Lamborghini clutch it out after that heal off like we saw yesterday? Now they have their footsteps, and once again, that verticality is going to be taken into account. There's one player want to drop down and try and pin them down. That's a shot. Rabbis gets it done. There's another player. Got to be careful. But Lamborghini is still up and keeping the hopes alive for Xavier. One bullet gets it again. It's down to a 1v1 Imperial between Tigsy and Lamborghini. 2 clutch masters in their own regard in their respective region. But only one will come out on top.
Tigsy has 5 first aids. Lamborghini only has 1. Lamborghini knows he has to go for the push.
Trying to pre-fire though. Tigsy's got to be careful. Not easy to take that fight from down below.
Oh no.
Can he go for the res? No way. 10 seconds to go for the res. Should be just enough time. Tigsy's got himself a great weapon with a barrel too. Perfect weapon in the clutch to take a 1v2. This is intense. Don't get the info. Jumps on down. Sees. Has the information onto Tigsy. Tigsy trying to heal off 2 points of bandage. Actually a first aid. And that's all. That's all you're going to get. 75% HP. Take it or leave it. And that's going to be GG as a nice heal off comes out at the very end to get himself back up as a 2-man crew. Na'Vi get taken out and Xavier finally get himself a very well-deserved winner. Chicken dinner. What a game. That was one of the most intense matches I've seen in a long time in PUBG Mobile esports. But at the end, Xavier did come out on top and Lamborghini did such a good amount of job with Rabbis.
Like, let's be fair. The Xavier deserved that win just for how controlling they were working through the buildings of Yasnaya, right? We highlighted them even before they were in the mix of the top 3, right? They took out I8, they took out A1, they were so on point with every single move. But then you had Navi, the masters of the circle, right? They were up to 10 kills before we got into, I think, the top 3, top 4. They had like 2,300 damage at that point. How many lives did Lamborghini need, though? He got life after life after life. He jumped out the window to try and engage on Geek Fam. He got knocked down, but he wasn't confirmed. And because he wasn't confirmed, that allowed the revive to get pulled off. And in the end, he clutched it up to get the chicken dinner for his side. Unbelievable ending.
I don't know, maybe, I'm just saying, this is a speculation. I have a big theory right now. I believe in Illuminati and all that stuff, but maybe Lamborghini is a cat. He's got 9 lives, man. You can't take him down. I have no idea. Maybe the first cat pro player in PUBG Mobile. But we got some more highlights for you guys at home because I think we need a recap. We need a breather, Imperium. We need to check once again what happened in this game because that was one of the most intense finishes I've seen in a long while. And it started off relatively well. Really normal, actually. But then, like, starting to get pretty close to Yasnaya. A lot of team committed, and then that's where everything really broke down, and teams just had to weather the storm.
Look, you know me. I hate when teams commit to a city too early, but I really got to give credit because I think the commitment into the city from all these teams was very, very heavily justified, and I think a lot of teams did, for the most part, position themselves accordingly. Couple of small mistakes on maybe the timing of some of the rotations. Other than that, I think most teams realistically played the best that they could, but it was just like this moment by the Xavier, like 3 Navi players in 1. Like,
why were they all there? Why were you all there?
Wild.
Just giving them all the kills on the silver platter, like, here you go, you take kills now, it is yours, please. Enjoy the gift, it is Christmas. But at the end, they're trying to make it work out. I still, as I said, a great performance coming out from Geek Fam. They knew they didn't really have to get involved head on into that fight, and they just took it relatively slow. And then they let everything happen in front of them. Unfortunately, did get 3rd place, which is still really good at the end of the day. But I gotta say, Na'Vi, we're talking about Xavier taking the win, but Na'Vi, we said so many plays beforehand that they should happen, and they pulled it off every time. They were spread, regroup. You have to move out of the fight to leave the 2 other teams fight each other. They did it. It worked out great. Hey, big heads up to Na'Vi, but especially congratulations to Xavier as they do take themselves the 3rd game of the day. But that's going to be it. We're just about done with the day. 2 more games remain. We're going to have 1 Miramar and 1 Erangel. So stick around for that as we'll be back after this break and after this analyst segment.
COVID-19 vaccines are already helping millions of us get back to normality. But for many more, they are still out of reach. The vast majority of vaccines are going to wealthier countries, leaving the world's most vulnerable people behind. The COVAX initiative is working to right this wrong and ensure access to vaccines worldwide. This is not only the right thing to do, it is one of our best routes out of this global pandemic. As new variants continue to evolve, we know that as long as the virus is circulating somewhere, nowhere is safe. Gavi, through COVAX, is helping to provide vaccines at no cost to 92 lower-income countries. It has already delivered over 80 million vaccines worldwide. With your help, we can protect millions more people, ensure no one is left behind, and help bring an end to this pandemic.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
It's insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider. Nemo TV, the official streaming platform. And STC, the official playout sponsor. We passed the halfway point here of our third day of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational, and what a match it was indeed. Probably one of the hypest and craziest finishes we've had happen here in the entirety of PUBG Mobile as an esport. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined by Blank and Blend. I'm going to just throw it to you two right away. That was ridiculous of a finish. That was like the last 5 to 10 minutes of that match. I could watch again and 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 again.
And again. Yeah.
And then
one more time. Again, yes, absolutely. 100% agree with you. That was exciting. I mean, we were yelling in the virtual green room, right? We were like, no way he's going to pull this one off. Navi were in such a fantastic position to get a chicken dinner. The positioning was brilliant. And then I don't know how to pull it off. I think it was Rabbiz, right? He almost got all 4 of them, but the way they were able to come back again and again, even when things were looking grim for them, even when they were sandwiched, taking the chicken dinner away. But of course, Navi will be coming out on top because of the 14 kill points they have. 26 in total, closely followed by the Vietnamese side. Zeus Esports actually doing a very good job staying alive till the very end. I think it was Godless there, being very sneaky and trying to get those placement points for his team. And Geek Fam, it was basically 3v3 V2 in that final circle, and somehow it was Dig Xavier with a 2-man squad who came out on top lane.
Yeah, I mean, the Xavier, they played it really well. I think that a lot of the credit has to go to Rabbiz. If they don't get that 3K in the bottom of that building versus Na'Vi, then this doesn't occur. Because it caused Na'Vi not to be able to hold onto that building versus Geek Fam. They did make a really cool play, which was putting them between themselves as well as Geek Fam and Xavier. So, you know, they kind of had their own little bodyguards. But in the end, like, oh my god, those final pushes were just a little bit messy, and it's all down to Tixie. And with the high ground, obviously, Xavier is able to get that res off. The rest of the teams, though, DRS Gaming, 16 points as well. And then from there, it really dips. So these 5 top teams were the kings of Yasnaya Poliana, but everyone else down to 5 points and under after 6 points. 6th place, sorry.
I think it was a slight shame because there were 2 teams in particular that we're looking at. It was Zeus and it was Valdez because they kind of sat outside of Yasnaya, right? They actually played from a different position, realizing it probably wasn't going to center. But Valdez, unfortunately, didn't come out really with much to show for it with only the 5 points.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to be too worried about it, right? They still have a pretty substantial lead overall, although that being said, Zeus and Na'Vi, they are slowly kind of chipping away at that lead. But then again, it's still quite a few games remaining. And for, I just want to touch on DRS as well. Like, they always drop towards Yasnaya every single time. So the fact that they didn't really have to rotate much, I think they were around the Yasnaya area, then they realized that, oh crap, the circle's actually going to be ending there. They're able to get a lot of kills, which is a good job from them. Bigatron getting grimmer and grimmer indeed, Blank. 0 points overall, joining the likes of Myth and Fnatic Zombies. Rejects having a little bit of a rough time. And DS Gaming, kind of unfortunate. They were looking so very good in the previous game, but kind of fell flat on their angle here.
I think for Yasnaya Poliana finish, it's always really difficult in those final moments. I did like Valdez's play, though. We've seen a few teams go play out in the fields. Man's got hay bales, they're good to go. They're basically indestructible. And I think that if it does shift away, then you have a high chance of winning it. And if you can't get in the city, sometimes that's the gamble that you have to make. Unfortunately, that's just not the way the cookie crumbles. Again, really hard finish to play out. And I think for some of these teams, maybe they're just not used to it. It really takes a lot of gumption to make it through those really, really hectic moments towards the end of the game.
Yeah, and those aren't really situations that you can replicate too often, right? You could play for years and only have those situations happen maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and you wouldn't even be able to maybe replicate it in the exact same form of you being inside the city, which building you're in, what part of the city you're in. So it definitely comes down to those adaptations we're talking about and which team can obviously make the biggest adjustments. I don't know. The biggest correct adjustments in the nick of time there. But we do want to take a look at our total damage because as we saw, the points are very heavily stacked here towards just a few different teams. But I'm more curious about how the damage was done across the board here because we did have Na'Vi, something you'll probably touch on, Blank, and how they were kind of split initially, then they grouped at a perfect time.
Yeah, another 3K game here, which is absolutely insane from Na'Vi. So if we just look at this, they've already put about 6,500 damage a day on Erangel alone, which is absolutely insanity. But yeah, the split there was really interesting, and I think the major reason they did it is because they wanted to control as much of the circle as possible so they could head center and give themselves the highest statistical chance of getting a building that was still within the circle itself. They were able to regroup during all the messy action that was going on. Great play from Kitsune to drop the smokes and then basically kind of Tokyo drift his way around the side of the building and get in. But this is something I wanted to see. It was an adaptation that I mentioned a lot earlier, which is I want to see them come together a lot quicker and safer, and they're able to do it today in one of the most hectic positions, one of the most chaotic positions as well. I was really happy with the way Na'Vi played.
Yeah, I actually want to see their stats then. Maybe I can challenge production to see their stats up against DX and how things can wind out between the two teams. I think there was a part of it where you were talking about, I'm sorry if you just mentioned it before, where we saw Na'Vi be kind of pushed out of the building, but Na'Vi kind of did it willingly at the same time because DX charged through, and they tried to put, I think you said, Blake, DX between them and GeekFam.
Yeah, 100%. I think Blair noticed this as well, and I think these stats say a lot.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, 16 knockouts, just unfortunate they're not able to get a few more kills there. I feel the only mistake, I know we've been praising them a lot, but the only mistake Na'Vi made where they had control that compound, that building for such a long time, and they didn't keep an eye out on the potential of a player having snuck into the ground floor and listening to all the commotion and lying in wait. And that's exactly what Raptors did, right? And it kind of screwed everything. And even though they were able to bounce back from them and just lose one player, in the end, they weren't able to snatch a chicken dinner. Because I felt at one point in time, Jason, that they're going to be probably cracking the 31 record they set just earlier in the day. It could have been a 32, 33 point game for Na'Vi, but a small little mistake, and that's all it takes for the cookie to crumble.
Well, they still get a lot of points for themselves, and they were already pushed up, was it 8 placings after the first match of the day. They should have surpassed Zeus now, solidifying them at the moment as our second place team, but we'll see if they can catch up to Valdez, obviously, as we still have more games to come up today, and of course, another 5 matches to happen tomorrow. But for you guys at home, we talked about what you can win when it comes to Milestone. We talked about, you cheering for your country, cheering for your teams, but there's also another thing going on for you coming up in the very near future. You can support your teams or your players in particular with some sweet little cards going on within the game. You can support those off as well. Make sure you just keep checking it out and stay tuned for more details on that at a later date. But of a later date, we have a 4th match coming up, and we got a romantic date here with our 2 commentators of Maxman Imperium to serenade all of you at home of all the action going down.
It's true. You know what? How this relation works is I'm the tsundere and Imperium is the senpai. That's how it's going to be working out over here. But Imperium, no stackers over here. We got some more games to come up. We got one Miramar, we got one Erangel. We're getting back into it, but of course, when we talk about Miramar, the thing we say all the time is BTR, where are you? We need to see a BTR win on this map. I think it's starting to get late for the Comeback Kings to actually pull off a comeback,
That's true. It's getting past the point where how many chances should they be given? I still have hope for them, 110%, but I also want to touch upon a couple of positives that we've seen today, and I think DRS are a team that deserve a little bit more credit than they've been given up until now, because in the first 3 games so far today, they've scored a total of 35 points. That's equaling their highest total day in the PMWI so far, so there's still 2 more games to go. The Nepal representatives have certainly stepped it up today, and I just really wanted to point that out. Maybe they've been outshined by the might of Na'Vi, the strength of Zeus jumping up the second, and of course Valdez being Valdez, but I think DRS really deserve to be highlighted.
We are checking out our top player rankings currently. We don't see that graphic too often, so I think it's important to mention that we now are seeing a player of Zeus in there. We're seeing Godless, which we haven't seen them too often. Dixie's going to be up there too with 5,082 damage and 25 kills total. But I've especially been impressed with Frankie. I think that
I have to.
He has been the individual player that has surprised me the most in this event. One of the players that surprised me the most. I cannot wait to see where this guy's going to be in 6 months or a year's time, because this was a team that we didn't know too much of coming into the gig. But they've put their name on the map in big ways. It's like in big capital letters. So I'm hoping to see the Xavier and the individual players go so further in the future.
So not small, not medium, big, yeah?
It's just big. You can put it in italic, like, in big, like, I don't know what font you can take.
Would you do it in bold as well?
Probably. I'll put it in bold, like everything you can add, underline, everything. But
how about text color?
Why are you gonna? I don't spend all my day on Microsoft, Word. I don't. Excel sheets maybe, but I salute you. It was good seeing you, man. But the curse is back.
The Maxman curse hit you hard.
No, it's not the Maxman curse. That's the Eda curse. He's doing it to himself.
Okay, he's doing it to himself. We also saw a little bit of an engagement with Fnatic Zombies and Myths. Myths coming out on top of that one for the time being, and another one is being played out. Return Fire as Mexico steps it up. and picks up a kill, returned quite nicely.
He sounded like Mario there. Mexico! It's like, I don't know. Like, what's happening?
I was kind of inspired by that, but anyway. Yeah, good return to form. Plus another Myths player is knocked down, so it's just 2 players left up. And in this kind of high ground of Chumacera, where it's a uncertain mix of open and protection, you really got to navigate yourself quite carefully.
As Imperium would say, let's go into Picardo. Picardo, talking about that position, BTR went finally back there. They used to drop in Puerto Pariso for the short period of time at the start of this event. And now, seem like for the 3rd game on Miramar for the World Invitational, they are going to go back. As Ryzen's right on top of the roof of the arena, and he's just chilling there, hoping to give some information. And as they fight versus Zeus, Tooth and Nail are going into this fight. But so far, we haven't seen anything eliminated. So, still a chance. BTR can make it happen.
Yeah, they do have a player down, and it's only 1 player knocked down from Zeus, so without a confirmation, the body advantage, for the most part, still goes over to Zeus in that fight. Still, we hold on to Chumacera as these 2 teams are battling it out. Despite being at the lower part of the standings, still got to give a lot of respect to these teams for participating in these games, for helping to shine a light on the reason why we're all here, which is, of course, charity to help raise money for vaccinations and just credit to Myth and Fanatics especially.
Yeah, leave no one behind. That is going to be the motto we live up to in this World Invitational. For good cause, and games for good cause too. It's like the best of both worlds. You've got some good gameplay and it's for good cause. Look at that. Look at that. Gamers
Everybody
unite.
wins.
Everybody wins, exactly. Except me, I have to cast with Imperium, but we're used to that by now. I think I cope pretty well.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, Tsundere, man, I show appreciation and love by hating on you, okay? That's how it is. I'm really leaning into my role right now.
You know what? Could be worse. I could be French, you know?
Hey, you know what? Fair enough. We got some sick baguettes over there, that's all I'll tell you. Though, Liquid is going to have some 6 shots coming his way, as he's going to be absolutely roasted to a crisp. And Liquid, one of the top fraggers, no, actually not one, the top fragger for BTR is instantly going to be losing his life. So now they're down to 2. And that is something that Zeus, you know, when they have a hold on the team, they don't let them go that easily. So what's the game plan? Can't he see Ryzen there? He must have seen his head top of the roof.
Whether or not he sees him, he's not really going to be specifically looking up there, right? Because you never expect to see someone up there. Now, for Ryzen, I'm a little bit surprised that he's not crawling down to at least... I know what you're thinking. You're like, we see him, but we know he's there. See, you know, you always got to think that, like, God doesn't have an idea. But I'm a little bit surprised that Ryzen isn't, like, moving at least down to one side so that he's protected a little bit. But he has nothing. He hasn't been able to pick up a gun. Obviously, he hasn't been able to pick up anything. He is a bit of a...
What's Baby Godzilla doing?
He's like a roof tile up there. He's, you know... Oh, man. I feel sorry for him because, you know, knowing that he can do nothing to help the rest of his team, it makes it even harder, right? You know, it's one thing... trying to help your team, but it's so much worse when you can do absolutely nothing in this situation.
At least got company, you know what? He's got Buddy Godzilla next to him. I don't know where Zuxy's trying to play. He's going to jump on down. Yeah, he saw them on the right. He's switching side. Little hop over.
I know.
What the dog doing?
Oh, my Lord. Oh, man. But Zeus will be able to move forward. Let's have a little bit of a talk on where other teams are though around the map. DS Gaming looting up Minas Generalis. They're gonna have an easy rotation, which they already have a couple of players towards the north side of Lambadita. The Phase 1 circle was a little bit on towards the southeastern side of the map, but for the most part, a lot of strong areas to contend with. The fact that Los Leones is really a core part of this Phase 1 is going to make it quite tricky because no team is really going to want to actually rotate in there. So it's going to be kind of wrapping around the north, the south, the east, and west. The Xavier on the western edge. I8 are still looting up, but they have 1 or 2 players more by the southwestern side of the city. So they kind of have the anchor point.
Because what you would usually see is these teams dropping their, getting their loot, and because it's such a wide compound, they would instantly move. But because it's in a circle, they just remain in their quarters and don't move too much. Except for A1, they have been a little bit more proactive than the rest of the bunch, like Xavier and even... Actually, IA are pretty proactive themselves, going for a pretty big spread. I think they're just trying to widen up, just spread their wings and get a little bit more for themselves. But A1 actually taking control of the northern side to see the incoming teams, and one of those incoming teams actually is NASA Esports, and also Reject is very close and nearby of this current location. So A1 be, in terms of the information game, they are winning by a huge margin.
But it's also more important that they make more noise because they're more centralized in circle compared to Xavier and IA, right? So it is so important that A1 look to push teams back, such as Nasser, such as possibly Reject, and maybe Xavier should they get closer to A1's area. I'm also liking the rotation that's being pulled out from GeekFam. As per usual, it's kind of one of the massive strengths of GeekFam is their ability to rotate so nicely into these circles, much quicker than the likes of Navi. They went into El Pozo, they're sweeping down, and they're going to take that main road outside of Picado.
Yeah, it's a good spot to enter from. I literally have no issue with that whatsoever, so hopefully they can just keep this one ramping up. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What else? Extremely polite of you to say yes, sir to me. Wow.
Would you rather me say yes, ma'am? Yeah.
I mean, you just hey, that's fine. I was just like, wow, that's surprising. You know what's hey, okay. Are we gonna get a back-to-back city finish? Are we gonna go for it? Los Leones right in the dead center of this circle. A lot of little hilltops to play from the east and especially on the south. I think that's where IA are currently going. Reject 2 to have information on what teams are doing inside the compound of Los Leones itself. I think that is a great spot, and Reject Scarlet instantly gonna pull the trigger and make that rotation happen.
I really love this kind of circle, Max.
Good, yeah.
That high ground that's in between Puerto Paraiso and Los Leones provides a lot of valuable control, but because the circle doesn't often end around there too much, it may not be as familiar to these teams, but if IA can grab a hold of it, maybe Reject, it could prove very worthwhile for them. Blacklist are going to be rotating in from the southeast. Myth are a little bit behind them, but that's because Myth are down to 2 players. GeekFam going to have that kind of central shift. Still a good few kind of containers and smaller little compound areas on the outside of Los Leones to the west, which are very much accessible for GeekFam, so I think they're going to head in that direction.
They are indeed going to be going in that direction. They actually have themselves a loot crate that just dropped from the sky, so they're going to be able to
even
pick that one up and see if they're going to get the new weapon that got added or if they can get themselves an orb. In this kind of game, especially if you get access to a high ground, the orb would be great to have under control. As Goddess, Abali, taken a few shots by Zuxi, and I think that they might expect this to be another team. They think BTR just completely left, so they just don't really want to take their shot.
They don't care, basically. Yeah, they don't care.
They need to rotate. It's 9 circle. Is that worth it? Clearly not.
No, they weren't phased by those shots at all. Like, that's nothing against
Tis but a scratch.
that moment, but yeah, it is but a scratch. But it's like Zeus were just like, yeah, we'll get the vehicle, we rotate in, doesn't matter if we take a couple of shots. Now they can focus on what's in front of them, which is right now Valdez, possibly A9. They're going in somewhat blind, so they need to try and grab a bit of information. A1 taking those pop shots towards Valdez, very valuable, and I8, the high ground is so good from them.
I'm loving it. From a lot of the teams that are playing the high ground, they are so set on what they want to try and how they want to perform this game, especially. So I'm really intrigued with how this game is going to be ramping up for them. A lot of teams are going for the late rotation, but I think that they know a lot of teams are going to try and get themselves around the likes of, the hilltops, or potentially even the compound early on if you want. That is something Max, we could be seeing some teams trying to do.
Do you think Yala are rotating a little bit too late and a little bit too slowly into these circles, and maybe is
phase 1
too safe?
It's phase 1. It's what they do. They start phase 1 slow. They start ramping up after phase 2, which it is still a little bit slow, but we saw that especially in the last Wrangle game where the later the circle is, the quicker they go and the more efficient they become. So it's only phase 2, right? They're still going to be pretty slow, but they still understand how this terrain works. You said this circle's great, and you got the high ground stop. Pretty scary. They don't want to enter straight up north. They want to enter from a little bit of a more unorthodox position. So the east is a great option, but it takes a little bit more time to set up.
It's a good point you make. Navi now rotating in, coming through the La Bandita area. They're going to be obviously pretty well positioned depending on where this phase 3 does shift, which we're getting into very soon. DRS in a bit of action on the outside of the circle, but that's going to be a massive south shift, very much into the advantage point of Geek Fam, and plus with the Los Leones on kind of the northern half of this phase 3, nobody really wants to go through Los Leones, so everybody's going to be going either to the west or the east of the city.
They're going to try and tiptoe their way around this one. It's very clearly what game plan you want to go for. Do you want to go YOLO, send into the buildings and of the compound? I would recommend them to not do so. You want to avoid the city at all costs. But playing on the outskirts of the city over to the west or to the south is extremely valuable. I think currently, actually, the most valuable position in this entire circle is where Xavier currently stand. Not only are they going to be able to get intel to the center and down south, but also, if they wanted to, they could get information in Los Leones, which is not what they're doing, but they could have. And actually leaving, I find very surprising. I would have stuck there the entire way. I would have committed, but Xavier's got another plan in mind.
I thought Geek Fam's position is actually the best spot to be in, right? Because they are still technically in the city, but they're very, very, very south edge of it. And they're kind of not going towards where everybody else is going in terms of I8, Blacklist, the Xavier, right? So they're avoiding all the action.
Saw Snipes from Geek Fam actually get himself a headshot with the Orm. So very on brand, living up to his name, truly and surely. Valdez, someone's going to be knocking on their door. It's going to be Zeus. How are you guys doing? We shall become neighbors. Zeus, I like how Zeus started the breach and then they're like, nope, they go right up in the building. My apartment is apartment B33, so I'll get up there, but a little bit higher up. See if they can even make it to the rooftop if they really want, but utility's going to be traded a little bit between these squads. Shouldn't result in too much, but the thing is, if a team tries to move away from this location, now that's where things are going to be really sticky between Valdez and Zeus.
Like, all you have to do is ask each other for a cup of sugar, right? There's no need to throw grenades, guys. You can both coexist across the board. But I like the aggression from Zeus. They do have the body disadvantage, though, as they only have Ziol and Abli left standing. Once the revive is pulled out onto 6, Valdez have a 3-man play in their hands. Blacklist are being put under a decent bit of pressure inside this game, as Geek Fam are waiting in the wings to punish both of these teams fighting in Los Leones.
And he got so much action, but you just saw actually one of the players just getting actually a huge knock, and he was down to what, 2-3 HP? What a play, trying to go for the first aid kit and will not be able to get it, and that is the game done for I8, unfortunately. So we'll see you guys into the next game out in 16th place. Not many, I believe they got 0 kills and they might have had 1. But regardless, there's not a lot of points coming their way, that's for sure. So we'll have to see I8 in the last game on Erangel. That's a fact. As Circle's about to shift once again. And they should be going away from Los Angeles, technically. But whoa, that's huge. That is the biggest upset you could have hoped for. That is a hard shift and a half to Imperium. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Is this going to be another city finish? Back to back, baby. PMWI West, eat your heart out. We've got it going as well. Anything you can do, we can do just as good, boys. Absolutely love it. You know, as I said in the last game, 2 games of the PMWI West were back-to-back city finishes. Seems like we're going to have it now. DS Gaming, full sending it from the east into the city. A1 are looking pretty, while Martin looks to hold on to Zeus.
That's a really strong angle Martin just tried to take for himself, and actually it will result in a kill coming out. Abeli, last player remaining, and he's going to try and go straight for the roof, which I love. I mean, you know the circle's coming your way. Stick to the roof, that's fine. And you know that if the rest of Valdez are going to try and push that, you can pick them potentially 1 by 1. And you're going to get pinned down, right? You're going to get anchored down into a really hard spot to hold on to. I think Abeli maybe have flashed himself for a second there. But yeah, just hold on to the staircase, and no one in their right mind would push that. So Valdez are just going to avoid it as much as possible.
And I do get that, but Abeli could get third party by Geek Fam, by maybe BTR, by DRS, right? That roof position does expose you out into the open air of what can be a toxic Los Leones, Miramar area. And man, I definitely respect what Abeli has done. Other teams that have moved in have been kind of DRS on the edge. DS have been the only team to massively commit for the time being, but Yala are getting there despite losing 2 players. It's powerful, and Jaman's still full send it in. Navi are kind of a little bit behind them, but they're trying to deal with reject on the southeastern edge of the circle.
Yeah, relatively big cluster of teams down southeast. You're going to have Na'Vi, Reject, and also a few players of Yala, I do believe. One of those actually being knocked, so really Yala's not going to be really involved and getting a hands-down influence on this fight. Reject, if I were them, not a fight I would want to take. You're seeing Na'Vi, you can go to the west of your current location. I think that would be one of the best. Go towards the water silos, or just silos, I don't know what they put in there. They put stuff, I don't know. Is it water?
It's water.
Is it water?
Yeah.
Go there then. Go to the water, mini water.
We're in a desert, man. You need many water silos to try and keep everybody parched.
I do think that water is pretty important. You know, H2O, learns in class, pretty cool.
Like
what about water? It's Tuesday, isn't it? No, okay, it's not even Tuesday, but whatever. Now you're going to try and wrap around, take a little bit more control. You've got to be careful. Tixie's a little bit... not actually a little bit. He's very far in a distance. I'm skeptical of the amount of influence he can really have on this fight, but it seemed like he's into the buggy, ready to join up. He wants to have a big impact on this fight versus the Japanese team of Reject.
Nice.
Nades being traded up. Right on top of Lapis. Huge chunkaroonie of damage, as Giotto is going to be really serving as the front line for the team. So Na'Vi just going to be lasering down those little ridge lines, trying to find maybe a sneaky headshot, but Tixie, that is the flank that we want to see, and they just completely pin them down. There's no escape for Reject, but Fnatic Zombies, they see that, oh, that is looking like a yummy bunch of kills. We want those points. Yoink! They're ours. Thank you so much. That was great doing business with you.
And I get why Tixie wrapped around. I really do get that because one of the Reject players were knocked out. But unless you are sure it's you got to know that a third party is there, so you really can't overextend. Great awareness by Fnatic Zombies.
Let's go. Back-to-back city finish confirmed, ladies and gentlemen. You can post it on social media because we are having one hell of a nutty day, that's for sure. That's how we're going to begin with this one. There's a big building in the center. Actually, if you can play and synergize really well, and if Valdez take control of it, they will have control of 40% of the circle could be Valdez if they take that one building right now.
By the way, let's get one thing straight. This is not a good city for it to end on, because there's not really...
Is there a good city to end on?
Yasnaya has a lot of core buildings, right? We saw Navi hold on to, like, Fantastic Street, 3-stack buildings. Not really the same in Los Leones, right? It's a lot more open than you actually think. The ruins of the torn down buildings from the wars in the past have definitely not made it easy for these teams to control the Miramar train.
This is the tipping point. This is where the teams are going to slowly but surely start whittling down, and we're going to be losing them by the buckets. A1 still got Dante, Jax. Rez could be relatively hard to pull off, so I would not recommend that to really come through. But at least most of the teams are currently in there. Yala have yet to still push a few extra meters. They're going to make it happen. Lamborghini taking some good shots, but DS. Now that's the thing. You take any fire and try and peek out the window. Another team has the angle. Peeking is just extremely risky and almost illegal right now. You want to make sure that if you take the shot, you get it in 2 seconds tops, and then you instantly go back in hiding.
Big brain rotation from Navi. Look at them on towards the northeastern side. Out of sight, out of mind. Well, the Xavier, DS, Fnatic Zombies, Nasser, A1, and Yala all fight amongst themselves. And then looking on over towards the southwestern side, yeah, Valdez trying to hold on to Geek Fan Myth. And not quite sure who else that is. I think it was the last player of Blacklist International. Either way, this is crazy in Los Leones.
This is the moment where gear second is not enough. You need to go gear third, even gear fourth, because this is not going to be a fun one for a lot of these teams and players. Though BTR, completely undetected. No teams is paying very close attention to their current location. There's no one currently in the northern side except for BTR and Na'Vi. All the teams are locked on top of each other. If you dare move, 3 teams are going to laser you down instantly, and there's no escape. So, unfortunately, when you're talking about repositioning, almost impossible in the current landscape of this game.
This being put under pressure, Geek.
Oh, nice.
Bam! Are going to get the better of DRS. Down they go in 13th place. Although the Molotovs are burning, the teammates of Geek Fan were there to hold on, and resistance is futile, as Valdez are still going to continue to wait. Mist are taken out in the next circle, as once again continued, and Navi are inside in a controlling position.
How do they do it? How do they do it? I don't know. It's a question that we'll have answered hopefully in the near future. But these guys got himself a 3-man control on this building that's so far centralized into the circle itself. DS Gaming trying to also be a little bit more proactive in their own position, trying to reposition into the circle, which they were able to do. But now all the teams are going to be chasing right after them. It's a race for the finish. but so far it's going to be Fnatic Zombies the closest to DS Gaming, while DXavier is trying to wrap around a little bit more central towards the circle, trying to avoid this entire skirmish. And for DXavier, it does seem like it's working out. Are we going to have another finish between Na'Vi and DXavier? It is heavily possible from what I'm seeing. Nasa trying to move into. Smoke Raider is going to start to get used up. The utility is going to have to get popped out. The A1 onto the side. Can't really get the intel onto Nasa. A miracle. There you go. That's... Whoa, okay, Geek Fam. You guys got to chill out for a second. Everyone gets destroyed. NASA were seem a little bit more prepared, apparently. And Geek Fam are going to get eliminated instantly. They tried to full send it over the road, and nothing came of it. That drive-by just had a complete opposite effect. What a nade. Oh, that's a big nade actually coming out. What a play from Rabbis. And Miracle, Hamzy are both going to be biting the bullet, or biting the nade, should I say. Nabo is going to have to try and cross over. Nabo and Moomin could potentially get the rest on their teammate. But there you go, you peek over the wall. Another team is going to be able to find that off angle. That's Lamborghini joining into the kill feed once more. Well, A1 is just looking at happen from a distance and waiting for the opportune time to strike. Things are getting dicey. Imperium's gone. He was too much pressure for Imperium. He'll be back eventually, that's for sure. One A is getting exchanged back and forth, but still Na'Vi into the circle itself. They're high up north. They're having a real good old time. And while Valdis is getting closer and closer to BTR, there's a fight for the north currently between three teams. There's a three-way fight. As though the feet's going to be actually going over underneath that car. They couldn't get the shots. NASA going to have to go for the full send it, trying to cross over one by one. Only movement now remains for NASA Esports. And without any utility, without any smokes, that is almost impossible to make happen. And unfortunately, that's exactly what comes to fruition as DXavier are currently up to 8 kills. And they get another pop-off city finish right here. And they're going to try and push it up to 11. A1's still up to 3 also, relatively spread. Jack's nowhere near both downtown 6-9. Fnatic Zombies just waiting in the wings, waiting up top of that building. Waiting for the circle. Everyone's waiting for the circle. That's going to be the go-to signal. Where does it go? Shifts in a few. And it actually goes back towards the position of both Na'Vi and I believe that's DS Gaming to enter the circle. So Na'Vi and DS Gaming, the two teams to beat, the two teams to take down. As Imperium is back with us. Do not want to miss this city finish. Imperium.
Yeah, I just have to try and load the feed. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
No worries, they'll be back with us. But I can tell you it's a bang of a game. You do not want to miss it. So get it back up ASAP, Imperium. Otherwise, you're going to be really disappointed. Fnatic Zombies right on top. A1 know they're going to have to push out, and Fnatic Zombies. Only one team will come out between these two teams. Who will it be? I have no idea, but A1 will not have the high ground advantage. And the smoke road is going to slowly but surely get put together by Fnatic Zombies. Jax is going to be the first one to make the race, and he actually makes it to the other side. Makes it to the building. That one smoke is so valuable. And all of A1 makes it out unscathed. That's a three-man team cross. That was clutch.
What the hell has happened? Phase 7 and we still have 8 teams, 22 players. DS Gaming are still in the mix. Navi are up in the north. They are in the circle. Valus are close by as RX Jax does get a knock on the powerful. Actually, a kill as Yala are out.
Yep, Yala tried to enter through the east, unfortunately, to no avail. No rest for the wicked. No rest for all of these teams in the city finish. You made it this far. That is already huge, but now you've got to push yourself to your limits. Great nade onto Abu. Dante also able to join up into the kill feed. A1 are just shredding it with DXavier. These teams are just taking so much control and allowing no teams to have a breathing moment.
Xavier so good in these city finishes, up as a full squad as well. Inside this phase 7, so looking very healthy as they hold on to the high ground. Unfortunately, Frankie misses those shots, but can the rest of the team shine through?
Oh, he misses it. That's going to be the full-on send it for DXavier. They pull the signal, they pull the trigger, and that's going to be it for Fnatic Zombies. Out in 7. 6 teams now are still up and ready to go. But DXavier, what an aggressive team. I'm just loving this team from the start. From day one, they have just been impressing me time and time again, especially Frankie. Now, they still got a lot more fight coming their way, especially Valdis. That is the next team on their radar that they need to take down Imperium.
Frankie goes to Hollywood, more like Frankie goes to Los Leones and slays the beasts around them. But A1 going to be going up against DS Gaming. DS from South Korea, they have the buildings in their control. And A1, they know they're going out in the open and they can get third party, fourth party the second they step out.
The circle actually went over to Na'Vi again. on top of the road, so they can just stay there. Kitsune currently on the rooftop. This could be another huge game for Na'Vi and Xavier if they play their cards correctly.
How has BTR been able to stay alive, right? They got 2 players down at the start of the game. They've just been untouched, unfazed as they survived until the end of this game. 27.5 minutes in, phase 8. 8 seconds up until that circle starts closing in. Valdez, they still have a full squad as well.
They were alone. No one was clearing out the northern side until Na'Vi and Valdez started to get involved, and now they got some company, but not really wanted company, I would say.
Nice.
Dante trying to get more information. Where are DS Gaming currently playing? You got to push that one together, guys. Dante trying to push onto the side, and 6ix9ine Gaming trying to take the control versus Missile. Gets spread in time and trying to move out of that fight. They all get clustered inside of this corridor. One more bullet connects, and now it's going to be DS Gaming down to 1 player. They push it down, and that is going to be 2 extra kills to the name of A1. There's still another player onto the other side of the building. Do you have to clear out? That's going to be Sporter, one of the top players from South Korea. He's just going to be avoiding detection of A1 for as long as possible.
Like I said, third parties were prevalent because Kitsune did get a knock. However, that revive will be played out. Valdez and BTR.
It's going to be Zax and Ryzen, though. Be careful. Jax has got the angle. If you push out, you know you're going to be taking so many shots coming your way. You're going to bite down on some lead. On set, Dante, the blue zone takes him down. A1 struggling with the blue, apparently. BTR down to 1. Where is he? We have no idea. Zuxi got spotted out. He's just cornered up. 1 nade. Could it be the clutch nade? He gets flashbanged away. It's just so close. What's happening? I have no idea. And the nade actually connects. That's going to be Concept going down. Valdez down to 2. Gui could get Concept back on, but Na'Vi are just fully committing to the rooftop. But the blue zone is slowly but surely going to push them over that ridge. They have to jump over and get the surprise jump shot onto Valdez.
Let's not forget about the Xavier. Let's not forget about the Xavier. He's through the window.
Oh, the play!
Goes for a push, but it doesn't work out.
Oh, Zuxi, I see what you were doing there, pal, but unfortunately it does not come out as you were initially expecting, but still I respect the attempt. That's going to be BTR in 5th position. What a game. We said we wanted to see a strong performance from them, and they do make it happen. Top 5 for BTR on this Miramar game. The Kitsune will be taking a beating to the hands of Martin. Still 1 player remaining that's still on the roof. Are they going to go for the heal off? I don't know, but Valdez tried to push it out. They are out in 4th, and now only 3 teams remain. It's going to be Na'Vi with A1 and Xavier. They push it out. They clear out Na'Vi, and Xavier might just get himself a back-to-back city finish. Xavier are playing out of their mind today, Imperium. What is going on for this team?
Xavier, man, they just do it, man. They just do it in the city finishes. They sweep from building to building. It doesn't matter if it's in the ruins or if it's in the crux of a city. They will control it like it's their own child. So strongly performed from them. And they waited, right? After they got the better of, I forget who it is now, but when they got one of their last team fights, they waited. They slowed down and they waited and let everybody else essentially take each other out. It came down to the last player of A1. Credit to him. He picked up a kill onto Na'Vi, but going 1v4, just wasn't going to work out. To Xavier dominating.
We had a back-to-back city finish. He has Naipaliano Los Leones, which is, I think we can both agree, Imperium, one of the finishes which is so hard to remain consistent into. Like, no one is known as the city finish expert that dominates. This might be the first team that becomes the city expert. Back-to-back city finish, back-to-back first place, and not only that, they get an insane amount of kills. I didn't see exactly how many that was, but that's minimum double digits for Xavier, as we're going to have a few little replays to go through, because we need to be taken through the motions again, because that was too much for my simple mind to really analyze and take in.
Like, this team, man, they shone already throughout the PMWI. Let's be fair. They very much came on our radar. But man, they've low-key started to just seep even further and further into my heart, into my mind with the way they perform. It is, we know it is so difficult to control a game when it's an urban finish. So hard. But man, I don't know how they do it so easy, but they just do it.
It's their communication and their synergy. You saw that fight versus Fnatic Zombies, right? They surrounded Fnatic Zombies. There was no escape. I hope we'll see in the replays very soon. I think we will. They go, that's the one. They just, okay, we know where they are. 3, 2, 1. Autobots roll out, and everyone just rolled out instantly and took so much control. And there's no escape for Fnatic Zombies at that moment. And they were 4th. Before this game was 119 points. They were so close to Zeus in 2nd. I think that this game might just put Xavier ahead of the pack and put himself in 2nd right behind Valdez, and they're looking to even try and close that gap.
let's just say the leaderboard heating up. I think that's safe to say. Now, Valdez don't stop getting good results. So when it's all said and done, once they hold on to that cushion, they're laughing. All the other teams can fight amongst themselves.
You know what? It's too much action to take in for myself and Imperium. We need a big breather before we do dive into our 5th game on Erangel. So with that said, we're going to head on over to a break, and we'll give it right over to the boys on the desk.
Emergencies always cause shortages because you have this immediate spike in demand, and the supply chain, the distribution, the roads, the warehousing, the trucks, and the information that drives it all gets broken. In a way, every emergency is a logistics and distribution problem. You have to reallocate resources rapidly, and you're doing it with very poor information because it's unfolding. Direct Relief's been around 72 years. I don't think anyone's seen where you have a simultaneous emergency everywhere. So the demand spike for medical material, PPE and ventilators and masks and gloves and gowns and goggles expands overnight. At Direct Relief, we've said the best thing we can do is put these philanthropic resources towards those frontline health workers that rely heavily on the support of groups like ours, while also backstopping the hospitals because they're in a crisis of kind of historic proportions. We do work in 100 countries a year. We work in all 50 states on an ongoing basis. You want to save everyone you can and prevent as many people from falling sick and needing severe help. So that's how Direct Relief has approached it. This is one that is an equal opportunity threat to everybody. So we're trying to do our best in a fair, equitable, thoughtful way, doing whatever we can to get help to people where they need it, when they need it, as fast and efficiently as it can be done.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
Insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
The PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Games Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. Well, we're about to head into our final match of our 3rd day here at the PUBG Mobile World Invitational, but before we can get to that, we need to break down the crazy finish yet again. It seems like cities are in the stars here for our games today, as we've had 2 city finishes back to back. I think Imperium and Maxman need to go definitely take that break, get a drink, and just collect their thoughts after the craziness that consistently keeps happening today. And again, D Xavier able to take themselves the chicken dinner and get themselves even more points, but we've seen a lot of return teams in these final zones, Blank.
We have, yeah. Sorry, Jason, it took me a while to answer that. I've been actually at the Lost and Found collecting my thoughts because that game was absolutely insanity. I really enjoyed it. You know, we had another city finish there, which is just beautiful to see. I think Na'Vi, again, there playing the rooftops. It's a good position to be, but like at the end of the day, there's a lot of variables that happen there. But regardless, Valdez, once again, still towards the top of the table. And I think that's one of the most important things for me right now. 15 points, but Blur, how can we ignore the Xavier?
I know, back to back. And listen, I'm usually a fan of like final water circles, like bridge circles. But if you're going to be seeing action like what we witnessed in the previous 2 games, just bring me all the urban warfare, right? It's a fantastic showing coming from the Xavier. We also had Na'Vi as well. You know, again, it looked like, you know, I had a sense of deja vu all over again. I'm like, Na'Vi, the Xavier, final circles shrinking in, all the buildings and all of that. But they did a fantastic job. 13 kills. The only team to crack the double-digit barrier as well with 28 points. They are definitely going to be catapulting themselves straight up the overall tally. We can talk about it later on, obviously. A1 Esports as well having a great game overall, although kind of a low fragging affair coming out from them. But Valdez Esports, like you mentioned, Blank, like at this point, they don't need to do anything too crazy. They don't need to get like a 20, 30 point game. As long as they keep getting 10, 12 points every single game, that's more than enough for them to just solidify their first place position and really not have to worry about it. But one team we do have to touch upon, Bigatron, a little bit of a resurgence. Could it be just a flash in the pan? But it's nice to see them at least in the top 5 for a change.
Yeah, I think we're used to seeing them somewhere between like 7th and 16th at the moment, at least over the course of today. And it is nice to see them bounce back, but it came down to, I believe, Zuxi just trying to survive as long as possible to fight, I think, against Valdez, if I'm not mistaken, towards the final seconds of that match. Able to get them the 9 points. Let's take a look at the second page and see some other teams out there and how many points they've gotten, because we don't see Geek Fam here, and they were the third place team off the last match. They're actually going to be coming in at 10th place. A couple other names. Zeus, again, I mean, just not to harsh on them too much, but they seem to, again, either feast or famine for this team. Do well, or unfortunately not live up to what we see they can do.
Yeah, 100%, man. It's just rough to look at for this poor team at the moment because they're just not getting those points that I expect them to get every single time. I think for me, another team like that is Blacklist International. 4 points total. I think we saw them not have the greatest of days. Day 1, second day they come back into it, and today again it's so much the same. Reject down in 16th place, sad times. But Zeus Esports, yeah, it's a rough one, and I think that Valdez has what Zeus don't have at the moment, is that they just have that ability to, yes, get those chicken dinners, yes, get those second places, but also pull out a fairly decent game. Because yes, the points aren't super impressive from game to game, but as an overall, getting 12, 14 points every single time, that puts you on an absolute winning average.
Yeah, it adds up to be quite a bit here, and I think that's why we're seeing them be the #1 team, and I'm actually curious to see what their lead is in first place compared to second, but we'll check in with that after the final match does finish. What we are going to now focus on, though, is the Xavier and talk about their performance today compared to their performance over the last 2 days, because we've definitely seen the resurgence. We saw the Xavier do, we'll have a couple of good games, I'd say, in the very first day of this event. But day 2, they seem to have disappeared off the map. It seems like they got their compass out and they've been able to use the sun to find the right direction to travel and find their way back here into day 3.
Oh, that's substantial. That's massive, right? Double the amount of damage compared to day 1 and day 2's average. Healing kind of pretty much the same, but the kills, right? That's almost 2x the number of kills they averaged on the first couple of days here. And the points as well. The main difference obviously going to be we still have 1 more day remaining, and obviously day 1 and day 2 being 10 games averaged out there, Jason. And as you said, day 1 was much better. Day 2 was very, very quiet. But if they continue on this trend here, if they can end the day on a very good note, especially considering it's going to be a wrangle where we had the crazy game on Yasnaya, suddenly out of nowhere they might just be one of the favorites to at least challenge Valdez Esports, their neighbors in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and I think they're, again, kind of making their name for themselves here on a global scale. Now, we wanted to focus on another team here before the next match does kick off. It was going to be Na'Vi, but actually I'm going to make the administrative decision here to change it up and not go from Na'Vi. We're going to go to Valdez instead and look at their average stats, because we've been talking so much here after that last match about their consistency over these 3 days so far, and I want to see how their stats have kind of worked themselves out over the course of the 3 days as well. Now, we did obviously talk, guys, about the big fall I mean, it feels weird to say fall considering they didn't really fall to anything bad, right? In terms of day 1 and day 2, and you look at the damage. But they've actually done better today than they did yesterday. I think it was around 800 damage average. They're up to 1,300 now. Not quite to the 2K we had before on day 1, but it's shown that they're not a flash in the pan. They can bounce back after day 2 after having a quote-unquote subpar performance for them and still even do better.
Well, Jason, this is their overall average stats. Okay, very cool, very cool. Sorry, I just thought you thought that this was their total ones. But yeah, 1,306 is good. It's good as a total over literally every single game is pretty insane. 464 healing. They don't heal too much, but they have enough to get through the fights. And 15.14 points per average is absolutely insanity. So this is just the kind of points lead which will just put you right at the top. So let's put it this way: after 20 games, they're going to be sat on about 300 points if they continue this average. So really, really good stuff from them.
All right, well, we're about to kick off our next match. I want to remind you guys all at home once again, we do have our milestones we're looking to hit in terms of concurrent viewership. Make sure to tell your friends, tell your family, tell everyone out there, scream it from your windows for everyone to tune in, but just be aware and don't be a jerk and be too loud because people might be trying to sleep. We're going to bring our commentators who are hopefully awake and ready back from their break to bring us our final match here of our 3rd day of the East Conference. We're going to bring Maxman and Imperium back once again here to cover the last match of the day.
Hey, Jason, look, I'm ready. Okay, I needed a short breather after that one. I'm not going to lie. That did hit pretty hard. I think my vocal cords are gone, potentially. So if we get another city finish, I think I will just instantaneously combust into flames. So hopefully not another one. And we have a somewhat normal circle this time, Imperium.
Nah, I kind of want to see a military island finish because we haven't really had one yet.
Yeah.
We haven't really had one. We didn't have one even back in the PMPL or EMEA, if I'm not mistaken. So it's been a while since I've cast a military island finish, and I also think it's a really big test for a lot of teams in terms of their ability to rotate. So let's see if that comes through. But for the final game of the day, Navi are just killing it. 77 points, the highest points secured in today's game so far. In 4 games is a stonkingly good average. And they've got a chicken dinner with it. Like, you know, it is really such a big turnaround for the Russian representatives.
It's not just a jump in overall points and averages. It's a huge leap forward. It's insane how good they have been able to perform today. And I thought if other teams like Zeus or Na'Vi were not going to be able to get good result after good result, which they are known to be a little bit up and down, I thought, no, Valdez would have a even bigger lead at the end of the day, showing how they were consistent, especially in the first 3 games of today. Which they still do have, you know, they still have like a 60, 70 point lead currently, so they're still looking extremely comfortable, but
yeah, they are.
If they stay on this kind of initial launch and stay on this in that direction, Xavier might be the one to take down the Kings. Not today, but tomorrow,
for sure.
There's a world where that happens.
Look, you know, teams like Navi and Xavier, like, look, they can't really control what results Valdez have, and they shouldn't even be caring about what results Valdez get. Be aware of it, but they shouldn't care. The only thing they should be worrying about, which is I think exactly what they're doing right now, is their own results, their own control, their own ability to extract as many points as they can from these games. And we're seeing it right here. The Xavier with the back-to-back chicken dinner across the last 2 games. Navi with the win as well. It speaks for itself. And Zeus have been overshadowed by those teams as well because they've had a little bit of a shaky day themselves. Still good, still a high amount of points scored today, and they've got 37 in 4 games. But again, just to overshadowed, it means that they're going to have more to do. But unfortunately, it seems like we're going to have a bit of a rehost, Max. Feels bad, man.
The players are like, you know what, Max, man, Imperium, that was 2 city finishes back-to-back. We'll just give it a little bit more time, you know, to relax. And you know what, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. But yeah, we're going to have a quick little rehost on this final game. But that is okay. We'll just take a little bit more time to get into the 5th and final game of the day. And you definitely do not want to miss that one because it is going to be a good way for us to know and exactly look towards day 4 of this World Invitational event and set up expectations for all of these teams, right? You want to see teams that are at the bottom, is there a chance for them to catch up? If so, what do they need to do? What do they need to change? And for the teams that are at the top is, can they hold on to the crown? Can they hold on to their throne and remain on top at the end of these 20 games that they're playing in the World Invitational? That is what we're looking for. At the end of this game, we're going to know what we can hope to see in the final day to see who will be on the top 3 at the end.
Yeah, look, for the teams down in the bottom, part of the reason why they're down in the bottom is maybe because they haven't broken the mold. They haven't really changed things up as heavily as other teams around them. So they've kind of got to go into day number 4, the final day, and just mix things up a little bit. Maybe go a bit more aggressively, maybe push more towards the center of the circle. And look, even possibly target a team or two, because, you know, that's the name of the game sometimes. You got to focus your attentions in the right way. And for the teams up at the top, just stick to your own game. I feel like there's nothing that they need to really change because they're at a really stable point in this tournament. Bar maybe Zeus, who need to become a bit more consistent. And one thing to kind of point out, at least in terms of getting into this final game of the day, Max, like, Navi has gotten 58 points in the 2 Erangel games today. 58 in the 2 Erangel games. That is a massive amount for Erangel alone. When you got 3 more Erangel games tomorrow and this final one again, that really puts him even in a better light to challenge Xavier, of course, for that second spot, and maybe, possibly get up to Valdez's point in the standings and overtake first in the final day.
I'm especially intrigued to see if the Xavier are going to be able to pull off a Yudu gank, you know, back-to-back-to-back win. They got 2 so far. Maybe get himself a 3rd to close off day 3. That would be the best way to do so. But with that said, we're going to head on over to a very short break. We've got a really fun video for you guys at home to check out. And after that, we will be ready to jump into Game 5 of day 3 of the World Invitational East. So don't go anywhere.
Difference between PUBG and other games such as Free Fire is still the same battleground game. I think the PUBG more compatible, more strong. I mean, on for the strategies, on the visual, the quality of the graphic, and it's more like easy to understand the game, and yeah, it's more like realistic. Yeah, more realistic for PUBG between the Free Fire.
What makes PUBG different from other games is that it's more realistic.
My opinion, PUBG was different with another game. PUBG was more competitive.
What makes PUBG Mobile different from other games is the tournaments on the esports level. It's always growing, and that's what is actually needed for the competitive teams to be participating in such important and big tournaments.
PUBG different from other games because by the nature of mobile games, FPS games cannot be explained in detail, but PUBG Mobile covers such details.
I think the playstyle and the features the game has, there is a lot of weapons, cars. Right now there is the Tesla feature that it's very cool, and the innovation in the contents. I think that's the special and the difference in this game that make us play.
PUBG Mobile is different from other games because it covers all. Like for playing for fun, competitive, streaming, enjoying the game, and you can also earn money from the streams and stuff like that. So I think it's really good in this.
PUBG Mobile gets updated in a short time, and it's getting better and better in a quick time, but not like the other mobile games. And for me, it is the most enjoyable competitive game. That's why I like it the most.
Great to hear from all the players with that little bit of a speed session. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that at home. A lot of things were said, but we're game ready once again for our 5th and final game. Hopefully you know who we host. Cross my fingers, touch some wood, all that good stuff. And there we go. As we said, we are now going to be having this final game to try and set expectations coming into tomorrow. Are there any teams here for you, Imperium, who would like to see, close it off with a banger game and get himself a win, or top 3 that even, I would say, desperately needed going into tomorrow?
Desperately need and kind of wanting are two different things. Obviously, when you're looking in the overall standings, I think Yala are probably a team that desperately need a win. They're slightly slipping down the charts, and they haven't really had the massive result even across the whole PMWI, as much as they've surprised us in a good way, but they haven't really had that kind of whole all 4-man strong second, third place result. And I would really love to see the Saudi representatives pull that off in the final game of the day, because again, setting it up for tomorrow would give them a lot of confidence and a lot of momentum.
Yeah. Like, personally, I have one team that I very clearly, coming into this, want them to find good closure to this day 3. And that is going to be, in my eyes, Reject. They're currently with 90 points in 10th position, and they had a lot of top 3s and top 2s. I think they got 4 or 5 coming their way throughout these 15 games. I think they could do great. But you know what? There's other teams who we're hoping to see do great, so we're going to have a quick little look at the overall rankings right now to know exactly what we're looking at and how we can see things moving forward after this 5th and final game of day 3 for this World Invitational for the Eastern region. Valda's still, we said it right, it's such a big lead. Even if tomorrow they do almost nothing, they could still be first at the end.
Yeah, exactly. All they need to do is just chill, get 5 to 10 points a game, and they are sorted. But we all know that they're going to go for the 15-20 point games. Blacklist International in 6th place. I've said it throughout this PMWL. They need to start getting more kills. 42 kills compared to 52, 55, 53, 61 around them. That's just not enough. They cannot rely on the placement points alone. They have definitely surprised me and have a lot of love for Blacklist, but come on, find the fighter within you guys. Really release a bit of aggression.
That's the main issue that we have. They will take control late game, but they will not try and actually frag out and zone out teams around them, and that's the main issue that they struggle with. Have a great circle, that's great, but they need to try and push it to the next level. Now looking onto our second page, A1, they're just shy. Just shy of pushing it into our top 8 teams, and you will desperately want to see this team from Bangladesh make it up there. But they're very heavily followed up by the team from Japan and the Power in Reject Scarlet and DRS respectively. This could be any team onto this bottom page that could be up there. Of course, you're not going to be seeing the likes of Myth, NASA, or even Fnatic Zombies make it up. But other than that, IA and above, one good game, and they are back in a race, and they could be so high at the end of day 4, but they need to bring in some big points on this final game.
Yeah, I'm really glad they actually touched upon that, because I was just going to isolate it to kind of 16 points divided between 6 and 11, but you're dead right. 12th and 13th, they could easily, with that one massive result, get themselves up there. But the thing is, they haven't really shown it up until that point. We've seen a couple of sparkles from the likes of IA, lots of solid strength from BTR times, but where has that massive game been? It just hasn't been anywhere, and it's part of the reason why they're down at that point in the standings. Everything is to play for. It's the final game of the day, so end on a strong note.
Yeah, and on a strong note, we'll see exactly what's going to happen. I saw Sinister on Instagram. He was not happy with their drop being contested a little bit, I think, by BTR. They were a little bit mad, you know, last Erangel game. So they're not too happy about that one. So maybe things are going to change a little bit with how BTR decide to go for their own split 2. Things are going to get relatively interesting, because we saw some teams just go in YOLO mode very clearly. We've seen some teams go super aggressive that we would not see before. I'm thinking of Fnatic Zombies, that, especially after yesterday, has been really starting to give it their all. And I think that's especially what they need if you want to have a long an impact and to catch up a little bit towards the end of the gig. But here we go. Plane path is going to be high in the sky, and it's going to be from the more southern eastern edge towards the northwest. So, not that bad. It's not the best, of course. If you have teams like dropping Yasnaya or Saverni, which there are quite a few, you will have to or go for a secondary drop or pick up a car and try and drive as far as possible.
Yeah, DRS going to Yasnaya will probably have to drop around the kind of shelter area, grab a couple of vehicles and head on up. Blacklist side to go to Saverni. It's not going to be too hard for them. If they wanted to, but see, here's the thing. Yeah, if they wanted to now, but I don't think they know this, they could technically go towards the Zarki area and then grab a couple of vehicles and go to Saverni. But the fear is that DS have gone to Zarki a couple of times, so they might be reluctant to not, to go so close to Zarki in case they get picked off by a team. So there is that level of unknownness about how they do fly out. Trying to get as much awareness when you exit that plane is important. And phase 1, it's a little bit normal. It's down on the southwest. Decent bit of water in place, so it does remove a good chunk of that landmass available for a lot of these teams.
I even think some teams would just take Sandovka Island out of the play, because with a circle and normally how it would work out, it would not go towards Sandovka unless you have hard shift after hard shift after hard shift, which is possible. I mean, we had 2 city finishes back to back, so
exactly, man.
I'm not even going to go into the odds, man, because that should have not been possible last game, but it still happened. We're having a few little shots coming out. I believe it's Reject. Got to be careful if that really comes to fruition. But on the right now screen, we're going to be seeing our top players currently. And Concept was in second place for the longest time with Martin. They were completely uncontested.
Yeah.
Now Frankie's there. And I feel like I'll have to scream Frankie like I'm in One Piece in a sec if he takes first place, because he is slowly but surely climbing up there and he is about to take the spot away from Martin.
There, it's possible, but it is Martin we're talking about. It's easier said than done, and see what he can pull off in this final game of the day. It was Reject getting a little bit of sweet revenge on Myth, by the way. They got a kill, I believe it was, they were both fighting for a vehicle, and the Reject Duello got there before him and ran him over with the vehicle, as far as I know. So that's, again, sweet revenge from the last Orangle game. With this kind of circle, I'm really looking on who's going to grab control of the hillside above Ferry Pier. I think it's going to be a very important part of this game. You don't need to do it like super early in the game, but towards the kind of, you know, late stages of the Blue Zone of Phase 1 closing in / Phase 2, if you are able to grab a firm control and spread off that hillside, you're looking quite healthy into Phase 2, because you get a lot of information to the field to the north, you get information to Ferry Pier down south, and you also get awareness on teams traveling from the east.
I just think that Geek Fam are going to do the exact same rotation. You know that one game where they got himself the win into the fields versus Valdus? And Dig Zavi actually, they had also those top three with those three teams. I think they're going to do the exact same rotation. They got Damrude already in a relatively sturdy position. Then the entire team over there, and if it worked out last time, do it again. I have no issue with that from Geek Fam, and they have been some of the few teams that impress me how they play their Gatka spread and how they regroup, because this is an issue we had so many times. I remember when we were talking about, I believe it was Team Secret just a few events ago, how they would drop in Gatka fields and they would stay spread. Same for sometimes, I think it happened to, for example, Nova Esports. So even some of the Chinese teams have that happen too.
Yeah, for sure.
Geek Fam, I don't see those issues. I don't see those weaknesses. They, boom, instant regroup, take a strong position, play around it properly. I'm loving it. Keep it going.
I was going to ask the question, I wonder what I8 are going to be doing, but it seems like they're going for a very early rotation towards the western bridge. I8 doing. And I don't know.
Answer, but okay.
But I kind of really like the timing of their rotation. I've complimented on their rotation timing away from Military Island in the past. I think this is still a lot trickier with how the Phase 1 is, but I still have to respect that compared to a lot of other teams that drop in Military Island. I8 rotate extremely early.
Yeah, that's what we like to see coming out from them. Hopefully they'll not be the only one. I would like to see Blacklist International do something in similar fashion. Cross over the bridge over to the east of George Pole. That would be great, because you're not going to have to cross eventually, right? Or you do it early, or you just wait for the teams to start moving out, and then you pull off your own rotation. I think that's something that's very by the book and that we can expect from Blacklist International for them to do. Other than that, really nothing out of the ordinary. We did have just two players actually did go out. We had one then for Myth. There was Broly actually losing his life, and another one which is who's the other one? We're down to 62.
No, you're just missing the fact that the Xavier, unfortunately, only starting as a 3-man team in this final game of the day. That's what
I didn't see that
happened. It's okay, man. You just need to go to an eye specialist and get some glasses. But
weird, you would say that. I'm going there in like a month, so that's.
Are you?
Yes, I am. No joke.
Cool. No, it's good because I know that you have kind of mentioned it to me in conversation that your eyesight is.
It's just my excuse for missing my shots. I just say, my eyes are messed up, but not really.
Fair enough. Now when we're gaming later on, I know what you're gonna be blaming when you miss your shots. It's okay. It's fine. I'll let you out of it.
I'm in danger. Who's going to be also in danger is going to be I8 as they just cross on over. And one player leading the pack.
I like it.
Johnny. Yeah, that works out just fine. And they know there's been very small amount of bridge camps in these entire games. So they're just going to be cruising on forward, go towards where Johnny currently stands. So, yeah, I mean, it's never happened in the past, or at least very rarely. So they're just used to having no teams really holding on to that western bridge.
I will not be happy if they stay here, though. I think this specific area and the spread they have between the garage and this building here, where two of them are, is really not healthy. I would much prefer them to rotate a little bit more east and onto the compound that Sinister and the rest of the A1 team actually kind of dropped and looted. I feel like that would be much more of a core team compound to hold on to. A spread can work, but again, this kind of circle, you can easily have a player or two picked off when you have 3 or 4 teams around you.
That's a good course of action. Another McLaren. Still, I'm never going to let that go. I'm never going to let that go. I can't believe I was so unlucky.
Are you never going to give it up?
No, I'm not going to rickroll. That's a no. That's a no. We talked about this. We talked about this.
Are you never going to turn around?
We sent you to the therapist so this wouldn't happen again. Okay?
Never.
I have to send you back.
Excuse me?
I'm going to send you in solitary, Imperium.
Greg Astley quotes are like your anime references, okay?
Not a quote, their song.
It's technically a quote, though. It's a lyric.
I'm going to quote Beyonce. We're going to sing Beyonce? Yeah, I'm going to quote Beyonce. Like...
Yeah? All the single ladies, all the single ladies, all the single ladies. Anyway.
Okay.
I answered.
Come on, spam. Press 1 in the chat if you guys want to replace Imperium and join me. I'll take anyone right now.
No!
They can't replace the man. It's too good to be changed. But anyways, central up. We got quite a few teams that are already taking control of some pretty central positions. You're going to have the likes of Geek Fam I'm looking at, A1, Reject, Xavier already going to be there. I'm surprised actually, Xavier, they sent it right in the middle, straight up, eyes on the prize. I love that from Xavier, but the circle is about to shift towards phase 2. There's a lot of water in place, so we could have a very unfortunate circle depending on where it goes.
Like, I feel like that's too much of a commitment from Xavier and Geek Fam. Because look at that gap between A1 and like Valdez on the edge of circle. There's nobody else there. And I think you always have to leave a little bit of variable for a circle shift up north. Let's see where it goes. It's a little bit of a shift up north, but it's kind of northeast with still Military Island in play. Will Fnatic Zombie stay there? Will IH shift back down to the island? Either way, I still think IH should now go to where A1 dropped, but because it's phase 2, they've left it too late and they might get pinched apart by a few teams around them. I'm worried about it, but let's see what happens.
There's a realm of possibilities where Northcat is still possible.
It's possible.
I would not really lean into it too much. I don't think you should assume that will be the case unless you're already rotating late, which is the case for Fnatic Zombies. I mean, it's Fnatic Zombies. They always try to rotate as late as possible away from Sovnovka. But you said you weren't happy if they really dropped the Imperium. I think personally it's fine because you know Fnatic Zombies always rotate so late, and it is the bridge that makes the most sense to cross for Fnatic Zombies. So, hey, if you can have 4 kills that just come your way and you pick them up for free on a silver platter, I think that if that is at least a thought process they went for, I think that's great.
Well, look at Geek Fam. They just basically kind of pushed A1 out of that compound. Dante's the only one that's left in there. He chucks out a molly and nearly connects onto one of the Geek Fam players, but his position has been exposed. Now, it's not the worst thing in the world for Dante because the rest of the A1 team are actually on the hillside overlooking Geek Fam, so it could be a bit of a bait. However, the second they enter that building, there's really not much that they can do other than maybe jump out, try and get to those containers down by the side, and let Sinister, Jax, and 6ix9ine do the rest of the work. Oh, no.
Oh, that molly was a lob on of an L for Dante. That's exactly what I was going to say there. If you want to go onto the side, that's great, because exactly, now the rest of your team can have a hands-down experience on this fight. Perfect. Dante, go to the more southern wing of this building, and then your team can join up, or they can just breach it. That works too. They got themselves a knock. You got the man advantage. Full send it. That's what you love to see from A1. Taking a little bit slow. Geek Fam trying to extract himself away from that kind of overall ordeal, which is easier said than done. They're going to try and trade some utility back and forth to try and create even more breathing space for themselves, but
lovely play
thing is
A1.
Not easy to do. Dante, there he goes, got the lob of a wraparound. Sinister on top of the roof on the balcony itself, so he's going to be having even more intel on where Geek Fam currently play from. Taking it to the warehouse. There you go, gets up, and that's one. Damarud actually, really good pressure from Damarud. That actually stopped the flush from coming out onto Sanes. He does take a little bit more of a beating, down to 50%. He will get rezzed up, but now you got to think about it. A1, this is a 4v2. This is a fight you cannot afford to lose. Full send it. That nade looks big onto Sanis. Boom goes the dynamite and boom goes the nade. That's going to be another knock coming on through right after the res. And now Geek Fam is a 2v4.
Beautiful.
Can you take that fight for yourself? He gets completely jumped on and there's only one player remaining. That's going to be damn rude. And we'll see if the damn good players are going to come out from him once again. As he's just going to try and get stuff to his teammate. Going to confirm the kill. Get every single kill you still can while you still have the chance to do so. And now he's just going to get pushed up. And with the M249, there's no fight that it could be taken on the side of Geek Fam. And that's going to be an extra 4 kills over to A1 instantly.
Joy Bangla, fantastic team fight from A1 in that moment. It's just a celebration. Joy Bangla has enjoyed to Bangladesh.
Oh, I thought...
Yeah, it's okay, man. I'll educate you slowly but surely. But just to kind of break down that team fight a little bit more, 6ix9ine was a bit too late joining in on the fight with the rest of the team. It was a great play by A1 to push them back into the warehouse, but at that point, you can't presume that just because you have a one-body advantage that you've automatically won. If 6ix9ine had joined up a little bit quicker, it would have been 2v4 in the favor of A1, and that would have more likely have secured a full squad being left up for A1 rather than losing a player.
We didn't talk too much about this circle. It did up for a few seconds. It did move away from Slonovka Island and is actually going to be towards the plateau / fields right down southwest of Pachinki Hill. Pachinki Hill, talking about that position, Valdus are currently there. They're going to be just eyeing out the entirety of the circle, eyeing out the fields. There's a big chance that this is going to be a field finish Imperium or a plateau finish where currently Reject and A1 currently stand. So there's a lot of things to keep into account. Every few buildings you can control right now could be extremely valuable, and the value of them can just rocket up given the opportunity to go there if the circle is in your favor.
To the moon, baby, as I8 are gatekeeping Fnatic zombies really well on the military bridge. BTR rotated to the compound that I recommended for BTR. But it's a 2-2 split for the time being. It's a pretty chunky 2-2 split, but I appreciate it. Yala are kind of being gate-kept a little bit by DS, but they have a decent area on... it's a hill that's just outside Pachinki as well, to the east of it. And Mist, as a 3-man team, that spread they have in the circle is really bold. It's probably not going to work out, but I do appreciate it.
Yeah, that's when Blake got himself a knock and instantly confirmed that counter Hamco fire. They knew, that's what I said, right? You're always going to have Fnatic zombies that rotate so slow. And if you know this is a team that rotates slow and that they're going to cross the bridge eventually, and you got the position to gatekeep, well, go for it. And there's literally nothing to lose for I8. Not only are they in circle, they got the prime opportunity to strike onto Fnatic zombies and take them down. That's 4 kills potentially that could go just instantly for free in the pockets of I8. So there's nothing to lose, everything to win.
If they focus too much on Fnatic zombies, are they giving up a better position in the late game? I think they're aware of that, and they've sent Ozum to join up with Johnny, because recognizing that with the next phase popping up, they might all need to move as a squad. Don't forget about Fnatic zombies, but also don't get tunnel vision by them. So I like that split that I8 have on board. Zeus are close by on the west. Reject Scarlet were there, but Reject opted to go up north onto the hill that A1 were previously. So A1 should be aware that the compound they have is fantastic, but there is a number of areas to pick them off from a 360-degree angle.
I agree with what you said, especially about I8. That don't forget about Fnatic zombies. Maybe start thinking on moving forward. BTR got a very wide spread, so I'm actually really enjoying that. Zuxi a little bit closer to the center, so maybe can facilitate things out. Okay. A lot of water. Not fun. Go to the lighthouse. I8, just send everyone to where Crypto is, and you might just have the game-winning position. I'm just saying, lighthouse is the game-winning spot.
Oh, my hands are just like an evil human. Like, you know, like those villains. My hands are just kind of like, wow, this is so glorious. And I8 have definitely been the biggest benefactors of that circle shift. BTR has Zuxi as an anchor point in the compound, and the whole squad are going to full send it there. So they're going to be in a good position themselves. Reject have gone down to the garage area that one of the I8 players were, but moved away. And Navi, they're just doing Navi things in the fields above, picking up Myth.
Yep, moving in, picking up a kill one by one. Seemed like they're going out of market on Monday morning. Been there, taking their groceries home. Go for A1 though, maybe trying to crash a compound eventually. Though we talked about Pachinki Hill. That's going to be it. Blacklist, they tried to move in. Valdus had position under control for the longest time, so it's not easy to move a team off of this position. So Blacklist, if I were them, I would try and run away, but there's a sneaky third party from down below from a few players of the Xavier. It's going to be Frankie and GE. And Frankie, yeah, we said it, if he keeps getting more kills, he might be above Martin at the end of today. But he needs to get himself, I think, 5 kills minimum. And talking about Martin, he's going to be actually able to pop a few shots onto him. So the war is ongoing to be the best player of this World Invitational.
He actually stole a kill that the Xavier actually got a knock off onto, by the way. So it's going to be even more kills needed. And another one picking up as Martin is going to take that one on board. Yala being punished by I8. They went for the breach, but will it work out in their favor? Powerful on the Johnny. It's going to get the knockdown. Crypto's on his knees. Uzum is going to be pushing in. Loka is holding it down in through the window. The pre-fire shots are going to be played out, and Uzum with the M249.
Oh man, he tears that door down. He got rid of it instantly with the M249. That's what you want. There's still going to be one more player. It's going to be powerful. If Yellow Esport, you need to clear this position out of the line.
Oh no!
He's going to take control. He jumps on down. Powerful. Can he get it done? Oh no, the upset. And it's still going to be near the play of I8. It was Blade. He was in the attic. He was chilling and comes down for dinner just in time. But man, I'm still surprised. They should have dropped there first. I said go for the lighthouse. They committed to the spread. I do not know why. That is a mistake on I8's side. But Zeus also going to have a fight coming their way versus Na'Vi as they're starting to full send their way forward. They're looking to get more and more involved in this game. 5 kills so far. Maker gets knocked, but Red shouldn't be too hard for them to execute.
Martin is knocked down. He's going to look to get confirmed. Tixie doing wonderful things. A1 on towards the outside. They waited to move away from that compound at the perfect time. So really good decision making from A1 as a trio. As you do lose another player of the Xavier who was inside the circle. He goes down. 13 teams left. 36 players. With regards to the I8 split, I actually low-key agree with it, to be honest. And I also appreciate the response they did pull out when Yala full sent it up to Lighthouse.
I think it was fine, but the later the circle goes, you do not do that spread. You just commit all the building of Valdez or the lighthouse. Like now they're fine in one building. They cleared out Yala. They could have gone the complete other way.
I agree.
If Powerful was able to clutch a little bit more at the end. But you know what? Doesn't matter. It worked out. They're alive. That's good. They still might have a chance to take the win. Those circles about to shift. Where does it go? Does it go to the mainland? It does indeed. No more water involved. Still, Tira is going to be in the water down below, so could remain a little bit unprotected for the longest time. Everyone's going to have to move in, and Fnatic Zombies now, there's no more waiting. You need to push your way into the circle while Na'Vi will get approached slowly but surely by NASA Esports. There's a lot of fights about to happen. We've still got 13 teams, but I believe we're going to get halved on teams very, very soon.
Oh, yes, and BTR are going to crash in onto Reject spot, by the way, as Nasser suffers a nade knock at the hands of Na'Vi.
12 teams actually going to get in the water. DS Gaming also going to go for a little swim. Try and work those legs and arms. Great nade from Na'Vi, trying to clear it out. NASA, after losing Miracle, they are not going to try and go for that breach. They're going to wrap around down southwest, but not through Na'Vi whatsoever. Actually, hey, they're still going for it. I thought that was going to be potentially going against him. Kitsune gets an insanely powerful nade onto Miracle. That's going to be thy kill confirmed. NASA, what's the game plan? Do you push this or do you leave it? If I were them, I would just try and wrap around, avoid the fight with Na'Vi because there's a 4-man. That is not a team you want to mess with.
You want to use that time to kind of move into the edge of the circle to try and get that tiny bit of a circle advantage. Now, of course, every step you take, every move you make, you're putting yourself in a more exposing position of being third party. So I know NASA are aware of that. By the way, the crash came out from BTR into Reject and they won that. It was a 2-2 split from Reject, but Reject still have 2 players up in the warehouse just north of where BTR are located. So I really respect the aggression BTR pulled out as a full squad sender into that garage building.
Yeah. Tira was the luscious hair. Got to try and dry it out. Gonna get out of the water there. Not going to be good. It's going to be all frizzled up. But hey, I'm just saying, you've got to take good care of it.
Fair enough.
Like me.
Didn't realize you're a hair expert.
I'm not actually. I'll have to ask Blank. He knows a little bit more than me.
There you go.
But yeah, Froki waiting. It could very easily just get out onto the beach and get the sneaky kill onto Tira. That'll be done after for Blacklist International. But BTR, they had a big spread, right? They were playing onto the northwestern compound, just a little bit further to the coastline. And they actually pushed in so well, took one of the best positions in its entire circle. This is huge for BTR. We could maybe finally see them get himself a win for the first time in this event.
I said at the start of the day that I expected a BTR chicken dinner.
Maybe.
We haven't seen it so far. This is the last chance for my point to be proven right as Mexico gets blown up to smithereens by 6 of Valdez.
Try to get into position. I mean, they literally have no intel. They just literally came off the bridge. They do not know what they're getting into. They do not know where teams are positioned, so you're just going in completely blindfolded, and because of that, teams are easily going to be able to use and abuse the lack of against you. And great nade from Kitsune onto Nabo. Beautiful. Trying to get himself the double whammy, but that's going to be done for Nabo as he gets confirmed away. Nasa down to 1 is going to be Mooman, and he's trying to avoid detection at all costs. But Na'Vi, you know, they're relentless when it comes to cleaning out an area. They're going to check every single nook and cranny, and even every bush. You're not going to pull a Ryzen. It is not as easy. Only Ryzen can do this.
Oh my god. Look at them sweeping as a trail in through, looking for the final player of Nasser. They're checking everything, but that's a beautiful nade. I don't think it'll quite connect, no, but his position has been locked down. The target is in sight. Navi, Tixie, why isn't he looking? You saw the nade.
Nade is the best play because you're not always sure from where it came. Unless you see the angle and the arc, then you could somewhat pinpoint the location, but I don't think they have an idea. Oh, wait, Matic's not looking there. He's looking towards Fnatic Zombies. The circle we saw, it did shift actually in favor of Valdez. The circle look, it's back in play apparently for them. That's huge. We did see them unfortunately lose their life in Pyramid. It could have been a game-winning opportunity for them, but losing so many players to Yala did hurt their chances a lot.
How are we not surprised that the circle has freaking shifted towards Valdez?
I mean, yes.
How are we not surprised? You know, it's Valdez doing Valdez things, playing the circle gods of this game, but Navi are here to ruin that. They're here to smite down the gods of this lobby for the time being. Fnatic Zombies have 2 players up if Salam can get the revive and it's a boot.
Oh, Myth. Not much can really do. Oroki was able to get actually the heal off for a second, so he's up to 75. Molly, they don't really... Oh, I saw him. He saw him there for a split second. I propose, Imperium, we changed the name of Valdez Esport. They were Valdez the Murder. We changed it to Valdez the Circle. I think that is definitely an
on-brand. That makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I like that one. Harry Potter Tower about to get cleared out, a boot on his knees. And Salam trying to avoid detection at all costs, but you know that is not going to work out. They get the intel. That's one great nade. And Na'Vi clear out the building as they're pushing in, and only 5 teams remain. And yeah, Imperium, double digits, 10 kills for Na'Vi. They are back on the road again.
Like, out of the 77 points they've scored today so far, 39 kills, 38 plays and points. So that balance in itself was already good enough. And then into this final game of the day, they're rocking it up even more, looking to add to that even further. BTR having a fantastic game so far. That shift from the garage to the coastline and just swinging myths out of it, so good as we're into our final 5 teams.
A reject. I'm surprised by how consistent they've been when it comes to sneaking into the circle, so big heads up. Oh, Lapis! They can make it. A nade from Lapis. That's a huge shebang. Jax also gets spotted away. That's the end for A1. They get picked off. Divine gets also sniped away from a distance. Lapis extremely low. Na'Vi are just taking so much control. Imperium this morning. Na'Vi woke up and they chose violence. They are not slowing down.
Say your prayers, eat your vitamins, and just choose violence for the day indeed. Navi are stepping it up big time, and now we are left with our final 3 teams. Honestly, I think this really signifies how good of a day all 3 of these teams have had, right? Navi, big time. Valdez, just consistently consistent. And BTR rising up through the ashes of what had been very, very poor gameplay in the first 2 days.
We'll see if they can try and push it to the limit, because currently this is Bigatron without a single win out of 15 games currently. Well, this is the 15th game, so maybe they'll get it closed off and actually get himself a dub to close off day 3. That'll be huge. We've got 3 big contenders. This is like a Avenger level threat finish. You cannot beat this. You got Valdez Esports, Na'Vi, and Bigatron. This is one of the most stacked finishes we have seen in a long while in this World Invitational East. But you got this road in play, but because BTR has been relatively silent over to the east, they can normally pull off that cross pretty easy, especially because Valdez and Na'Vi are now having to fight up against each other, and this is a golden opportunity for BTR to actually make that cross happen. In the buggy, they cross in, and Na'Vi trying to take 2 fights at the same time, but they're actually going to be crashing onto Valdez's building.
2-2 split, beautifully done. Now they're going to send the rest of 2 players across. Bigu gets a knock on the Ryzen.
ETR having Luxy also join up. That's going to be 2 players in. Liquid trying to get rid of 6 if possible. Concept on the high ground position 2. You need to get the res. You need to be back as a 4-man. But they still have 1 player. That's going to be Zuxi trying to cross over. But there's no way. You cannot escape the wrath of Na'Vi. They are truly born to win in this game. And they are picking up kill after kill. 14 so far. And looking to get himself potentially another 30-pointer in this one. And see their feet right underneath that car.
Oh, Kitsune!
Shots, but Kitsune! You're too damn clean, and also Gui gave himself a huge nade. The molly is also there, just cooking all of BTR to a crisp. Gooey, that Molly just changed the end of this game drastically, and he goes for the push. 6 closes it off. That is BTR out in third. As now we only have 2 teams, but Valdez is down to 2. Na'Vi, do full send it. You have to go for the push Imperium indeed. He's going to be overwhelmed, having a little bit of a hard time. Gooey, you got to try and play it. The old player of Power 888 now joining Valdez and doing strides for the team. But they have no idea. Where's he positioned? The smoke's making it really hard to really pin him down. He peeked around the side and he couldn't do much. All of Na'Vi play together and they take themselves another game. What a performance from the Russian team. And Na'Vi, that's another huge 30-pointer coming their way. They, as I said earlier, they woke up and they chose violence. You cannot stop the Na'Vi hype train.
They started with a chicken dinner. They ended with a chicken dinner. Bookmark the baby. What a day 3 from Na'Vi. I said coming into this game, in the first 2 Wrangle games today, they had 58 points. I don't know exactly how many points that they scored in this game. I think it was a minimum 27, but I don't think I've ever seen a team dominate a Wrangle so much. I would argue that that's a better set of Wrangle games that we saw from Valdez in the first day of the PMWI.
So to be honest, I'm looking at the scores right now. They got himself a first place at the very start with 17 kills. Then on game 13, they got himself 10 kills and... he got 14 kills and a second place. And then after that, on the Miramar game, they got a third place with 6 kills. And now they get himself a win with an astonishing amount of kills too. I don't know the exact number, but Na'Vi, what is going on? This team woke up. We said they were struggling a little bit at the start in similar fashion, for example, as to Zeus, but they have completely flipped the table, and this is the Na'Vi we were hoping to see. The best teams by far in EMEA, really risen up to the occasion and surprising the world once again, just like in the PMGC finals in Dubai.
Just gotta say also, even just having BTR, Valdez and Na'Vi as the final
so cool
in that game, it was so cool, and I was so happy to see BTR back in the mix in the top 3, right? Really strong up as a full squad. I got that 2-2 push, but I think maybe it was done a little bit too early to the point where instead of them third-partying other teams, they were the team that ended up being third-partied.
There was no escape. There was very clearly no escape for BTI. You know what? The Comeback Kings, can they pull it off tomorrow? We'll have to wait and see. But with that said, we'll have to give it back over to the boys on the desk to break that down because we just had banger after banger after banger. I'm going to have a good night's sleep, I can tell you that, Imperium.
All right. Yeah, Na'Vi have, well, if you're going to be going to bed here, Max, Na'Vi have woken up on the other side of that coin as they've been able to do such a phenomenal job today and hopefully close that gap quite a bit up against Valdez. But again, as much as we talk about Na'Vi doing so well here, another match where Valdez makes it top 3, just stays alive and continues to build up these points. You know, whether it's 10, 15, they're continually doing here, guys.
It must be rough here for Na'Vi, to be honest with you, purely because you see this team and you see how well they've done today, yet the Titan that is atop the mountain at the moment refuses to leave from that post, and they're adapting because they're really making some smart rotations. They can't afford to fight early anymore, and it's kind of reminiscent to that very first day where Valdez took down Na'Vi almost immediately on a wrangle on the very first map. And unfortunately for Na'Vi, no matter how hard they try, they have to keep trying harder. Tomorrow has to be even better if they want to dismount Valdez, because they are just a few steps ahead at this point in time, but Natus, Vincere, they are catching up.
They are catching up. Matt, dude, that 90 points on the 3 maps of a wrangled play today, that is ludicrous. And bear in mind, they also had 16 points on Miramar. They had a little bit of a quieter game on the second map, which is Sandhawk, but this has been the day of Na'Vi. If day 1 belonged to Valdez, if day 2 belonged to Zeus, it's the CIS team that's really delivered here today. And again, I have to echo what our caster said as well, right? That final circle, Bigatron, Valdez, Na'Vi. It was a 4v4v3. Na'Vi played at perfection, but Valdez Esports, again, they don't have to get the chicken dinner. They got just to 1 today on Sandhawk, which is just 19 points compared to their very lofty standards. But still, the fact that they're able to get its top 3, top 4 placements so consistently means no matter who does well, could it be Zeus, could it be Na'Vi, they're still going to have that massive lead they've been maintaining since day 1.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was like 70 points at some point. So if you're not able to take Valdez out early and then have a good game, that lead is extremely hard to close in on unless you're very consistent here in our final day. But as we take a look at the second page here, Blink, immediately off the bat, what I'm going to be spotting out, Geek Fam, again, not having a great match here. Xavier not having a great match. And Zeus, again, feast or famine for this team.
Yeah, and they're starving at the moment in time. It feels like they haven't had a feast in a very, very long time. So this team, yes, you might be able to see the ribs, but they're still as deadly as ever. I think for Na'Vi, just going quickly back to this one, though, just looking at those points, the top Valda's 22 points and Na'Vi with a gargantuan 32. Regardless, it's only a 10-point extension on their catch-up towards Valda, so, which must feel rough, especially with the case that, like, it's such a huge point again as well there with the 32, which is unheard of, getting something twice in a day like that kind of number. So it's good, and I'm really excited for the Russian team, and they really seem to have got themselves together today, and they got one more day to keep pushing it to the limit.
Well, we do have that day to come up tomorrow, but we're going to take a quick recap of what yeah, you know, it's been a long couple days working both shows, but we're going to show you who's won out each match today over the course of our third day. And we do see, as you guys mentioned, Na'Vi getting in there, and the numbers they put up, 3,500 again. That has to be the most damage I've ever seen done in a PUBG Mobile match.
Yeah, that has to be one of the biggest of all time, right? Like, sure, I've seen games where teams have crossed the 20 kill barrier, but that was just an insane performance. Even game number 3, where, you know, we saw the Xavier win a couple of games back-to-back, fantastic games from them as well, from the Vietnamese side. But even the game number 3, it was Na'Vi who actually came out on top just because of the amount and number of kills they had there. So yeah, definitely the day has to belong to Na'Vi, and it's such a nice symmetry here. They open up with a chicken dinner win, they close with a chicken dinner win, and they also have the same number of kills. It's absolute perfection for the CIS team.
Makes you wonder who on Na'Vi's side, if it is Na'Vi, actually is even our MVP of the day. I kind of want to look towards Tixi potentially, as we talked about him on our third match of the day. But do you guys have any predictions of who you think it might be?
I think it might be Meku. Maybe?
I think Meku too. This guy is probably the most consistent player I've seen over the pretty much duration of all esports for Na'Vi within PUBG Mobile. Like, he really dragged them through the dirt when it came to PMGC, and they're really doing well today. So there he is, 590 damage average, 3.8 kills. Yeah, it just makes sense.
I will say this, I saw Bled look over his other monitors, so I discount his answer.
I just wanted to check it. I just wanted to check it again, all right?
Yeah.
But I'm just looking at my second monitor. I just want to highlight the fact that he had 19 kills today, if I'm not mistaken, which is just quite nuts. But yeah, overall, Meku was very, very impactful. But then you got to count out the other members as well. Like Kitsune, he had these key plays while he didn't get as many kills as the rest of his teammates, which really set them up in a very good way. Matic 666 and Tixi as well being really instrumental. It's an all-round effort coming in. Very similar, if you ask me, to how Valdez had that kill distribution on day one.
I will say something very quickly. I mean, it's something that's bothered me for a long time about Na'Vi, which is Tixi's playstyle. That he's so aggressive sometimes, and it does come back to bite them, because he's almost like the wild dog on the team. But you know, now he's got like a shiny new collar, which has got some studs on it as well. He's looking very cool, and he's really becoming part of the pack now, which is what I really like to see, because they're using him to their advantage. Yes, he still pushes, but he pushes in favor of the team rather in favor of himself. So I'm really, really proud of Tixi and how he's incorporated himself into the team now and making his playstyle work, which is just great.
And making Na'Vi work here, especially at our third day, as they have closed the gap up against Valdez. We're going to take a look, though, at overall standings to see how many points ahead the team from Thailand is from these other teams. We're going to see it's going to be at 234 points. They still have about a 60-point lead at the moment, but Na'Vi have made such big strides today, as you can see, moving up 8 rankings.
That's like, what, 58 points lead over Na'Vi, which is massive. But yeah, if you look at Na'Vi, look at the little green arrow on the left of the name. 8 points jump up in the course of one day. That is insane. For the Xavier, they've been kind of in the 5th, 6th position for the duration the first couple of days, but 2 huge games from them enabling them to bounce to the top of the table and the top 3 position there. Zeus Esports, though, like... It's rough, Blank. Like, you watch these guys, and when they pop off, it is magnificent to watch. And then when they don't, it's like Jason said, it's either feast or famine. Like, either 0 points, 2, 3, or they get like 25 points. At one point, you want to see them kind of get some semblance of consistency. But as we do enter the final day, I do wonder if they're going to be able to find it in time.
I mean, they do have some of the symptoms of success that Valdez also has, which is where they go for those early compound rotations. But I think Zeus does it in quite an unsafe manner. And when you do get those compounds, when no one spots them on that rotation, it's absolutely fine. You're right, their actual gun skill and being able to control those final circles is phenomenal. But I think Valdez Esports just has these rotations down to pat, whereas Zeus Esports, they either they roll the dice, and if they hit a 6, then it's a chicken dinner. But most of the time, they're rolling under, and a 5 is just not good enough for the moment.
I do want to just give a small shout out to A1 as well. I mean, they were languishing at the bottom of the table for the longest time as well, right? They were alongside, I think it was I8 in the 13th, 14th position. Actually, no, I think they were like 15th, 14th position yesterday. We can probably take a look at the second page to see where I8 is right now. But today they had some really good showing. Sure, they weren't able to get too many chicken dinners and whatnot, but they were able to at least crack that top 8 position. And hopefully, if they can continue to deliver, it could really get interesting. For me, looking at the second page, though, the obvious disappointments for me personally has to be DRS and I8. They looked very good in PMWI South Asia Championship just a month or a couple of months prior, and they have kind of struggled to deliver here in this particular event. And of course, the other big name here, Blank, has to be Bigatron, right? 9th position, dropping out of the top 8 at the end of day 3. That's a rough season.
I think this is just where they're sat now, and I don't really want to say too much more about it because this feels like the norm that we're going to see from Bigatron. We've only got one more day, and it's very unlikely that they're going to get towards that top 5 position. If they can, it'll be a huge achievement. I'd love to see it happen, but right now, all eyes over towards the Xavier, as well as Navi and Valdez.
Well, we do have one day of matches left to come, and if I were to ask you two, what do you think the Battleground order will be? Pretty sure you can both guess it, because it's been the exact same every single day so far, and it will continue to be so until we close out the tournament tomorrow. We've got Erangel, Sandhawk, Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel yet again. You can see the times, 1800 ICT, of when you guys can tune in and see all the action that's happening. But the real question comes with the lead we have towards the top. Practically like 100 points between 1st and 4th place. I'm really wondering, can any team outside of the top 3 even catch up to Valdez right now? Or are they looking to take home that $250,000 for a charity of their choice? It's going to come down to that, and it's going to be an explosive day either way.
I mean, I want to I don't want to say the cliche where like, oh, anyone can catch up, anyone could pull off the win and upset them. I just want to be realistic here. Valdez have barely made a mistake here, right? Even in the games where they're not really topping the leaderboard, they're so very consistent, and they've just done themselves a huge favor by having that monstrous day 1, which I won't lie, I don't think it's going to be replicated at all by them come day 4. I don't think it's going to be replicable by almost any team on the planet right now, honestly. That was an insane performance from them. But what I like from them was after that, they didn't stop playing to win. There's a big classic mistake when it comes to a lot of teams, right, Blank, where you have a big lead and you start playing not to lose rather than playing to win. Valdez didn't do that. They kept going, they kept pushing, they kept making teams uncomfortable, and that allowed them to maintain, not just maintain the lead they had, which is 50 points in day 1, but even extend it and a day 2, and they are at 60 points lead, which day 3, which is just nuts from them.
Well, like you said, it was a bonfire of a start at the beginning there, but what a lot of teams get wrong is just putting on those logs on the fire and burning out way too quickly. But here, Valdez have been really measured, and they've been kind of conservative with how much effort they're putting in here. And I really like to see it because, like you say, with such a monstrous lead right at the beginning, all you need to do is keep that lead ahead. And that's absolutely fine. They've set themselves in a great position to take that 250 grand home, which is looking very likely for them. And it would be a really huge pride for Thailand if they can.
Well, we'll find out if they can, but that has to wait until tomorrow because we now have the West Conference coming up today here at the PMWI. It's coming up about 10-15 minutes time. So guys, if you're not going to stick around for that, which you should, make sure you're back here tomorrow at 1600 ICT to see the conclusion of the East Conference. Either see you soon or see you tomorrow.